Welcome to today's WDRB Live. I sent out a message a little bit earlier, Bryce. I said, would you guys be interested in me coming to work a little bit earlier to do a quick live? And the overwhelming response was yes.
I'm
And
sure.
it makes sense because we have seen, since you guys did your live this morning, an expansion of the enhanced risk of severe weather and an expansion of the probability of damaging wind. And we already have our first watch of the day out there.
Yeah, we do. It's a severe thunderstorm watch. It's only for Carroll County for the moment. Rest assured, we will have another one more than likely as we head through the rest of the afternoon. The Storm Prediction Center is noting an 80% chance of a watch, a separate one, being issued for a good chunk of our area because some of these storms are starting to fire off now. And I mean, we've got multiple alerts across our area. Mark, where it's not raining, it's nasty.
It is so humid.
It's so nasty.
Walking from my car to get into the station, I don't know if I was walking fast because I was in a rush or I was walking fast so I could get into the air conditioning. But I mean, it is tough outside.
It's gross.
And that's going to contribute to fuel here. So we're going to jump into this one a little bit more quickly. One thing I would note is that if you don't follow my page or Bryce's, please go ahead and do that. The reason that's important is you're going to get an alert if we go live. Second, please share the video. We've already got 700 people in here. Let's say 100 people follow you. 70,000 people are going to get an alert right now that you may want to join in this video. They're going to be discussing severe weather potential. And as always, if you guys do enjoy the videos, please always like with a thumbs up on the video. The Weather Service in Louisville has just noted that they are coordinating with the Storms Prediction Center on a watch very soon. A lot of watches have been needed all at once, and so they're trying their best to get them out ASAP.
Yeah, there's a bunch over out toward like Pennsylvania and up toward New York and stuff too. So I'm sure they are all hands on deck out there in Oklahoma right now.
So a lot going on here with thunderstorms. Again, please share the video and let's jump into this discussion here quickly. So where we're going to start here is that first, and this is not getting enough attention, there's another flood watch.
Yeah. Again, there's another one. I mean, you could argue some of the odd placement here. I mean, anywhere that gets some of these storms is going to have heavy rain. Now, what's going to help is that these are moving. These aren't going to be stuck over one location for, 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
But when it comes down.
But when it comes down, it's coming down heavy. I mean, you're talking big time rain rates, 4, 5, 6 inches an hour at their peak when this rolls its way on through. And that's how you get your flash flooding going on. Because, I mean, even if it doesn't last but 30 minutes of a 3-inch rainfall rate, it's a good amount of rain.
So what we think here is the flash flood threat is not going to be as high of a threat as, let's say, some of our last couple of storms, because those weren't transient, meaning that they really trained over the same area and we didn't have any wind energy. This does, which brings up the severe component, but it also pushes the storms. So this was the afternoon update. We all talked about this. I know you guys talked about it this morning. We talked about it yesterday evening. This is literally exactly what I drew yesterday during my live. I mean, you literally have it down to the county. And for the Storms Prediction Center, credit to them. Maybe it took a little longer at the end, but I don't care. I'm glad they got it right now.
Better late than never. Also want to note, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out. I believe one is in our viewing area now. We're going to get to here in just a minute. The other one may just be just outside of our viewing area. Yeah, butting up to Orange County. So we'll come through
those as we show the radar here. So the enhanced risk of severe weather now covers our southern Indiana counties that bank along the Ohio. And basically, this covers at least a portion of most of our Kentucky counties. The exception would be Adair, but you even can argue a sliver of it is still in the enhanced. So really, all of our Kentucky side is in the enhanced. The enhanced risk of severe weather is for the concern of damaging winds, large hail, isolated tornadoes. What's our greatest threat? Damaging winds.
By far. Damaging winds to the top of it. And then you could argue probably large hail.
Agreed.
And then tornadoes at the bottom.
And so that you can just understand that we're most concerned that these will be able to generate wind and some large hail. Could a couple of tornadoes occur? It's possible. Interesting on this one, the cloud deck, what we call the condensation level, is at about 4,000 feet. So understand, let's just say you get rotation in the storm. If that's a scrubber cloud that's, let's say, 1,000 feet off the ground, that funnel is almost instantly touching the ground. 4,000 feet means it almost has to go a mile.
It's got a long way to go
to get down to the ground. So you can get rotators and funnels, but those may not be able to touch down. That's the reason why we don't have tornadoes as our #1 threat. Bryce, speaking of the tornado threat, That's the 5%.
Yeah, and also what I also want people to note is that it's not hatched. We don't have a Sig
Yes.
1, Sig 2 in any of this. So when we're talking about a tornado potential here, we're more than likely not talking about these long track, violent EF3, 4, 5 tornadoes. We're talking about the potential for some spin ups. But a 5% risk is a 5% risk. And note that it includes basically our entire area except for northwestern Lawrence County. Either way, it includes a good chunk of our area. And that it follows right along with where that new enhanced risk has been extended across our area. But that's a 5% compared to a much higher wind risk and a little bit of a higher hail risk also.
And what I'm going to do here real quickly, Bryce, because some people are saying on my feed that it may actually have dropped out here briefly. So I'm actually going to turn my feed off.
Turn it back
It
on.
should then end the stream on my page, and then I will bring it back in on my page so that people can jump in there. Again, hoping that that will clear that up. So what I've just done now is turn the feed off on my page and start it back up. So if you were joining on my Facebook page, I'm not sure exactly why there was some glitchiness, but that should bring it back in hopefully clean.
Yeah.
So that people can get back in there. Also, remember, you can go on the news page and you can always watch on Bryce's page or on YouTube.
On YouTube if it doesn't
So
work too.
just let me know while we're going. I just restarted the video on my page. For those that are joining back in on my Facebook page, let me know if the glitchiness is gone because I just took it off my page and put it back in there. So hopefully that solves the problem there. So the 5% chance of a tornado, this is not an elite tornado day, and I think that's something that's really important to remember.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't one of those days where we're talking about a major tornado outbreak or really a tornado outbreak at all. This is more of a widespread damaging wind risk, honestly, than anything. You're not going to see 10, 12 tornado warnings over the next 8 hours. We could get a couple, maybe. But with a lot of these showers and with a lot of these storms rolling on, then they're probably going to more likely consolidate within the next probably 2 to 3 hours. And it's going to go more from a discrete cell that could produce a tornado to more of one line, which can still produce a spin up.
And I think it's going to be more of a broken line. And I'm going to tell you why. The 21 degrees Celsius temperature at 850, a mile above the ground, it is difficult without a monumental cold pull for that thing just to go straight across. So I think we're going to see that quasi-linear where there's a lot of cells that kind of merge into that line. By the way, it does look like everybody is noting that we're okay on my page. Because we had a drop off on my page, if you could please share the video on my page one more time. That way people can get back in case they were having some issues with some of the audio there. So from here, we're going to go into the damaging wind threat. And Bryce, this is really where we did see the marked change when the enhanced was expanded. Because now this includes a 45% probability of Louisville. And I was watching your video earlier and you said, let's just say you live in, I'm just going to say St. Matthews.
Yeah.
Put a circle around your house that's 25 miles wide, and the Storms Prediction Center is saying within that 25-mile circle around your house, there's a 45% chance that there's going to be damaging winds. Now understand, we're not saying there's a 100% chance. Number two, it's within 25 miles of a point. As you know, there's a lot of times where you go under a severe thunderstorm warning. In Louisville, it doesn't always necessarily mean that you see damage at your house. So these are important things to note. 45% chance. You'll notice most of southern Indiana goes from the 30% to the 15, but along the river you're also in the 45%. And this one I've got a lot of questions on. Hail threat. Number one, they do not put SIG in here. They do not put the chance of destructive hail. We would argue a couple of instances of that are actually possible, but it's a 15% probability, and almost our whole area is equally covered on this.
Yeah,
price.
and this is because of the amount of strong updraft that we have in our area. I mean, we have, I believe the last meso analysis I looked at was around 5,000 units of CAPE. We don't get that around here very often, and if we do, it often just comes with a normal, sunny, hot, humid day. But when you have a front moving through, and you add in that much CAPE, you're talking about updraft sort of going 100-mile-an-hour plus up at a time. That's why these storms started as nothing, and then 30 minutes later, they're 50,000 feet tall because of how quickly the air is rising. So when the air rises that fast, Mark, you know, and folks at home, if you don't know, that can support heavier hailstones. It can, as it starts to form, as those ice crystals start to form, they get heavier. That strong updraft is able to hold on to those heavier hailstones, and that's how they get larger.
So we know what we call terminal velocity of a hailstone. So I'll use as an example, a baseball-sized hailstone has a terminal velocity of 100 miles an hour. What that means is if the updraft is not going vertical at 100, it will not sustain it. So once we then get a little larger, we get up to softballs. You need about 120-mile-an-hour wind updraft to be able to support that.
Yeah.
But some instances of large hail, maybe a ping pong or
Mhm.
two is possible. So we need to be aware of this. We're now starting to get warnings that are moving across our area. So let's go into this, and this is really where we're going to start our dive in. This video, by the way, will go until around 30 minutes after, at which time I'm going to have to start to get ready for the newscast here. So Bryce, this is the most recent warning. This one's Orange County and Du Bois County. We've got 1-inch hail in this one, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is our initial severe thunderstorm warning. So this one is the core is in Du Bois County right now, and that core is going to be north of Rutherford. So areas now included in this warning are going to be French Lick. You've got to be careful here in French Lick. And then ultimately this will be going across Paoli as well.
Right.
So some of our major metropolitan areas in Orange County, which would be French Lick, West Bay, and Paoli, be careful. 1-inch size hail is on a beeline to head into your area. So that is obviously a concern here. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning. This one is moving through Lawrence County. Let's get the latest on this one. So this particular warning, Bryce, is similar. This is what we think we're going to see a lot of today.
Yeah, these are what are called base warnings. And this is just, we've hit the threshold of what we need for a severe thunderstorm warning. 58-mile-an-hour winds or stronger. These are for 60. That's a basic severe thunderstorm. But the hail is a little bit up there. That's not, I don't believe that's base hail.
1 inch is going to be the bottom side.
And what you'll notice is a lot of these are starting to build up that core, as Mark was mentioning. With these strong updrafts, we're going to have some hail in these as we head over the next probably 15 to 20 minutes or so as it continues to build its way up, because it's got a lot to work with. And as this moves further south, it's likely going to get a little bit stronger because it's going to start to increase a little bit more of that wind energy. Mark's pulling up the hail size here, but I mean, radar estimates 1.5 inches.
So, and this is why we do mention that we do think some instances of ping pong size hail could occur. 1.5 inch hail, by the way, right now is near the Driftwood area, south of Brownstown. And I just want to look at the storm heading into Paoli, same exact core, 1 to 1 to 1.5 right now inch core. That is going to be moving southward. So we do need to watch. It is conceivable that the hail may get beyond the 1 inch size.
Yeah, actually, the National Weather Service just mentioned that the one that's moving in Washington at Clark County, they're going to upgrade to considerable.
There we go.
For 70-mile-an-hour now. This is what we're talking about. It continues to get stronger. It's getting taller for a ping pong ball size hail. They mentioned that as well. They mentioned it's a very tall storm. So this thing continues to grow up and up and up and up because of how much instability we have. Right now, it's in more of a low to moderate area of low-level wind shear right now.
And it's not going to get crazy.
No, it doesn't get crazy.
It is,
it's
the
enough.
fuel is so out of control that this is base level. If the fuel is 500 units, this would be minor.
No.
But it's not, as you'll see. Also, severe thunderstorm warning here. This one's just out of our viewing area. This is Ripley County for 1 inch size hail. The storm that they're upgrading is this one right here. So the storm, and I just want to really be clear on this. If you're in Austin, Grassy Fork, or Scottsburg, let me just get your attention here for a moment. We're talking about ping pong size hail. We're talking about 70-mile-an-hour winds. This will trash an automobile. This will damage your roof. So if you're in Austin, if you're in Scottsburg, if you're in Grassy Fork, I need you right now, if you're in Grassy Fork, to take shelter from the outside of your house. The western side of the house would be the worst. Second, because there's 70-mile-an-hour winds, we can get what we call wind-blown hail. Wind-blown hail can sometimes trash vinyl siding on homes. So we have to be really, really careful on this one. Scottsburg, you do have time to get the vehicle inside in a garage or a covered location. Now would be the time to do that. Storm's movement. Bryce, do you have movement on the speed on these here?
Not on the top of my head.
And one other thing, when you can I ask you after you get that, is can you also check to get in on the analyst? That way we can.
Right now. Yep.
So the core of this storm right now, as we noted, that is showing potential for 1.5 inch size hail or ping pong ball, is right now near the Wiegand area, heading towards Grassy Fork, south of Dudleytown. Speed on these storms, I'm just going to estimate, is in the neighborhood of 30 miles an hour based on
40.
Okay. So that'll help me a little bit. And so now that Bryce has the speed, I'm going to put a track on this real quickly. And just so you know, Bryce is also going to have control of our other radar system. That way we can show that in the corner. Scottsburg, 5 minutes from now. Vienna, 12 minutes. So Lexington, Indiana, 16 minutes out. It'll be in New Washington, 26, and Hibernia around 35 minutes from now. That should help you make the decision on how quickly you can get your vehicle in. And also, we notice storms are now firing out ahead of that, Bryce, which means all of these, we've got to be really careful.
We have to watch those that are going out ahead of it. The one that's been upgraded is starting to build in more of a hail core. It's about 55,000 feet up now. And you can see that new watch just being issued for our area. Rick DeLuca is here, and he's just now putting that out.
You're going to go post that? Thank you.
And that goes until 10 o'clock tonight.
Okay,
so
we have the new watch now. Yep. Louisville's under a watch. Everybody within our viewing area understand that almost everybody's now under a watch. And you can see that the watch, Bryce, goes right almost to the enhanced, which would be the northern part of Adair County. Just so you know, Rick DeLuca is also here. Rick DeLuca is heading back into the studio right now so that he can force out the watch so that we get that out there for people that are not watching. And I'm going to go ahead right now, Bryce, and go to the 4-panel. Reason I'm going to do that is I want people to be able to see what you're looking at on Analyst, see radar, in motion, and us. So the view outside in Louisville, I'm going to breeze through some of this. It's hot. It's humid. It feels like 106. You get storms and it feels like a 106, and you have any wind energy, it's going to go absolutely wild.
Absolutely. And it's a good thing that we don't have a crazy amount of wind energy. I mean, could you imagine if we had 70-knot winds a mile above? This would be next level. So we can count our blessings somewhat, even though we still have to deal with this.
And you can see in Seymour there, looking at some of those storms here. We'll be watching these with our camera network across the area. Worth noting that it's super hot. It's super humid. We speak to this because this is going to give us massive fuel. And I'm going to show you the fuel values now. Bryce, this is the current, in this moment, fuel. 4,000 to 5,000 units of instability. Is that a lot? That's not a lot. For our area, that is elite. Almost getting 5,000 is really almost unheard of here. But remember, this is a lot of fuel with wind energy that just meets the threshold. Both of these combined create a scenario that's absolutely going to produce a lot of warnings in our area. If the wind energy was higher, this would have been an outbreak and an exceptionally bad situation. And that, of course, is not to minimize what we're dealing with, just to say that the fuel is absolutely and utterly out of control. You can see once the storms go by, that goes away. But you're going to keep 3,000 to 4,000 units of instability until about 8 p.m., at which time the line has moved past our area. Bryce, we're going to look at winds a mile above the ground. They're not crazy, 30, 35 miles an hour. This is going to support, because the storms get so tall, hail producers and damaging with some destructive winds. So we have to be careful of that as well.
Yeah, we're like right at the threshold of around 40-mile-an-hour winds. So this is what we're talking about, where it's enough. It's not crazy, but it's enough to get these rolling. I mean, when you have 5,000 units, it doesn't take much. Sometimes, even with so much one ingredient or the other, it can almost kind of overtake or compensate for what it's lacking.
As long as you get to minimum thresholds, which we are very close. Looking at Bryce's radar full right now, when we start to see purples in that core, that's south of Shoals. What is the DBZ on that one? I'm going to guess that is a 69-ish, 70 maybe?
This one's around 66.
Okay, so if those go over 70, we will guaranteed have ping-pong size hail. So those are things that we are going to watch really closely. In terms of rotation here, Bryce, the rotation's not overwhelming, but it is a supercell thunderstorm, which at minimum enhances hail production on these storms.
Yep, absolutely it does. And this is what we're going to have to watch out for, is a couple of these ones that try to get these little tails, especially when they're out there by themselves before it starts to become a little bit more of a broken line. That's when it has the better chance of starting to spin a little bit. And you're going to notice as we go through this advanced track that these storms are probably going to get a little stronger as they get closer to the river mark.
So this is advanced track looking at 2:30 p.m. You're like, this is right now. Is it right? It is. I think this is an important exercise, right? Because computer models, sometimes they're wrong in the now.
Yeah, they are. And if you get wrong in the now, how can we trust it later? And often in some scenarios, high resolution data just hasn't been very good. This is a good sign.
So what we're going to tell you is this graphic is probably going to answer 99% of people's question. I live here. What time should I expect the thunderstorms? So as we go back to this, I want you to spend some time right now finding your town. You're like, Mark, I'm in Clarksville. It's not on the map. Correct, but that's just north of Louisville.
Right.
You're like, Mark, I live in Corydon in Harrison County. I don't see my name. Correct, but you know you're between Louisville and Hardinsburg. So find your town. This is going to help you. Second, look at the top right part of the screen. You see the black in the banner there? That's the time. So this is going to tell you when the storms are going to be in your area. Storms you can see are widespread at 3:30. These are going to be anywhere from Madison through northern Clark County near Henryville, northern Harrison, southern Washington, so from Salem through, let's say, north of Corydon, and then through around the English area. You can see these are coming into Louisville, and let me just step it back. These are coming into Louisville right around 4 to 4:30.
Yeah, and the hope is that we can get this out of here, or at least mostly out of the metro by the time the afternoon rush comes in. Because once you get to 5 o'clock, you're going to have to come down to a decision to where if this is still rolling through, this is not something you're going to be driving in.
No, because the hail probability, you don't want to take your car out in this.
You don't
Even if it's 30-mile-an-hour winds with hail potential, you don't want to be driving in on the roads. It's one of those things where the second you hear that, it's almost impossible to focus even on what you're doing. It's so overwhelming.
Yeah, and we don't get lines of storms like this and these supercells that roll through in our area during peak heating of the day. We get them every once in a while, but we typically get those left over from the Midwest that roll through late at night, and it's keeping you up all night. Here's the good thing. This is not going to keep you up all night.
It's not.
This is probably going to be gone by the time you go to bed. But on the flip side of that, while that's a good thing, it's also moving through when we have the most energy available.
So at 4 to 4:30, we're talking around Carrollton. Let's say approximately around in Henry County, Eminence. I'm going to put it through Goshen, LaGrange. I'm going to put it in the north side of Louisville. I'm going to put it through around Brandenburg and then into Hardinsburg. Second, you notice on the western edge, it starts to break. Does that fill in, or are the mid-level temperatures just too warm here? That's why that area is not under the enhanced risk. So we move now to 5. Now we've got still that broken line, which is going to be generating damaging to destructive winds and hail to large hail. That goes from around Hardinsburg through around Elizabethtown, through Fort Knox, through Shepherdsville, through Bardstown, northward into around the Taylorsville area, includes Waddy, Peytona, Shelbyville, and then into Frankfort. We can see how fast this is going, Bryce. By 6:30, now we've got southern communities.
Yeah, it's moving. So again, this kind of goes back to our talk about flash flooding. Flash flooding is possible, but it's not going to come in the aspect of this thing sitting over your home for an hour, hour and a half, and it just won't stop raining. It's going to be raining hard, very hard, if you get caught under one of these, but it's also going to be moving. And that's the good thing, is that by the time we get to sunset, most of our area is all said and done with this, and it's further down to our south. So we'll continue to watch how quickly this either outpaces or stays right with data. Right now, data's doing a pretty good job on the placement of it, so it gives us a little bit more confidence on the exact timing. I also want to know, people ask often about like specific neighborhoods.
Did you see?
I saw that.
I want to see.
I don't know if that's new data coming in. I don't know.
Let me check here. It is new data coming in, but it appears to now, unfortunately, be about an hour behind. But anyways, it's 4 to 5 in Louisville. I don't know if I love what I see there. I'm just going to state the areas. 6:30, I'm going to call it from Frankfort. Let's call it 6 to 7:30. From areas like Frankfort, south of Bardstown, near New Haven, to Hodgenville, through around Munfordville. This does show some back building. If that happens, that would raise up the flash flooding threat a little bit. But notice it back builds around Louisville just a little bit. Not 100% sure I'm going to hit the buy button on that, but you can see this is exiting our area around, so I'm going to say our southern communities 8 to 10. Let's call that Litchfield, Caneyville, Munfordville, Horse Cave,
Columbia,
Greensburg, Columbia, and Campbellsville, Springfield. And then by 10, this should have left our area entirely.
And that watch expires at 10 as well. So that kind of goes to the fact that the SPC is seeing the same thing that we are.
So let's touch on this one more time. I'm going to go back to this categorical risk. You can see is now for much of our area and enhanced. Number 2, we have a 45% probability of damaging winds now, including Metro Louisville. And you're like, well, that's south of where the storms are right now, because we think they're going to mature some in the next hour.
Yeah, they are. They're going to move into a little bit more of a wind favorable environment. I put quotes around it because, again, it's still not crazy.
Well, those were air quotes, not true quotes.
Air quotes. And since it's going to move into a little bit more of a wind favorable environment, we may be able to get that damaging wind aspect to start to rise. And as this consolidates into a little bit more of a broken line, that's when we're going to transition more, not completely away from a tornado threat, but more from a tornado threat to that straight line damaging wind threat.
And to Bryce's point on the tornado threat, it's basically similar everywhere. It's about 5%. Could a couple of tornado warnings occur? Yes. Will every one of these storms rotate? Very likely. I think that we will see that. But a rotating storm doesn't mean a tornado producing storm. It does enhance the damaging wind threat. It does enhance the hail threat. Lastly, we're going to look at hail threat. I'm just going to say, I'm surprised this one isn't hatched. I'm just going to say that because Rick and I were talking about this last night. We do think that some ping pongs and maybe even a little bit larger are possible here. Lastly, you have not seen this yet, but I want to show you. This is the Severe Thunderstorm Watch that was issued. Covers every single county within our area. Since we still have you live, what I'm going to do here in a moment is I'm going to bring Rick in, and I'm going to head back into the studio. That way I can start to do and get our show ready. So let me get you caught up on the latest on our warnings here. Bryce and I will do that briefly, and then we will hand off where Rick will step in. And just to all my team, by the way, Bryce has been in here since super early. Rick came in early to work a long day today. Understand that's the level of commitment that we have with the group of people that I work with. And you guys know I'm somewhat biased, but the guys are great. Scott County, Washington County, you are under a warning here. I've noticed now they're moving all of these warnings to 1.5. So ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is virtually on top of Paoli, Indiana right now. I'm going to put the hail core there. It is almost in French Lick, Indiana. I said Paoli. I should have said French Lick. If you're in French Lick, get ready. Ping pong size hail is on final approach for you. Next, we're going to go into our other warning here off to the east.
And this one may be showing some signs of a downburst, maybe, Mark.
Okay.
Let's pull up.
Let me pull velocity on there for you.
There on this one.
Possibly, but that may be some transient rotation.
Yeah, that's true.
It's I'm going to argue that I think this is transient rotation only because I think that this is our away, and I think that this is our towards. Which then means that this then brings up an enhanced risk of hail, which is why they went ping pongs.
That makes sense.
So ping pong size hail is a concern here. Ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are going to be possible. Right now, it's 1-inch size hail for Clark, Scott, Washington, but we think that this one's probably on the trajectory to get to the 1.5 as well. We'll move north. This one is a supercell thunderstorm. You can see the hook structure on it. Scott, Washington County, ping pong size hail. This one, the core of it is near Austin, Indiana. Austin, Scottsburg, be careful. It went through Grassy Fork. This is all heading in our direction. If you're in the Austin area in Scottsburg, which means you need to prepare for ping pong size hail. And then to our north and east, those are not severe yet, but you get the idea here. This is on trajectory to get into Louisville, to get into much of our area, and affect a large portion of our viewing area. So I'm going to hand everything over to Bryce and bring Rick in here. Bryce, I'm going to let you control screen, and Rick will control weather system. I will see you guys on WDRB News at 4, and the stream will continue with Bryce and with Rick DeLuca, and I'll see you guys here in a little bit.
And something I want to note is that little severe thunderstorm warning that popped up near New Pekin and Borden. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly that one does, because it might end up getting absorbed into that supercell just north of there, Rick, the one that's moving through Grassy Fork and Austin, because the path that that's taken, I wonder if that supercell is going to catch up to that one and kind of suck it in and merge.
That's what we're concerned about, mergers, because basically you get two storms and you combine some of that energy, and it can enhance some of that rotation. So, yeah, we are watching these thunderstorms. Again, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And as you mentioned, the watch is now out.
Yep.
It's through 10 o'clock. Now, will these storms be here in Louisville before that?
Oh, yeah, and they'll be out of here before that, too.
Absolutely. And they'll be out of here before that. But this is now a situation where you have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings producing damaging winds and ping pong size hail. And that's the kind of size that can do some damage to your roof. You certainly don't want your car getting pelted by ping pong size hail either. So now's the time, if you have the opportunity to, get your car in a carport, a garage, or just some sort of structure. It wouldn't be the worst idea. Can I guarantee everyone sees damaging hail? No, it's not going to be that way. There's going to be these narrow swaths of Bryce. But in this situation, it's always better to prepare if you can. And in Louisville, you do have the time to do so. You know, in southern Indiana, not so much. It's already happened.
Southern Indiana, it's already here. I mean, it's happening right now. Rick's kind of bouncing around some of these severe thunderstorm warnings again that Mark mentioned. That one over there near French Lick had a little bit of rotation earlier with it, Rick. It doesn't look as impressive now. It had a little tail with it. Back near Lost View right now. We'll keep an eye on that one. Anything that starts to spin would likely just have a small tail on it. We're not talking about huge, long track, violent tornadoes in this setup. There's just not enough wind energy available. And it doesn't mean we can't get any tornadoes.
Right.
But what it means is we're definitely leaning more toward a damaging wind threat, which has been the biggest threat the entire time anyway.
It has. And it's going to take some tree limbs down. There will probably be some power outages. And also, the Storm Prediction Center went Severe Thunderstorm Watch, not Tornado Watch, which is a very important distinguishing between the two, because we're not looking at a higher tornado threat. This is definitely a wind threat, but can't rule out a couple of warnings here. So we're looking at rotation right now. I'm seeing subtle rotation, and here's the thing. Single thunderstorm we have is going to be rotating just because of the nature of these supercell thunderstorms. These are supercells. There is no doubt about it. So right now in French Lick, along 150 through Paoli, and where you see pops of purple is where you can get some hail. And also when you see the lightning kind of intensify, that is a signal that also the storms are upticking a little bit and getting a little more strength. So for now, the storm, it's diving south, it's diving east, and this one means business. So that one storm in French Lick, severe thunderstorm warned. And then we have another one, Bryce, right here, which includes areas like Driftwood, Grassy Fork, down through Austin. And that does cross over 65.
Yeah.
Which means traveling is going to be between the blinding rain, the gusty winds, this is one of those scenarios where you don't want to be caught off guard.
And God forbid you add a little bit of hail in there, and it's going to make it worse. So if you know anybody you have to travel, know anyone that has to travel, maybe you do, especially around the Austin, Indiana area, really from Four Corners down through about the river, you're going to have to run through a few of these storms. And that core is going right over I-65 right now, it looks like. And that one supercell, we kind of mentioned mergers earlier. This one, I think, has the best chance of seeing some merging occurring. That supercell and that severe thunderstorm warning right over Borden right now. I see you and I hear you. I know the winds are gusting there. I've seen a few comments in the comment section. These two are probably going to get sucked into each other and merge, and then it's going to move its way down toward around the New Washington and area, I would assume. So we'll have to continue to see how this plays out as these two try to start to come together now, as this moves a little bit to the south and east. And we've got a couple more of these little storms popping up even back west of there near English, Indiana, just south of that supercell, and probably one of the stronger ones that's moving into French Lick and Paoli right now. So and that's also been upgraded, it looks like, up to the considerable threat and that's 70-mile-an-hour winds, Rick.
70-mile-per-hour winds. Let's keep in mind that hurricane force winds start at 74.
That's a great comparison.
About near hurricane force winds that'll be moving your way, and that's not the only threat. You have ping pong size hail potentially coming down, and let's not mention every single storm is going to have downpours and lightning. There's
of course,
no doubt about that. But people sometimes, you underplay the fact that you can get a lot of rain in a short period of time. I know this has been 2026 is all about flooding. It's been an insane year for flooding.
It has.
And what I would say is this is going to be widespread. Now, you might see, a lot of rain for 30 minutes coming down maybe 4 inches per hour, okay? Is it going to rain the entire hour? No, but that can lead to quick ponding on the roadways, which we've seen.
Yep.
Don't drive through water. This isn't going to be a prolonged flood event or anything. There's not even a flood watch out, but don't rule out the fact that roads could quickly collect a lot of water. And again, you've probably seen it at some point this year so far, so you know the drill. Turn around, don't drown. And Bryce, this storm, there's also maybe another potential that this storm merges with that storm that's south of it in Whiskey Run.
Yeah.
And that thing is going to collide. And all of this is moving into Louisville.
I was just about to say, this is moving right toward the river and right toward Louisville. And this is outpacing data a little bit as this starts to roll through. So I'm hoping what this means is that we can get this out of here as long as we don't see any back building, which someday was trying to show that, but we're not completely sold on it right now. Hopefully we can get the majority of this out of here by rush hour in Louisville, because it's going to come down to where a lot of people are like, my kid's got a ball practice at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Are we going to have it? Is it worth leaving the house? I got to leave work at 5 o'clock. I don't want to hang around the office all afternoon because
Right.
I've been here all day.
Do I leave now? Do I wait? It's you're trying to make decisions.
Yeah,
and I totally get it with severe storms
Yeah.
moving in the metro. You want to make the right decision.
Yeah, and something I want to note is I've seen a lot of people just over the last day in comments here and today. There's a lot of people that are kind of like on high alert with this one because we haven't had an elevated risk for severe weather in a while, especially during July. Kind of catches you off guard. It's not April. I don't think this is a scenario where you need to be freaking out. I don't, to be completely honest with you. I don't think we're going to have 7, 8, 9 tornado warnings. I don't think we're going to have a violent tornado in our area. This is mainly a severe thunderstorm warning fest, and you're going to see a lot more of them as we head through the rest of the afternoon.
Fest.
So, you like that one?
I was pretty good.
We're going to have more. We're going to have more for sure. But I'm hoping that this moves through quick enough to where if you have evening plans of Louisville North by around 7 o'clock, you got some dinner plans or ball practice or something like that, it may be completely gone by then. So it's kind of a double entendre to where it's moving through. It'll be gone for most people to go to sleep. It's not going to keep everybody up all night. But at the same time, Rick, it's moving through during peak heating of the day, which is why these are blowing up so fast.
Right. Well, we've had so many scenarios where the storms arrive at night. Now you end up losing sleep because you're awake, the dog's barking, the kid's crying. But this is during the day. And like Bryce just mentioned, it's peak heating. We have all of this instability that we've built up throughout the day. And we didn't have that morning wave hold together as much as we were thinking initially about 24 hours ago. So it broke apart. You can really think about this as your cell phone. Let's say you plug it in, all right? You charge this thing up to 100%. That's what the atmosphere has done. It is charged up. Now, that morning wave, what it would have done was maybe knock the battery down to 60%, where you'd still have sufficient fuel to produce a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, but you had maybe a little bit less energy. So basically, your phone is plugged in, it's charged at 100%. That 100% applies to the atmosphere that these storms are moving into, the environment, and they have plenty of fuel to work with, which is why every single one of these basically is going severe thunderstorm warning.
I mean, they're all going to go that way, unfortunately. The strongest and the tallest storms we have in our area, the one that's just south, the one that's just south of French Lick in Orange County right now, that one's tall. That one is about, about 53,000 feet. And then the one that's over Borden right now, that's also been upgraded. Yeah, there you go, 51,000. I mean, these are big storms. And this is what we were talking about earlier. When you have this much when you have this much instability, your rising air is, boom, it's going up. I don't know what that was, but yeah, it's going up really, really fast. So you're going to see these cotton balls in the sky and they're going to go up really, really quick. By the way, we've got large trees reported down in Pekin, Indiana, per the Washington County Emergency Management. So that is confirming what we are seeing.
Yep. All right, so we want to focus on that storm then.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, because we're seeing damage now. We're getting reports of damage coming in from the Pekin, Indiana area of large trees, and this is from emergency management.
Yep.
So this is definitely good information. Let's focus in on that Pekin storm.
Zoom in on
reflectivity back on again. We can look at different elements of storms. We can look at how high the cloud tops are. The taller the storm, the stronger it can be. And we're seeing over 50,000 feet with height. That is impressive. And now this is summer. I know it feels like a springtime setup here with the fact that we have so many warnings going on, but this is true summer where we have so much heat, so much humidity. There is no lack of fuel for these thunderstorms. So let's focus in on, there's French Lick,
and
Youngs Creek, Paoli, and that crosses over 37 in Indiana.
Yep, and that one is, let's see here. The one over New Pekin's moving east at about 35 miles an hour. That one's creeping a little bit slower. And the one up in French Lick's moving at about 40 miles an hour. So, I mean, these things are moving. But just to kind of give you an idea, Borden, you're on the edge of this now. You're in the core of it, but it's also sliding east of your area now. So I know it's a lightning fest there right now. The strongest winds are actually a little bit north and south of that right now. So you get down around the St. Joseph area, just north of there, and heading into Henryville, that's where your stronger winds are going to be at right now. This storm has a history of doing damage, not tornadic damage likely, but straight line wind damage. It's knocking down these big trees. And that's another thing to note, Rick, is that the trees right now, they are in full bloom. I mean, they've got all the leaves on them. So I mean, it doesn't take much sometimes. Especially sometimes you don't even know if your tree's dry rotted. The inside of it's rotted, you can't tell
unless you had an arborist out there recently to check things out. I mean, sometimes on the outside it looks fine, but on the inside, you know, it's not doing so well. It's a bit unhealthy, and those ones are susceptible to being knocked down. Not with 70s. It could take maybe 50s or 60s to knock some of those weaker trees down. So we're talking about healthy trees that may even experience some damage. The intense lightnings in Borden Carr, and this is now impacting I-65 all the way from Henryville down through Sellersburg, and this is just north of Jeff.
That's not a fun drive.
That's not going to be a fun drive.
That is not a fun drive at all. I'm going to pull up and see if we can get any of our weather cameras in here. He's got GR2 pulled up. That's okay. But the one that Rick's mentioning, this is sliding to the east. So moving through Henryville, if you live in, let's say, the Sellersburg area, Memphis, Indiana, you are going to be in the heart of this thing right now.
Right.
The strongest winds are
going up in the
right
Metro,
there.
Bryce.
You know, look at that. They're going out ahead of it. So now you may be thinking at home, all right, these are popping up ahead. This is going to nuke the atmosphere. It's going to kill everything behind it. And on a day where we don't have 5,000 Cape, I would probably agree with you. But we have so much instability that our atmosphere, it's going to take a lot to knock this thing out.
I hate to say it, it's kind of like fireworks.
It is.
You know, when you light them and they just start going, and then you put the fireworks too close to this big box of them, I mean, they're just all going to go off.
Yep.
So that's kind of what we're seeing now. Storms developing in Louisville. This is just inside the Waterson. We're looking at areas from Audubon Park through Strathmore. This does include areas like St. Matthews, kind of gapping the Highlands area. But this is about to spread into the Waterson, and it's now, 2:45? It's 2:45, so we're kind of in between the commute. But this is clearly starting to take shape here in Louisville with storms beginning to pop up. Not seeing much lightning with those storms just yet. But trust me, that one, that's coming.
It's out ahead of everything. It's got access to all the juice in the atmosphere. So by the time that gets down to Fern Creek, it will probably be about double in size. And then by the time it gets a little further down to the south and east, say down near like Taylorsville, it'll probably be a decent sized cell if it can stay out ahead of that main line.
Right.
We've got an extension on that severe thunderstorm warning, Rick, the one that was for Borden and Pekin. This one is a much more downstream one and a much larger one. This includes, Goshen is even included in this, northern Oldham County, Underwood, New Washington, Nab, Lexington, Indiana, Scottsburg, Underwood, Henryville. So this is a much wider one. That goes across a good chunk of our area. Let's see.
That one's for 60s.
Yes, and the National Weather Service is noting that this is because these two cells are likely to merge, like what we were talking about earlier. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible as they start to merge together. And that's why this box is really large. If you're like, why am I under a severe thunderstorm warning in New Washington? It's light rain. The wind's not that bad. But that cell that's over near Henryville and the cell that's up near Saluda right now, those two, as we mentioned earlier, Rick, are likely going to start to merge, and that can help this thing to breathe and become a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So that these storms have to breathe, they have to inhale and exhale, and they have plenty of warm, humid air to take in, and that's what storms like to feed on. And storms are smart. They will actually move and chase the more favorable fuel. And that's why you'll see storms sometimes just bend and take a right-hand hard turn, because they want to seek out the best environment for them to thrive, succeed, and keep moving. And that's why we're watching right now southern Indiana. And pretty soon here, all these storms, it looks like they're trying to merge a little bit.
They are.
Where they're coming into a line together. And that's very important, because that would even enhance more of the wind threat. And they still will be rotating inside of the actual line itself. Very important, Bryce, to keep an eye on these storms here. If I can turn on some other hail size just to see what kind of hail we're looking at inside this box. The one near Paoli.
The one near Paoli is probably the tallest.
Right. So
and it's got the most punch to it.
Right. The hail size with the newest severe thunderstorm warning is not for ping pongs. This one is now for quarter-size hail, which is right at criteria.
Yep.
What is a severe thunderstorm? Winds of 60 or greater, or hail, which is an inch in diameter. So we're seeing both of those, but a little bit less hail now. And we're not seeing that considerable 70-mile-per-hour wind tag that we once had on these storms. It doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't.
You have to play it safe with these ones. You know, if you're outside and you're thinking, oh, we're gonna go to the pool in a little bit, no,
don't even bother. I mean, look at the amount of lightning that's close enough to Louisville. Borden right now, it's a lightning show at the moment, and this is moving toward the Charlestown area as well. And Rick's also zooming in on a couple of these storms down near English, Indiana, right along I-64 and right around Oil. That little cell is going up by itself too, and it's getting a little taller. That one's already climbing northwards of almost 60,000 feet. So that thing's climbing very quickly. And that one's also probably going to get sucked into that other supercell that's up near Orange County and about to move into English, Rick.
Yeah. There's a lot happening right now, and it is basically pushing into the I-64 corridor. And with so many road closures and detours around the city.
Mess.
Listen, we've been doing traffic, so I feel like we kind of can talk about the
That's
detours,
very fair.
right? I think we have the right to do that.
That's very fair.
Which again, a lot of people out on the roads maybe not really sure how they're getting there, and you may encounter storms in a detour and be like, oh, I got caught in one of these.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a real potential here. So the rain is now picking up in intensity in Louisville, and it's again, these storms are starting to fire.
I mean,
left and right.
It's already bigger than what it was a couple minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll keep an eye on that one as that one starts to move a little bit further to the south now. One of the severe thunderstorm warnings, the one that was over Borden, it's been let go. It's been transitioned over to that larger one now. So Borden, you're no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. Neither is New Pekin, Greenville, Georgetown area. You are free of that now. The strongest winds with that one are now moving right around the St. Joseph area, about to move into the northern half of Sellersburg. It's about to cross over 65. So if you know anybody driving on I-65 right now, especially between Scottsburg and Sellersburg, you're going to run into some of these damaging wind gusts.
And these storms will be moving from north to south. And also, Bryce, since we're in here, what do you say I put the chat scene on since we have how many people do we have in here, by the way?
We got 2,500. Answer some questions. I know you guys have been waiting.
Yeah.
You've been itching to ask some questions. So let's get to it. We'll try to answer as many as we can. Let's see here.
So you want to start one off here?
Rainy Middletown, Erica. Yeah, that's the one we were just looking at. Starting to get dark in Lebanon Junction. It's already hitting Louisville. Let's see. Any questions? By far, let them.
Any chances in New Albany? This is from Trisha May Smith. Absolutely. So Trisha, I can go right to New Albany right now. So there you are. You have thunderstorms to your south and west. You have thunderstorms to your north and thunderstorms to your east. You're surrounded by thunderstorms. So this will move in your direction. Will it be severe when it gets there? Definitely strong, potentially severe. You're getting a little bit of rainfall out ahead of it, so that may take away a little bit of energy, but be prepared for, in the next half hour, I'd say, this thunderstorm's going to be right on top of you. So in New Albany, Trisha, hopefully that answers your question. Let's see what other ones we got.
Josh Sipes on YouTube's asking, has the tornado potential rose? Josh, I would say no. And the reason that I would say no is because we're starting to see this band of storms sort of come together a little bit. What I mean by that, it's starting to form one line. And there's going to be some broken parts in the line that we'll still have to keep an eye on. But when this starts to come together into one broken line, it's harder to get tornadoes to spin up. It's not impossible. You can still get spin ups. That's how we get what are called QLCS tornadoes or MCS tornadoes. But in this scenario, the best chance of us to get a tornado is if one of these are out there by itself, which they originally started that way, but now they're starting to mesh together. A lot of these are what we call anvil to anvil, and they're going to start to mesh together and try to cool each other off. So for those asking about specific locations, I want you to find where you live on the map. If you don't know where you live on the map, you should know where you live on the map. Any neighborhood in Louisville, you're going to be grouped together here. Okay. When we talk about Louisville, we're talking about Fairdale. We're talking about J-Town. We're talking about even New Albany. We're talking about PRP. When we start getting to specific neighborhoods, it's impossible to tell you whether, a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust is going to move right over PRP or right over J-Town until that storm is already there.
People want the address, the exact time.
I get it.
I get it. It's not the exact science that we can really pull out. This is, and just to prove that, here's future radar.
Yeah, so for everyone that's asking about timing, you may have joined in a little late after Mark left and Rick got here. This is your time.
Right. Here's 3, Bryce. The storms are in the wrong place.
They are.
They are about 2 counties south, or at least 1.5.
And this is the most recent run, Rick. The one that Mark and I, when we first started,
Mm-hmm.
it was picking up on these a little bit better. But this new
Really?
run is falling behind a little bit.
Ugh.
So this is when we have to start questioning how legit is this? Because if it can't get right now right, how are we expecting it to get it right at 5 o'clock, right?
Right. So it's off by about an hour and a half. And unfortunately, not having reliable data is not good. And that's why we're shifting into nowcast mode. What does that mean? It means the data's not great. The storms are here, but so are we. So we are analyzing this as the storms continue to mature, dive south. And so the timing of this is going to be off. I know it says 5 o'clock in Louisville right here. So you're asking in Louisville what time? I would say this is going to be probably closer. It's already happening. So 3 to 5. And I know this shows storms in Louisville just entering at 5, but we know that's wrong. We know that's not how it's going to work out. So then we progress southbound, and you just look at this and maybe not so much focus on the time. And if you do want to do that, add on an hour and a half. So let's say if you're down in E-Town, this is closer to probably, or subtract that rather, this could be closer to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And
We think the data is essentially a little too quick or a little too slow, excuse me.
Right. And then so let's say, you're down in areas like Campbellsville. This could be closer to 6 o'clock. So this is future radar, just kind of giving you an idea. And what you do see are those pops of purple. So see how I move this forward, and you see those little white areas and those little purple pops? Those are hail. Basically, the updrafts are strong enough to allow that hail to get bigger. And the stronger the updraft, the longer that those hailstones are suspended. So it can just get basically bigger and bigger and bigger. The super cooled water droplets collect on these hailstones with these concentric rings. And you can actually see some of those if you do absolutely experience some of that hail. But this is definitely a scenario, Bryce, where we're going to see a lot more warnings. And if I would say there's a good chance that Louisville goes under a severe thunderstorm warning, the way things look right now.
At least part of Louisville, if not all of Louisville. Right. One update with the severe thunderstorm warning that was moving in through parts of southern Indiana. The National Weather Service added another little box on the southern side of that one near Sellersburg.
Storm?
Yeah, they noted it kind of turned a little bit right on them, so it went just south of that warning as this is starting to mesh together. So right over Sellersburg right now, you're getting some decent wind gusts in there. Let me see the knots here.
Louisville is under a warning now. So.
Yep. Part of Louisville is now under that severe thunderstorm warning. So that includes in Louisville, Prospect, Utica, Barber Mead, up toward River Bluff, and then southern part of Oldham County. So we're seeing a little bit of a surge of that wind pushing out in the storm. It's rolling right through Sellersburg right now. If you live in Sellersburg, drop a comment and let us know what kind of winds you're seeing out there. Radar's estimating around 45-ish mile-an-hour winds, but if this comes down near the surface, it'll probably be a little bit stronger than that because this is kind of pushing out into that storm, Rick, as this starts to merge together.
It does have a pretty good wake signature there.
So this is going to be moving right through the Sellersburg area, and the trajectory that this is taking, this should bring it, let's see, this should bring it just south of Charlestown, and it's going to roll right through southern Indiana, right across State Road 62. If you
Morgan Stewart just said very windy in Charlestown.
There you go.
Called it.
If you live right along State Road 62 in Charlestown, especially at the southern half of Charlestown, this is probably where you're going to run into some of these stronger wind gusts, and this can do damage. This is the same storm that did wind damage and did some tree damage over in Pekin. So this is what we're going to keep an eye on. The National Weather Service is noting damaging winds to 60 are possible with that one that's rolling through Scottsburg right now and approaching the Charlestown area, Rick.
All right. So again, people are chiming in about the wind. Jeffersonville just started raining. Yep. So these storms are moving in. And like we said, Louisville now under the far northeastern section, like Prospect, under this warning, goes until 3:30 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail, which is just shy of being severe. It's 3/4 of an inch. So it's not enough to do damage,
right,
but enough to get your attention. Wind clearly the bigger threat with this severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to impact more of Louisville. And we have storms downstream now in Georgetown, and all that is going to be sliding into the metro here very shortly. So I showed you Future Radar had storms in Indiana at 5. It's now at 3 o'clock, and they're in the metro.
Yeah.
So these things are definitely they're moving fast.
They are, which may be a good thing for the afternoon commute. If we can keep this pace, this stuff is going to get out of here hopefully pretty quick. It's getting a little janky, Rick. Over toward like Georgetown, these cells are trying, but they're also starting to merge a little bit. So at the moment, some of these are going to weaken briefly before maybe another resurgence of some of these starts to thrive as this line starts to come together. And this is still going to push out some decent wind gusts with it, but it doesn't look as good as it did about a half hour ago.
No.
As it's rolling into southern Indiana right now. I would definitely say that the strongest storm in our area is that one that's over Sellersburg at the moment. And the one that's moving into Charlestown. There is a decent cell coming through Corydon, or north of Corydon, excuse me, right along the Crandall area, but that's also getting sucked into some of the other storms above it and just north of it. So as these storms start to merge, we're going to have to see how they start interacting with each other, what areas weaken, what areas may surge out a little bit more. Like the one near Sellersburg for the moment, it just started to surge out some as this started to merge together.
Right, which kind of tells you that not every single location is going to end up going under a severe thunderstorm warning.
Right.
I would plan as if you are, just because of the number of warnings that we have out there. But this is a fluid situation now. Everything has formed, it's moving, and now is the time to kind of focus in on just kind of playing the waiting game and just seeing what time these storms will be here. So they are on top of the I-64 corridor right now. Rain and constant thunder coming in from Prospect. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate that comment. Let's see. What else do we have here? So if you live in Grayson County, this is going to take a lot longer.
Lester.
To
it's
get
going
down
to take
to
a
you.
while. And honestly, by the time it gets down there, the question is going to be, is it still going to be severe by the time it gets down there?
Right.
It's still warm down there, but the 850s temperatures down there are also a little stronger, so there's a little bit more of a cap down there.
It's a fight. It's a fight.
It's a constant battle.
Right. And if these storms, which, you know, they already have clearly here broken that warmer air aloft, if you've ever taken a beach ball, like the blow-up ones, and you try to hold that thing underwater, there's pressure.
Yeah, you can feel it trying to push back up.
And then when you let go, essentially think of that as the cap yourself, that pressure, that beach ball goes, whew.
Yep.
I think I stole that from you. It goes
I don't remember.
It goes straight up, pops out of water, and thunderstorms kind of behave in a very similar manner where that cap holds it down.
Yep.
Once that cap's released, you let go, the storm explodes. And that's what we're seeing here with these thunderstorms in this very ripe environment. And now a lot of Louisville is seeing the rain and storms move in.
Yep.
Heavier rainfall on the eastern side, a little bit lighter, but still some pockets of downpours embedded within there right around Audubon Park. The lighter rain now has made it to Shively, the Portland neighborhood. In New Albany, you are not under severe thunderstorm warning, but you do have a ton of lightning, and there is some heavier rainfall, which is knocking on your doorstep. So here it comes in New Albany and Louisville. We are watching these at 3:01, and just to make sure that we cover every single location, we're seeing
Let's see.
a lack of severe thunderstorm warnings here. Will some probably be reissued? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But for now, Paoli, you're on the tail end of this, and if you're up in,
I'll tell you what, I was just about to say
you're
that.
up here, Bedford,
You're basically
you can do one of these.
You're basically done. Now we may see. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you can see that storm up kind of in Jennings County. Some back buildings possible, but at that point, it's a much lower severe threat, and it's more of a maybe a little bit more of a flash flood threat if some of those build back behind it. But you can see there's not a lot behind it.
Can't rule out a renegade like Bryce mentioned, but North Vernon, Seymour, and Bedford, Lawrence, Jackson, Jennings County, this has made it through already. You guys are already done with this. So now what we can do is focus in on where the storms are and then who's next in line.
Velma Chastain saying getting some strong winds now in the Zonton area. Alex Cunningham, lots of lightning in Jeffersonville. Does that mean it's getting stronger? So the one that's moving through Jeff right now, you're probably seeing a lot of the lightning that's... All right. We just got a tornado warning for Carroll County, so we're going to have to go on air. Yeah. So you're going to catch us on WDRB News here in just a minute. They just issued that tornado warning for Carroll County that is included from the National Weather Service over in Cincinnati. So this is where this tornado warning is at the moment. You're going to be able to catch us on WDRB News. We're going to go live and track that out. And, of course, we're going to bounce around and start talking about some of the other severe thunderstorm warnings that are across our area. But, obviously, this one right here is now going to be our main focus. And this one originally was the first severe thunderstorm watch issued, Rick, was for the one in Carroll County. And this one's got a lot of lightning on it as it's moving toward our area. And this one's kind of out by itself.
Right.
It's not helping to merge in there. So that one, again, is going to be out there by itself. This is the one we're going to have to watch where this tornado warning starts to roll into our area now. And the National Weather Service also mentioned they're drawing up a larger severe warning from the current storm that's moving into eastern Floyd and west through Crawford and then through Perry counties right now. So this is what we're looking at now. This is where that tornado warning is in effect, and it's for Carroll County. So tune in to WDRB News.
We've seen numerous severe thunderstorms in our area here, and we've transitioned our coverage from the streaming side, if you're watching us on YouTube or our Facebook page, into now the TV side, where we do now have a tornado warning here. As you guys know, when there's a tornado warning in effect for our area, we always cut in on TV. So let's get you caught up on the latest, where we are. And I've got Bryce Jones and Rick DeLuca that'll be joining me here during this cut-in. The tornado warning was issued for the extreme eastern part of Carroll County. We knew that this was absolutely a possibility here today. In fact, I said yesterday a tornado warning or two would be possible, and that's where we are right now. So let me take radar full here, guys, and I'm going to show you where we have the tornado warning in effect right now. There is so much lightning on these thunderstorms, so I'm actually going to turn that off, because with this excessive amount of lightning, it is almost very, very difficult to see. Bryce Jones joins me right now, and Rick DeLuca will be here momentarily. Bryce, the storm that we're watching is in the far eastern part of Carroll County. In fact, it's just on the fringe of Carroll County, and we'll be leaving. But you can very clearly see this storm absolutely has a hook on it. All of the storms are going to be supercells today with an enhanced risk of hail. Not all will be able to tornado, but this one, the Weather Service decided to issue a tornado warning. And I'm going to come over to your console because you're looking at that rotation. We've got a left and a right. On the right, you can see that area rotation real well where the greens and the reds come together.
Yeah, and another thing to note about this supercell, and the Mark's kind of alluding to, is this one's out by itself. So compared to the stream that Rick and I were just doing with this jumbled mess with now with an extended severe thunderstorm warning to include part of Louisville now, that's kind of all meshed together. This supercell is out here by itself, so it has more to work with. It's just got more moisture to work with, more instability to work with, and it's got just enough wind shear. And Mark, we've been mentioning over the last couple of days that the little bit of the higher wind energy, and it's not crazy, but it's enough, was just on the eastern side of our area, east of 65 toward eastern Kentucky. And I think this is starting to eat up on a little bit of that now as it gets ready to roll right just east of the Vevey area and heading just north of Sanders. This is going to be moving.
This is on 71.
Yes, it is on 71.
The area rotation is about a mile north of 71. It's
north.
Probably going to cross over 71 somewhere near the Sanders area or Glencoe. So that's dangerous. Obviously, if we've got people driving along 71, and let me show you that location, the area of rotation's buried here a little bit back. So that's VV right there, VV, Indiana. Here's 47 and here's 71, Sanders, Glencoe. So the area rotation is going to be coming across 71 right in this area here. between Sanders and Glencoe. I'll put that rotation on there. This actually looks like better rotation on this last scan. That is notable rotation.
Yeah, it is getting
occurring there now.
It is getting a little tighter now. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this. Again, this is about to cross over 71. If you know anybody that is driving on I-71 in Carroll County, right in between, say, Easter Day up through Napoleon, even though that's getting toward the outside of our viewing area, right up near Carroll County. This is where we're going to have to be watching very closely, because this is making sort of a beeline down toward the southeast, and we'll be heading right toward the Glencoe area. So if I back this up just a little bit, this is what Mark was mentioning. It's a little messy rotation here, Mark, and then it gets a little better and a little more tighter. And now we're getting right into the nitty-gritty of this as it rolls right over Highway 47 as it's about to roll right around the Carson area. So we can name a couple of these smaller towns out. Sparta over near the Speedway.
Exactly.
That's going to start to roll right around 71 there, Mark.
And Bryce, what I want to do here is an exercise, as we kind of traditionally do here, and let's let me know who's going to be on which console so I can know. What I want to do here is go over to the analyst, and I would like to do the exercise of trying to assess, is there indeed a tornado in this? So what I want to do is take it to one panel. Rick, are you on analyst now?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got Rick in here as well. Rick, a couple things I note here is there's a little bit of a pop in that hail core here showing up near Glencoe. Be aware that may enhance the hail threat a little bit. And a lot of times when storms get rotation, that can enhance that hail threat a little bit. Let's put rotation values on here, Rick, so we can get a sense of where that rotation is located. So there's something here which I don't actually think is it. It does appear that it may actually have evolved south. Can you take me back one scan here?
Yep.
That's interesting, isn't it, guys? There's an area rotation here and something that has developed right along 71. But this looks like the primary area rotation. Can we look in both of these areas now at correlation coefficient? I want to just make sure that we're not seeing any debris being lofted within these two areas right here. So this is one mark right here. I think that's in the inflow notch, but let's go back over here briefly and take a look. Actually, that is the hail showing up there.
Yeah, this is the hail.
So that doesn't appear right now that there is actually a tornado on the ground, but we've got notable rotation. This appears to be in the hail core, and the area of rotation is southeast of that. So remember, what we call this is a tornado debris signature if one was to occur. The reason we look for this is we obviously tell you there's the possibility of a tornado. Tornado warning means that the storm's rotating. It shows enough of a sense of rotation that we're concerned it could be generating a tornado at any time. If we now note there's a signature that shows it doing damage, or viewers are telling us that it is, we would update that to a tornado confirmed or tornado observed. And if this gets into the elite levels of scenario, we go into tornado emergency. We're in the tornado warning right now, and again, it just kind of appears that we may have two areas of rotation, one near Sanders and then one that's 1.5 miles north of Sanders right now. This one's on the edge of our viewing area. Let's not forget what's coming into Louisville, because I know a lot of viewers are still in the metro wondering what is going on for the city, because Louisville's under a warning. And guys, these are, Bryce, this is prolific.
I mean, these are
prolific lightning producers.
These are light shows, and Rick and I were mentioning, if you're watching us on stream, that at the moment, that was about 15 minutes ago, it looked a little messy, and now it's starting to look a little bit more well put together, and the lightning counts are starting to come up. So these storms are getting taller and they're getting stronger, because some of them are starting to merge a little bit. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes the far western edge of Louisville. So Metro Louisville, Shawnee, Portland area, downtown's included in this, but this is first going to impact folks right along I-64. Georgetown, Indiana right now. You're going to start to feel this really soon. Lanesville, you're on deck. Corydon, you're on deck. Rick, do you know how far this one is?
And let me mention that 60 mile an hour and quarter-size hail for that storm coming into Louisville, Bryce.
Okay, so we're talking about 60s, and this is moving east at 30, Bryce.
3.5.
3.5, and this one has 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Okay, so put that one tracking to the east at 30. So that puts it in Corydon in about 3. If you are in basically Corydon, it's knocking on your doorstep.
It's knocking on your door.
And I'm going to get that
9.
camera set up from Corydon, guys.
Okay, and then Louisville, it's already here, but the stronger portion of this line will probably be here in about 15-20 minutes. St. Matthews closer to 25, and then Shively 30. This storm system is now maturing, and we've seen a lot of cells merge together, and that's why it's transitioning a little bit less from a hail threat to more of a wind threat. We're not seeing the 70s that we once saw, but we are seeing some 60s around the area. In our live camera right now in Corden,
It looks tame.
Well, and those strongest winds also haven't quite gotten into
Exactly.
Corden yet. The strongest winds
Exactly.
right now are riding right along I-64, southern half of Georgetown, right in between Georgetown and Lanesville. It is rocking.
But
there
it's
right
interesting to see. You know, when I looked at this camera first, sometimes when we get like a strong storm coming through, the power will go out.
Yeah.
So the camera won't move. So I was looking at the street to see. Now we do see something falling. I am not sure if that's rain or hail there. That
Based on
looks a
rain.
little chunky.
it does. Based on radar, I would say rain, but
It looks
it's
a little
hard to-
chunky, doesn't it?
it does.
It just could be a very heavy downpour. I'm going to zoom towards the street there because we might be able to see if that was hail. Obviously, all of this is coming towards Metro Louisville, so obviously this would affect. I'm going to zoom towards the roof. The roof may be our best bet because if we do have hail falling on that roof, it'll probably come bouncing off of it. So we should be able to see. I'm going to zoom into that roof that's in the square right there, and we'll see what I'm looking at right now. I don't know if I see anything bouncing, guys. It'll take about 10 seconds for the zoom to come over. It looks chunky. It looks like maybe some smaller hail in there, but it doesn't look like there is large hail right now. By the way, we're getting some reports of damage that has been done by the storm. Trees were reported down in Orange County. We've got a report of emergency manager in Sellersburg and Clark County reporting 3 trees down off of County Road 403. So there we can see the roof. What do you guys think? I don't see hail bouncing.
No, I don't either. It's just now starting to roll into Corden now. And
Okay.
the part where the core is at and where these hailstones are starting to roll in is just north, or just south, I should say, of the oil area. Apollonia, as it moves just south of oil, this is going to be where the highest hail is. And here's a look at Louisville from our newer camera from Lynn Family Stadium. So you're probably going to see the heavier rain starting to roll into the Louisville area now. Now, the good thing is that when we look at velocity, the winds are not ultra strong in Louisville. So right now, it just looks like a plain old thunderstorm. The strongest winds right now are rolling through the heart of Lanesville, right over just south of like Legacy Spring Boulevard. And this is going to continue to push its way east. And you can see these brighter greens right in here, right over Lanesville. This is going to be where you're getting some of your stronger winds
And
out
they're
of.
not crazy, right? I mean,
They're not crazy. It's not going to be the strongest storm you've ever seen, but like Mark mentioned, this storm and these storms have history of doing damage and doing tree damage, and it's easy to happen when those trees are in full bloom.
Rick, you're watching the storm with the tornado warning. I'm going to come back over to you here. Let me know what you're seeing. Or have you seen a change in the rotation?
I have.
Okay,
It's definitely a little more jumbled up. The pronounced rotation that we had right here, which prompted the tornado warning, is actually right there. So there's the actual area of rotation. And then next scan, tornado warning.
Okay.
And then watch as we kind of move this forward,
Okay.
where the rotation, it's not quite as tight. And there's still a little tiny couplet there. What I've also done is I want to go over just to check everything, go through storm velocity.
Still has a hook on it.
Still has a hook. There's still that inflow notch. And then I'm going to go over to correlation coefficient, which I'm not seeing anything
Okay.
that shows a sign of a tornado on the ground
That's good.
doing damage, which is a great thing. But this storm is still rotating, does not mean it can't drop one.
And Rick, it's in a really bad area. This is crossing 71. There's a lot of big
Very
rigs in this
well-traveled
area.
area,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I mean, we've got to be careful. Rick, keep an eye on that one. Bryce, new severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisville. One of the things I want to note about this warning, I'm going to head over the wall on
Yep.
this one, is that the Weather Service chose the words tornado possible. I think a lot of people maybe 5 years ago had never heard of severe with tornado possible. The Weather Service has in their toolbox many choices. So when we are concerned that a tornado is happening, we go a tornado warning. When we think one might occur with little advance notice, we go tornado possible here. So if you're in Metro Louisville and you're seeing this tornado possible and you're like, well, does that mean that a tornado could form with little advance notice? Absolutely. So if that concerns you, and I think it should, then I don't think there's any negative to taking shelter. What we know is that these can indeed produce rotation very, very quickly. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on this as this moves through. Bryce has got me on that rotation here. I would say that the area rotation and the way that we analyze, we always have to know which direction the radar beam is looking through the storm. yeah, we see this a lot online, is people misanalyze rotation for what we call downburst winds. So we know the radar is coming this way. We know that the radar cannot see anything other than what's going towards it or away from it. It does not have the ability to see more. So we see the inbound here, we see the outbound here. Where's the area of rotation? If you're in Middletown, the area of rotation is on top of you. So Middletown, be careful. That's approaching I-64 and the Gene Snyder. Let's use some caution in this area. Remember, we're going to be hawking each one of these scans because these storms can produce tornadoes with little advance notice. Now we're going back over to the tornado warned storm. That one worries me. That rotation is fairly solid here. Can you take me in on that one a little bit tighter? Rick, is this on analyst right now?
The rotations come back up right around Sparta.
Rick, can you give me the orange here? We're talking about 70 knots or so here?
Yeah, 70 knots on the money.
Okay, and then on the green side, I'm going to guess we're 22?
25.
Okay, so we've got about 95 miles an hour of rotation here near Sparta. This is going right over the Kentucky Speedway. If you're in Sparta, you have got to be taking your tornado safety precaution immediately. Not 5 minutes from now, not 10 minutes from now, not, hey, I'm going to grab my camera to see what I can video. This is rotating hard and we need to be careful. This may drop a tornado if it has not already. Rick, I'm going to highlight this area. Can you give me correlation coefficient? I want to see if we've got any debris. We do not, and you're like, well, that's blue, that's debris. No, it's not in the area of rotation. And Rick, okay, so this is under the high reflectivity area. So if this thing does drop a tornado, we should see a notable drop in that correlation coefficient. Let's go back over to that one more time because products come in at times. That rotation is significant. Rick, can you give me normalized rotation on this? I would assume we've got some greens, maybe even yellows in there. There we go. That's that area rotation, 71 right here, just south of 71. That's Sparta. This is right near the Kentucky Motor Speedway. And now let's go back over to correlation coefficient. What we're looking here very, very closely is to determine if a tornado is doing damage. And let me just explain so you can understand. The sea of pink here is rain. What do the raindrops look like? I mean, you've seen it. Raindrops look all the exact same. So if it all of a sudden now starts to look different, let's just say all of a sudden now right in here, we get a blue hole. Now the particle sizes are different. We know that can no longer be rain. If the particle sizes are different, that's either hail, which wouldn't occur in this part of the storm, or it's a tornado. So that's what we're going to be looking at here very, very closely. Very, very notable rotation in Sparta as we speak right now. That rotation is pretty sizable, Rick. That's close to 100 miles an hour. That could be EF1 tornado, maybe EF2 if that touches down, but that's strong.
It's strong, and this is no joke. If you are in Sparta right now, you have to be in your safe place.
Absolutely.
There's nowhere else you should be, and you should be going there immediately. And also kind of, Bryce, if we can go up to that storm that is impacting Sparta on StormView HD, that way we can kind of give you an idea of who needs to get in their safe place and kind of give you some help and advance in terms of this warning. So Long Ridge is definitely one of those locations where you should be in your safe place. Wheatley, this may stay north of you, but just in case. So as we look at this, again, there's a good area that's seeing that strong rotation in Sparta. The storms in Louisville, it seems more like a straight line wind. However, we have a tornado possible tag, so cannot rule out a brief spin up. But in terms of tornadic activity, by far the one in Sparta is the one to watch. And the latest scan has just come in. It's not quite as strong.
What a change.
It is not quite as strong. In fact, it is a lot more broad in terms of the how.
Wow, look at that.
Let's go back to analysts so you can see this here.
That's
I mean, this
insane, the change over one scan, Rick.
One,
unbelievable. How that
two.
thing just basically dove. Can you show me reflectivity? Because I assume we just saw massive occlusion occur there. Actually, still has a tail on it. And clearly has a hail core, but it does look like an occlusion. See the hook there?
Yeah.
And then it reforms on the back edge.
And there's also that storm that merged coming up from Sanders, right?
Yeah, a flanking line on the back.
So that flanking line definitely helped give it a little bump.
Just got a report of a large tree down in Pekin, Indiana. Large tree down out of Goshen. Let's go back over to you here, Bryce. I want you to check out Louisville here, and I'm just going to check our cameras here in the downtown area. This is what it looks like in downtown Louisville. You can see right now in downtown. You're right. It looks rainy. It doesn't look that bad.
No.
On the right side there, we can see there's a little bit of a lowering, which may be a roll cloud out in front of that storm. Let's go and take a look at that. I'm going to go over to Lynn Family, by the way. It's still 90 here in Louisville. That's a shelf roll. So this is going to produce a shelf, and what you'll see as this comes into Louisville is this lowering, this shelf, this lowering out in front of the storm. This lowering out in front of the storm will be the identifier for you visually that we are indeed seeing very, very strong winds moving into the Metro Louisville area. If indeed we get severe, or if these are just strong winds, we will continue to watch that.
But imagine you're driving and you see that.
I mean, it can freak you out.
And let me just check on the warning here right now, because I want to see if they did indeed status Carol out. What I think we're going to do at this point, tornado warning still in effect for Carroll County until 3/4/5 right now. So they have kept Carroll County despite the fact that the warning has left the county.
It probably will not last in Carroll much longer. I can't imagine.
And what I'm going to tell you we're going to do here is at 3:25, a lot of times once we go in for a tornado warning, I can't guarantee that we're not going to get another. It looks like the status did just come down, and I do think they may have just pulled Carroll out. I'm going to go ahead and just zoom in real quickly. They just pulled them Carroll out.
Yep, so Grant and Owen now.
So what I'm going to do here is let's now, Bryce, come back over towards Louisville since we've statused out, and we've got strong to severe with a tornado possible here in Metro Louisville. With that tornado possible verbiage here for Louisville, we're going to stay with this a little bit longer. The warning goes until 4. If they decide to release the tornado possible tag out of that, we might go back over to programming. But for now, I want to stay with this storm here. So, Rick, let's have you on the analyst also turn your attention to a focus a little bit more on Louisville as well here. So, Rick is now looking at the analyst here in Louisville. We have had, Rick, what I'm going to call transient rotation. I wouldn't call this the kind of rotation we saw in Sparta that was going for like 20 minutes. These are going to be more transient, hence the term tornado possible versus tornado warning.
Right. A weak tornado can't be ruled out. It would happen within a scan or two, which is about 30 seconds to maybe a minute or two. So I've taken this back several scans, and this is when we had the tornado possible warning issued for Louisville. And Bryce, as we advance forward, you can kind of see the reds and the greens close together. Strong winds, but watch how they sort of fanned out. And the wind intensity not quite as strong. And we know that because there aren't as many bright greens. Now, if you're in, let's say, far eastern parts of Jefferson County, you still have some stronger winds. That's just south of Crestwood through Oldham County. So the wind signature is not showing so much tornadic, a little more straight line, but still some strong winds, and a quick spin up can't be ruled out. As we go to the other side of the county now, heads up in the west end, because the strong storms that are coming out of Cordon and New Albany are now moving into the metro, and you do see some very bright greens inside there. I'm guessing what? Those are some winds.
They're about 42 knots.
42 knots, so maybe just around 50 miles per hour, we're seeing some stronger winds. So 50 mile per hour winds now, in areas like Shively, down Dixie Highway, all the way to Valley Station, these strong winds are moving in. If it's spinning or not, you're still looking at strong winds, which will most likely lead to some power outages here. So power outage is something with these strong winds that it's going to be really tough to avoid. There's no way around it now. But watching both sides of Louisville as we see strong winds now entering the west end, and this is all moving into Louisville, just making sure that we don't have any, like Mark said, transient rotation or just areas that kind of spin and then stop, and then spin up again and then stop. But for right now, we are not seeing any of that showing up on the western flank that is moving into the metro.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Rick, especially to the fact that how you went back and showed this one that's moving through the Crestwood area. This is the one with the tornado possible tag, but I would not be shocked if that got dropped here soon, simply because of what Rick mentioned, how it's just kind of fanning its way out. I mean, you've still got probably 35, 45 mile an hour winds in there, but you're not seeing a tight couplet like what we saw out in Carroll County. And then when we look at the one back to our west, this is the one that's moving in to west and southwest Louisville now. So when we backtrack this a little bit and go through, this has been pretty consistent, Mark, as this rolls in close to the Ohio River now.
Getting more reports of damage here now. We've got multiple trees and power lines down reported in Goshen. I mentioned that earlier, that I got a report out of Goshen of power lines down as we get rumbles now in Louisville. We've got multiple reports of trees and power lines down in Goshen near Highway 1793. That's the Reading Road area. This is, if you're familiar with the area, 1793 is pretty close to 42 as you're heading out of county. So one of the problems, and we can all speak to this one, radar can only see the winds going towards it or away from it. So when you're looking at storms near Crestwood, if it's a burst downward, the wind will spread out in all directions. In this case, the wind is probably spreading out towards the southeast. There are likely stronger winds than what radar is showing out there. So we are seeing downburst winds occurring here, and it's in an area of Louisville that just simply maybe a little bit more difficult to see. We've still got a severe tornado possible here for Louisville until 4 p.m., 60-mile-an-hour winds. I think we can all agree that that's the primary threat here.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, they've left the tag on there for now, but as Rick mentioned a minute ago, these winds are starting to fan out. So we're probably talking more straight line winds here, which don't get me wrong, can still do damage. But even then, they don't look incredibly strong. So if you live in Beckley, heading towards Simpsonville, about to roll out of Jefferson County into southern Oldham and western Shelby, Todd's Point right now, you're going to get some gusty winds here soon. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this just in case it tries to do something funky, but we believe that this is starting to fan out a little bit. Mark, as this rolls just north of Highway 60. This is going to move just north of the Simpsonville area. But again, that's not the only one rolling through Louisville. We've still got this one rolling through western Louisville now that's starting to approach the Ohio River. So if you live Locust Point, if you live in Shively, if you live in PRP, Valley Station, I'm kind of giving you a little bit of a heads up here that this is going to move toward your area and you are on deck next, but it's going to take just a little bit to get there. Here's a look at downtown Louisville right now. We're hearing a bunch of rumbles of thunder out here right now.
Listen.
But we're just now about to get some of the stronger winds rolling through downtown too.
We've seen some bursts of heavier rain here in downtown. I'm going to just take you through some of our cameras here. There's some of those rumbles of thunder here in Louisville. This is the view from our Lynn family camera right now. And you can see the heavy rain. With the way that this is lining up, Bryce, I'm going to come back over to you here on StormView HD. With this now the way it is and the storms being pressed up against one another, what we're more likely going to see here is downburst style winds versus an area that produces large winds over every portion of the area. Second, now that this is congealed at least a little bit, this may take us from the ability to generate things like maybe ping pong size hail and probably put this more in the 1-inch size hail. If we see any of these storms break away or just kind of separate somewhat, that would mean it's more of a supercell thunderstorm, elevating maybe a tornado threat, elevating maybe a large hail threat. But, you know, if you're in Metro Louisville, I can't imagine the weather. Yeah, I mean, the whole county's now under a warning.
Yeah, it is. And this new severe thunderstorm warning that just got extended, this one does not have tornado possible on it. So that's an important note, is that this does not have tornado possible on it. This one includes the rest of Louisville. So PRP, I'm talking to you. Valley Station, I'm talking to you. Shively, I'm talking to you. You come down toward Meadow Lawn, even further down into Bullitt County, West Point, Muldraw. This includes multiple counties in our area. We're going to go ahead and name some of them off for you. Obviously South Louisville that I just mentioned, but also Hardin, Harrison, South Louisville, and then Meade County are all included in this because this is now a big line of showers and storms. And if you were watching Rick and I on the stream, we mentioned how now that these are starting to merge, this line's becoming more of a broken line, and it's probably starting to lean toward more of a damaging wind threat than it is a tornado threat, Rick. And you can start to see some of these winds popping up as well, Mark, as it gets down toward the Loddick corner area, New Middletown, Dixie, Indiana, and now that's been extended further downstream because the NWS believes this is probably going to continue.
And let's go, Bryce, if we could, put back a reflectivity on. And Rick, if you could get me the speed on these so we can get a good track on these, Bryce. Let's track this. And because we have multiple areas coming through Louisville, I want to do multiple storm tracks here so we can get a sense on each portion of line and everybody within our area. I get it. You know, when anybody asks the question, you know, am I going to see thunderstorms? The first thing they ask is what time and what should I expect where I live? So I want to do some storm tracks on portions of this storm, and we'll focus on where the cores are the tightest, because this area out in front of Brandenburg is probably not going to generate as strong of winds. So Rick, what are we talking about on speeds on these?
We're looking southeast at 40 miles per hour, 40.
So we haven't seen any big substantial change in winds, the speed of them. If we were to see a massive uptick in terms of the damaging wind threat, we would probably see that storm speed up. And you're hearing lightning, and you're probably seeing behind those guys the computer monitors flashing. That means that we have
Power
lightning
surge.
right.
I was going to say that one was pretty loud.
That was
That means we
close.
have lightning around the station here. So 6 minutes from now in the Heth area, Brandenburg, 14 minutes. 14 minutes, Brandenburg. That is 347, potentially 60-mile-an-hour winds. Davidson, you've got that around 22 minutes from now. Muldrow, 27 minutes from now. Gaffey, Heights, 36. And Flaherty, Kentucky, 42 minutes from now. Bryce, let's continue the exercise now. I want to tighten in a little bit on southwest Louisville. Let's do 2 portions. We've got to watch here, and let's go over to just velocity briefly. I just want to see what we've got here. Radar's got a pretty good view on this, Bryce, near Shively. Let's throw velocity on here briefly if we could, just so I could take a look. Core of strongest winds coming right now down Dixie Highway, Shively, PRP, this core right here that's coming across the Ohio River. This could be producing some 50 to 60s. Our trees are in full bloom here. Whether it's 50 or 60, I'm going to tell you right now, it's irrelevant. Both of those would do some damage. So Bryce is going to track that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to zoom that back out a little bit more because it's moving at 40 miles an hour here.
Not a
so
problem.
we're going to include more of Metro Louisville here.
And let's just get that. Yeah, exactly. So Bryce is just trying to make sure that he gets where the area of the strongest winds are. And if it's 38 or 40, we're good here. So 2 minutes from now in the PRP area, Valley Station, 6 minutes. So let's go ahead and be careful right now. There's a damaging thunderstorm with potentially 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through Metro Louisville. If you're in Valley Station, PRP, Newburgh, these are some of our core county, our core portions of the southwestern side of Louisville. Here's Preston, and then Mount Washington around 30 minutes from now. Let's go ahead and prepare for 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through county. That's the southwestern side of the county. Bryce, let's now move this towards the eastern portion of the county. We know that the storms have done damage. Interestingly, can you back this up maybe 15 minutes? So let's try to take that to around 3:15. I just want you to notice that the storm didn't look that intense near Goshen because radar can only see wind going towards it or away from it. We know that the downburst winds are going to be going this way. The radar is looking in from here, so it's just not going to see that well. A couple things to note here in terms of rotation.
I want you to watch a potentially downburst.
Okay, can you show me that, Rick?
Showing up right there.
So possibly here.
Right.
Oh,
right
you're
along.
talking, okay, this guy over here. So there's multiple wet downbursts that are going to occur in this scenario. What is that? It means that our wind energy is not crazy. We told you that from the beginning. We've got wind energy. We don't have elite wind energy, but it absolutely is adequate to generate severe. In this scenario, a lot of times what you're going to do is drop these downburst style winds. And if you could, Bryce, can you take me over to Lynn Family? It looks like some super strong winds coming through Lynn Family right now. So this is the warning here, and this is Lynn Family, our camera. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
rocking.
see some of those lightning strikes, and the camera's shaking. Looking on the highway there, obviously things that we would look for. We've got a lot of these big rigs going. Obviously, they have their wind sails. And you can see every time you get that flash there, that's lightning. But these vehicles would be more susceptible to a northerly wind coming across 71 or 64 and have a propensity to tip. So those are things that we obviously have to be really careful on our east-west roads with strong northerly winds coming through. Back over to radar here, and let's finish our tracking. Let's track this part that goes from Shelbyville through around J-Town into the southeastern part of Louisville, southern Shelby, and then into Spencer County, Kentucky. This one's going to be producing winds probably in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range as well. So that puts it in Benson 3 minutes from now, Bridgeport 9 minutes from now, Taylorsville 20 minutes from now, and Lawrenceburg 36 minutes from now. Even if this is not severe, Rick, this is not the ideal time to get storms in the metro.
No, not at all. I mean, 3:36. I know a lot of people, you're trying to make a decision. Do I wait this one out? If you're in Louisville, absolutely. This will be gone in the next 30 to 45 minutes, completely out of the county. So I would highly, highly urge you to just stay put. You're in a safe place, remain there, and let this storm pass on by. Because with the amount of rain, the vivid lightning, and those gusty winds, which are clearly showing up from our Lynn Family Stadium view, those are things you don't want to travel in. So for now, we've kind of transitioned away from these larger hail threats to more of a wind threat. And there is a look at downtown Louisville right now.
Doesn't look terrible.
Doesn't look terrible. The rain's not as heavy as it once was. And once these storms roll through, this will, I use an analogy in the stream that it's like having a cell phone battery that you charged. It was 100%. So what this is going to do is wipe away that charge that we have around the metro, take the fuel, take that energy away, and that's going to allow for the storms to be focused to the south and we've kind of shut things down from north to south. So in southern Indiana, really you can kind of wipe your brow and just take a deep breath and know that these storms are on their way out. But in Louisville, Bryce, they are all over the place right now.
Yeah, and something I want to mention is down into southwest Louisville. So Shively, especially heading down toward PRP and Valley Station, you see the amount of lightning that's on that cell right now and how strong it's starting to roll through. I know this part of the area saw a lot of power outages this last Friday night. I lost power for about 4.5 hours in my home myself. We had some trees down as well. So those strongest winds are rolling right up to about where the Waterston is at the moment. And you need to watch out for some flooding as well. We've got flood advisories out for Louisville and across a good chunk of our area. Shelby through Oldham and over towards I-64 back towards southern Indiana. So some of these stronger straight line winds are about to roll probably around, say, Dixie and Rockford as you come up along the Waterston. That's probably where some of these straight line winds are pushing their way on through, right in between PRP and Shively. You come up here toward Texas Roadhouse, you come down toward the IHOP Applebee's merger. This is going to be where this is pushing through, and it's heading toward around the Iroquois Park area. So this is the leading edge of that now. The strongest winds right over the heart of PRP and Valley Station. You come up again toward Rockford, you come up toward Lower and Upper Hunters. This is where the heaviest and the strongest winds are at right now. And again, I know this is an area that saw some power outages this past week, so you may have a little bit of some of this straight line wind PTSD from this past Friday night. So just stay inside for now until this passes, and Mark, hopefully we can get this thing on out of here pretty quick.
And you know what, speaking of power outages here, I think it makes some sense here to take a look. So Oldham County we know has had some damage. Yeah. We know that there are reports from the emergency manager out of Oldham County that we've got numerous trees and power lines that are down near Highway 1793. It's the Reading Road area, if you're familiar with this area. And you can see we've got 1,800 without power. Now there already have been some power outages obviously occurring in Louisville. Is 1,000 a massive number? It wasn't a massive. Bryce, there were 2,000 without power. Was it Saturday or Sunday? I don't even remember anymore. I think it was Saturday.
I said Friday night. Yeah, you're right.
But you were one of the, there were only 2,000 without power. You were one of those without power.
Lucky ones.
That's kind of the thing. You say only, but if you're one of those people without power, it's not only.
I mean, there were some folks that told me on Sunday morning during the morning show on the weekend that they still didn't have power. So mine came on at about 11:30. I was without for about 4 hours, which I mean, if you have a kid, if you have a toddler, you need to put down. Right. It makes it a whole headache. But I mean, there were some folks that had it for longer than that. So a tree falling on a power line is all it takes. And there's some large trees down in that portion, and with a lot of them being really close to some of the homes down there. Here's another look from downtown Louisville, Mark, and it is
looking
pumping through Louisville.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want to be driving in. So we got a report here on 64 near the 114-mile marker in Lanesville, Indiana, that there's a multiple vehicle crash. We don't know if that is related to weather, meaning wind, or is that just torrential rain? But I think either way, that at least elevates this concept that if this is heavy rain alone, we're getting multiple vehicle wrecks being reported. So we need to use real caution. Yeah. I think that's going to do some damage here in the southwest side of Louisville, Bryce. That is a pretty good, solid wind burst that's occurring right now, heading into Bethany, PRP. And as you noted, this is exactly the area along Dixie that got the damage here just a couple days ago.
Yeah, so it's crossing over Dixie now, those strongest winds are. I mean, we're not talking elite level here. We're not talking, I mean, I'm not going to come up here and tell you to expect 80-mile-an-hour winds or anything. Now, we're going to have to watch for some downbursts through here as well, like Rick was mentioning over towards Shelby County, because that can do more of the straight line wind damage as well. But I mean, right now through PRP, the heart of it, we're probably talking about some 55-mile-an-hour winds or so that are rolling through there right now. And this is crossing again right over around Terry, crossing over Dixie, and about to head over through Upper and Lower Hunters Trace. So Dixie Manor area starting to see this. Well, let's focus a little bit further east now, because this is kind of down the line. Auburndale, Arnoldtown Road, Waverly Park area, that's going to roll through there soon. Kind of right over the heart of Auburndale. And then you go down toward Peniel a little bit along the Snyder. If you know anybody that's going to be driving on the Snyder, if you yourself have to, here soon, that's not going to be the last place that you're going to want to be, Mark. I mean, these interstates are going to be a mess.
It is a deluge right now in Jefferson County. Let's not underestimate that this is the kind of rain that you can't drive in. People will be pulling to the side of the road. They will not be able to drive. People will, the downtown area.
Yep.
So 65, fortunately, we're not going to be driving on a lot of those 65 areas. like Arthur Street where we always get that flooding, but like 6 Mile is a notorious flood area on the U of L campus. Obviously, there's multiple underpasses there. We can get significant flooding. So these areas are going to fill fast. The good news is it's transient, it's moving, it won't be there forever. Also worth noting, look, this is not our viewing area, but if you remember, we had a tornado warning earlier.
Yeah, check that out.
That storm that went from Carrollton to Sanders stayed tornado warned, and now the Weather Service has confirmed tornado on the ground west of Mason, Kentucky. So this is not a tornado possible. You'll notice the warning is a purplish kind of magenta color. We chose that color because we want to say alert, and that means that there's a tornado confirmed on the ground here doing damage. This is not what you want to see, but we've got obviously a lot of problems around our area. For our area, thankfully, much of this has been damaging winds, but nonetheless, we have seen some transient rotation here that has been occurring near the Shelbyville area. I'm going to take a little bit of a scope in here because at times there's been some very, very minor rotation in here.
Yeah.
And remember, this is the area with the severe tornado possible. It's right over Shelbyville. It's transient. I would tell you right now, it's not very strong. So am I ultra concerned that this could be generating a tornado right now? I'm going to tell you I'm not ultra concerned about that. But in county, obviously, we've got our camera here in Simpsonville. Let's take a look at what's going on in Simpsonville. The golf course, looking very green. It's nice to see those trees. One of the things we always look at is if the storm has done damage, Bryce, there'd be two things that we look for. Is we would look for, obviously trees being down or power outages. But in this case, we're not going to see power outages. The trees look upright and fine, which is good. This is good news. I said this earlier. You and I were in the stream originally. We said if the wind energy was a little higher, this would be elite.
Oh, absolutely.
And we said that we would get numerous warnings on this, but we didn't really feel this was an outbreak.
No, and I know a lot of people probably were a little bit more on edge with this one because it's been a little bit since we've had a enhanced risk or a little bit more of an elevated risk for severe weather in our area. But I mean, by no means is this a high level event. And that's kind of what we've been talking about. It's just July. And a lot of people, when you think of July, you think, all right, a couple severe thunderstorms. You don't think what's happening in Louisville, where you can't even see. This is for, I don't even know where this is from. This is Linview.
This is Lynn family. 800 building. That's 800 building.
Man, yeah, it's like you can't even see anything.
You were looking to see if it really is the 800
I was like,
building.
I can't even tell where I'm looking at right now. This is the last thing you want to be as out on the roads right now. If you get off at 4 o'clock, give it an extra 15 minutes or so. Let this get south of Louisville. Now, here's the good thing, is that as long as we don't see any back building from this mark, hopefully that means that this will kick its way on out of here by the time the afternoon rush hour. So if you're watching this at work right now,
it's really good.
Hopefully it'll be south of Louisville by the time you leave. Now, if you get down toward Nelson, Bullitt County, that's going to be where it may still be moving through for the afternoon rush.
Yeah, and I'm going to just take a look here. The area that we have the strongest winds right now in Metro here is going to be now in Valley Station, PRP. This is approaching the Hillview area and ultimately moving towards Shepherdsville. I'm just going to look at this quickly from an alternate radar source, only because it might actually allow us to get a better view on full wind profile here. Wind profile from the terminal, just so you know, Bryce, is not very different. It extends basically over to Newburgh. So I don't think that South Central or Southeast Jefferson County right now shows as much of a signal of strong winds as what we're seeing in the southwestern side of the county. I'm curious because the power outage map will be something that's a real-time indicator. Last time we were at 900 without power, we're still 900 without power. So it does appear some damage has occurred in Louisville. It doesn't appear that large amounts of damage have occurred here in Louisville, which of course is what we would much, much, much rather see than anything else.
Right.
But looking at those strongest winds right now, I'm just going to head over to the weather wall here real quick. We're going to look at the area where we've got the absurd rain, where we have the best signal of wind. Number one, the orientation and the way this is located now, I think that the tornado threat was never high, but I think it's even a little bit lower. We said that damaging winds would be number one, large hail would be number two, and we did get some potential for ping-pong size hail during initiation in the northern part of the area. We're now watching very, very strong winds that have gone through the Auburndale area and approaching Fairdale. Are these severe at 60? They may not be. These may be 50-mile-an-hour winds. They may be 40. But this is the core of the strongest winds that we're seeing right now. Radar is showing about 35-mile-an-hour winds, but remember, not all the wind is going exactly at the radar, so there could be an off-axis a little bit, meaning a little bit higher. But this now is crossing over the Gene Snyder. And let's go a little bit further off to the east, and let's go through most of Jefferson County. Little oddity.
Yeah, I just
right
noticed
there.
at the same time you did. It's a little pop. I'm going to come back over to analyst real quick, and you can see a little bit of a pop right here.
Can you take that back just one scan and then
east
forward
of-
one? So this is on the forward flank of the line. What we're looking at are the reds and the greens next to each other. There is a little bit of transient rotation that has been on 2 scans here. It's near Fairdale. I think it's something that we watch. I think it's something we watch closely.
It's on the leading edge of that. That's not tornado damage.
So let's just make sure here, show reflectivity, just so we can explain to you what Bryce just mentioned. That's in an area where there is either no rain or very little. There's the new scan.
Yeah, there's the new scan.
So now you can see that rain overtaking. I mean, most of Jefferson County, I don't think that anybody's going to complain about getting rain. This is a good rain for everybody. But the heavy rains now in Fairdale is in the Heritage Creek area.
And that new scan mark doesn't look as good either.
Let's take that back one scan just so we can verify exactly we're looking at the same spot right here. Back one more. Okay, so it appeared in Fairdale. There wasn't much here. It appeared once it hit Fairdale off towards the east. It looked like it was weak. And then moving forward, Bryce, it looks like that may have just kind of gone away. This is it right here.
Yep.
So there's still a little bit here. Obviously, it's something we watch. It's heading towards Hunter's Hollow, Hillview. If that comes up a little bit, we would pay a little more attention. But this is an area, at least, where we're seeing some very weak rotation. In terms of the strongest winds here in southwest Jefferson County, that's ongoing. Bryce, we may be getting a wet downburst here now.
Yeah, I just noticed that same time you did, right over Hollow Creek.
Yeah, that is a wet downburst that's occurring right now. So what we know that the radar is looking at is across here, like while the reds and the greens are next to each other. The orientation would indicate that the air has gone down and is now spreading out like this. So this is a downburst. North of Okolona, there may be strong winds here. And then this is the Hollow Creek area. So reference point here, this right here is Bardstown Road. That's Fern Creek. This is the Gene Snyder. So right here is going to be the Walmart. And then as you move upward here. So that really strong area of winds here is just really north of Hollow Creek. This will be in Fern Creek. I'm going to say near the Walmart, probably near that Kroger, probably in about the next 6 to 8 minutes. This one could be producing some damaging winds. This is a candidate where we haven't seen strong winds, but this is definitely a candidate to generate some strong to damaging winds. Let's pull that out now just a little bit more, Bryce. I just want to inspect to see if there's anything out there that also jumps out to us. Let's go off to the eastern and northeastern side of Louisville just so I can have a look. There was a very, very weak area rotation near Shelbyville. Not overly impressed with what I'm seeing here.
So either.
Some higher pops here around J-Town. This is Anchorage right here, Middletown. These are probably going to be mainly some 40s, but there could be some 45s in there. And let's now pull the radar back on top of this and go back over to our other system here so we can take a look at what we've got from a reflectivity perspective so we can just get a sense, and you can see. If you're in Louisville, it is absurd and torrential rain. And Bryce, we now have a new warning that has now gone past the storm coming out of Louisville, southeastern side of Louisville. Did they go tour possible?
No, they did not. This one, they let go of the tour possible on that one, which is a good thing. You can tell this line's kind of coming together a little bit more, and a little bit more of a broken line. But when it starts to come together like this, you transition more from tornadic rotation more to some wet downburst, some straight line wind damage. And this is another one that's been extended way out, but without the tornado possible.
But I think that says a lot.
Yeah.
That means the Weather Service is convinced that this is going to pose a severe weather threat for some time. Hence the reason they have it out for so long.
Yeah.
Just want to let production and our news department know we are going to go into the 4 o'clock newscast since we're so close. We'll keep it in here with the coverage, and then we'll go into the 4 o'clock newscast. And then we will, once we hit the 4 o'clock, assuming we don't have additional warnings, we would allow the 4 o'clock to go off as scheduled. So the 4 o'clock newscast would run as scheduled. Rick DeLuca here, number one, let me say thank you. You guys may or may not know this, but as a weather group, one of the things that we have to deal with, obviously, is covering severe, but we also have to prep for the show. If you were watching earlier when we started this, I was actually in the stream with you, Bryce. I left, and Rick came in and then was doing the stream. Rick, you probably noticed, didn't talk for the last about 6 minutes because Rick had stepped away. grab the 7-day forecast. Rick, I know you pretty well, and my friend was updating some graphics because Rick knows I've got to go on TV at 4 and make sure that we have those graphics created. But the behind the scenes that you don't see of the, we're masters of this, I would say. We call it nonverbal communication.
We just know each other's thoughts almost. We are with each
eyes.
other almost
Way
as
too
much.
much.
We're with each other almost as much, if not more, than our family sometimes. So we know I know how Mark thinks, Rick knows how Mark thinks, and vice versa.
And we even know the joke that they're about to make before they actually make the joke. So Rick, you're back. Thank you for updating those graphics here.
problem.
Rick, I'm most concerned, and I'm going to come over to you because I see you hunting this. That area near Brandenburg is a good candidate to generate some 60 plus.
I don't like the way this one looks.
It just popped up too.
Yeah, I'll throttle back a little bit, and what you can see is basically this bowling ball of wind that's coming down the Ohio River. So right there in Brandenburg, now approaching Laconia, and this does have some winds of about 58 knots. So that would be like 65 mile per hour winds.
And that's what are we talking about? That's still pretty close to the ground. What are we, maybe 1,200 feet, I'm going to guess?
600.
So that's
lower.
probably producing 65ers.
Yeah, so that's why again, this is going to move. Bryce, if we could do this, he's tracking it. He's already
Okay,
on top.
let me
So
head over to
35 or
Bryce.
40.
And can we verify that is moving off to the east-southeast?
Yeah, this is moving toward like Buena
So
Vista and
the
West
interesting part of this is clearly a downburst.
Yeah.
Because the storm was moving southeast, but Bryce, this area of higher winds is now triggered more of an easterly direction.
Yeah, so it's kind of doing its own thing now, and this is going to bring in some straight line wind damage potential here. So if you live in Davidson, you got about 4 minutes. Molddraw down toward the northern Bullitt County area, getting closer to Fort Knox. You got about 10 minutes. Happy Hollow 12 minutes. Medora 18, Barrelton 23, and if it can last this long, it would be in the middle of Shepherdsville in the heart of Bullitt County here in about a half hour. But I mean, in these cases scenarios, Mark, this is a very quick evolving kind of thing these downbursts are. They can happen in almost in an instant.
Getting a report now from Kentucky State Police Post 5. This is the storm that came out of Carroll County and went into Owen County, that there has been a home that has been destroyed in Owen County. Others may be damaged in the same area. This is likely why the Weather Service then upgraded to the tornado confirmed, because we do know that damage has occurred. If you're in West Point, you need to be careful. Some 60-mile-an-hour winds are en route, and Metro Louisville, southern side of the county, is going to be the area we watch. But if you're asking me, Mark, where do you have the greatest concern of winds that are doing damage? I'm going to tell you it's near the Laconia area and Brandenburg. And this is coming across the Ohio River. Brandenburg, 60, 65 mile an hour winds are possible. This one is probably going to do some damage around town. So I would stay away because we know that the winds are moving from west to east. I would stay away from the north and the western side of your home in case a tree is to lay down. We know that it would lay down to the east, southeast. If one lays down and you're on the western side of the structure, it could lay down and hurt you. The area of strongest winds here, Rick, can you give me some of these points? One north of Laconia. I've got a couple of pockets here just near West Point, and then one that's east of Brandenburg. You're in Laconia. Tell me what you have on the peaks there.
I've got 52 knots.
52 knots is around 61. Rick, right here, that's right along the Ohio River. Just
That
west.
one's 55.
55. Rick, what are you about 400 feet off the ground? 300 here?
308. Yep.
So that means that we're very close to 60 right now near West Point Molddraw. Take caution. This one's likely going to do some damage. Be careful. And then, Rick, I see on the Brandenburg one, we know it's about 600 to 700 feet above the ground. What are your peaks here?
We're looking at about 54.
So we've seen at least a slight downward trend. Why does that happen? If you ever have done this, if you have a cup of, let me just say a bucket of water, you turn it over and spill it. When the water hits the ground, it spreads out real fast, right? And then as it goes away, it starts to slow down. Downbursts are no different. It's literally a big drop of air out of the storm, hits the ground, spreads out. And in that initial spread out period, the winds are the strongest. As they start to spread out further and diffuse, the winds tend to weaken a little bit. So that may be why we're seeing that come down a little bit. A little bit of a small downburst signature here in the Heritage Creek area. We've seen one that was near Fern Creek. Let's go back to that one real quickly. Does look like this one is producing another downburst right here because we've got inbound and outbound right here. This is clearly a downburst right there. That still is the downburst. So this is going to cross over Bardstown Road directly on the Gene Snyder. So if you're familiar with this area, what's located here, the Walmart's over in this area. This is really a highly traveled area. Obviously, Bardstown Road and Gene Snyder, we've got to be careful on that one. As we go into Shelby County here, we've got some downburst structures here, but I don't know about you guys. I'm not seeing anything that really lights up as out of control there right now. I still think that Rick identified that area near Brandenburg as probably our king right now of the wind producers.
Yeah, that's definitely the one that we're watching most carefully. And inside the metro, we still have some of these downburst winds, but there are winds now backed up west of Laconia, Concordia, Battletown, New Amsterdam, Alton, all seeing some of these stronger winds downstream a little bit. So you may get hit with winds once, and you may get hit with winds twice because there are definitely more wind signatures off to the west. But for right now, areas in West Point, buckle up, get ready. We have some winds moving your way close to 60 miles per hour. While you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, it's very possible one should be issued for this.
And let's take a look at power outage map.
Oh, look at there. There's
I mean,
the jump.
we knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
We knew that this was generating damage here. So if we could let news know that we have 4,000 people without power, if they can identify where those power outages specifically are, and then we might want to mobilize crews to get into that area to see what occurred. But we also know, and just let news know, Goshen, in the Reading Road area, we have multiple trees and power lines down. That's an area that we'd want news to inspect. And then obviously in Metro Louisville, I suspect that a lot of these power outages are going to be coming on the southwestern side of town. That is where our winds were the strongest. And then we can get news to identify what is occurring there. WDRB News at 4 is going to start in 45 seconds. Just so you know, we'll start the newscast, come back over to weather here to do a little bit more coverage here. I'm going to let Bryce go because Bryce has been here for too long and Bryce needs to get some sleep. And Bryce, by the way, come in a little bit later tomorrow because you worked a long day
I wonder
today.
if I have power. I'm about to check and see if I have power right now.
Are you looking at
I live in Southwest Louisville, so
do you have a camera at your house or are you doing the app?
I do have a power. I mean, I do have an app. LG Genie app's going to tell me.
So 4,113 people without power. For reference, this is about twice the number of people that lost power here on Saturday. We continue with storms across our area. The severe thunderstorm warning, interestingly enough, has been allowed to expire near Brandenburg, which is one of those areas where we did see a downburst occurring here. WDRB News at 4 starts right now, and we'll continue with some weather coverage.
We are picking up right where we left off today at 4. Severe thunderstorms moving through our area right now with the chance of tornadoes.
Weather, the big story of the day. Let's get right to our chief meteorologist, Mark Weinberg, and his team, who've already been in extended coverage leading up to our newscast this afternoon. Hey, Mark.
Hi, guys. The view out of our Lynn Family Stadium camera may be the most absurd shot I've ever seen from our Lynn camera. Can we just take that shot full? This is on the back edge of those severe thunderstorms that are moving through Louisville. Two things you see here, Rick. The strong thunderstorms that came through with just exceptional tearing to the clouds and blue sky.
Blue sky.
So we talked about this. This is transient. This is moving quickly. This is not something that we're going to be dealing with for the entire evening.
No, but Louisville is now under a flash flood warning until 7 p.m. So that is the highest flash flood that we have there. Not the emergency, just below that, but it's not an advisory. It's not a watch. That red indicates that we do have flash flooding. Law enforcement has reported this. So there are areas, small creeks and streams may be rising. Again, several inches of rain falling in a short period of time on a lot of concrete, asphalt, just substances that don't absorb the rain. So flash flood warning in effect until 7, Mark.
And we may be getting a new tornado warning here momentarily. Just let news know. The Weather Service has noted that they've upgraded the warning now heading into Fort Knox. The warning that heading into Fort Knox right now, let me get that on here as it stands. That one is for 70-mile-per-hour winds for Hardin, Harrison, Jefferson, and Meade County. So this is an elevated warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is the area that Rick DeLuca had identified as potentially producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is a dangerous thunderstorm right now. The core, the strongest winds on the storm right now are exactly at the radar site. I believe a new tornado warning was just issued, and it was. Let news know we're going to have to stay in weather coverage here for some time as we have a new tornado warning that was just issued. This tornado warning right now is in effect. Let me get the information on this one for you. Tornado warning here in effect for Bullitt, Hardin, and Meade County. This is what we call a shorter fuse warning, Rick. So this is for 30 minutes. What that means is the Weather Service is not completely convinced how long it's going to last. But we have a new tornado warning here that was just issued. Rick, and I'm going to say one thing here. The area that this is located is like on top of the radar. It's heading into the cone of silence.
Right.
It is literally going to hit the radar.
It is going to hit the radar. And what Mark said, the cone of silence, what is he talking about? If you look at the radar, notice there's no data basically around that hole. And that is essentially where the radar has to be tilted up to avoid trees, to avoid buildings. But by doing that tilt, you miss out on some of the data in that cone of silence, hence the silence. But looking at that, it's rotating, now moving right into that radar site. And if we lose radar, we know.
I mean, I know these things sound weird, what Rick just said, if we lose the radar, but look, if a tornado occurs here, the radar site gets hit, it can either take out, it can be simple. It can knock the power out to the site. It can damage the radar. There's many things that can happen. Now, you need to be very worried about this if you're in Fort Knox, West Point, Shepherdsville. These areas, you need to be really, 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 really concerned. Rick, I'm going to head over to the weather wall. What I want to do here is I want to get a sense of where we are and if there is debris occurring on this. So let's go over to analysts, as I know you have analysts focused in on this storm. You can very clearly see where the greens and the reds come together. Kevin at the Weather Service here, he's the meteorologist in charge, noted that they were going to drop a tornado warning on this. And I'm going to tell you this, 100% right on that move, because you can see there is very clearly rotation here. Rick, this is Dixie Highway from West Point to Muldrow. It is crossing Dixie Highway from West Point to Muldrow towards Fort Knox. This is a highly populated area. If you're in Fort Knox, I need you guys to take your tornado safety precautions. I need you downstairs. I need you underneath something. I need you in the center part of the house, and I need you to keep away from windows. If you have kids, I'm just going to give you a way maybe to take the energy down a little bit as they're taking cover. Say, Mark just mentioned that there could be a tornado, so what we're going to do is play a game called Duck. And Duck stands for D, means downstairs. U means underneath something. C means center of the house, and K means keep away from windows. Maybe even you can buy a duck and put it in your safe spot, and that way when you get a tornado warning, you can let your kids know that we're going to play the duck game. And that way I've just found that over the years, it can ease some of the anxiety, because let's be honest, this causes anxiety whether you're a 5-year-old or a 25-year-old or a 40-year-old adult. This causes uneasiness. And I think we as adults know, I think the kids can sense our nerves, that when we say there could be a tornado, it's an uncomfortable situation. This is Dixie Highway 31 here, in the area of rotation. That's Fort Knox right there. That's West Point. It's coming right in. Rick, can we go back over briefly again just to analysts, because I want to make sure on correlation coefficient that there's nothing that says tornado touchdown right now. So let's look in there. There's the new scan. We lost it into the cone. So let's back it up one scan. There's the rotation. Can you give me correlation coefficient when we were back here crossing Dixie? Ew. Can you zoom in on that?
Yep.
Uh-oh. Okay, let's go back over now and put, okay, now let's put rotation on. I think that was producing a tornado. Opinion on that, Rick? I think that may have been a tornado debris signature right here.
It's just so close. It's right on the cusp of that rotation, so I would lean more towards yes than no.
So this may be a damaging tornado that is now in Fort Knox and West Point. Rick, now move that forward and you're going to see it disappears into the radar cone. So now we're in an uncomfortable situation where we don't exactly have a view of this from that radar site. I will tell you we can view this from Evansville. But what I'm also going to tell you is that the resolution is going to be far inferior. I'm going to view this from another site that we have, what's called the terminal velocity, the terminal radar. It is right over Fort Knox. It is literally on the base right now.
Right, and we have sirens going off in Mount Washington. People commenting on our stream that they can hear the sirens. So this is for, okay, they just went confirmed.
So they agree. The Weather Service agrees with us. They just went over to tornado confirmed. So they saw what we just saw.
Yeah.
We feel that a tornado did touch down. Obviously, the Weather Service is on the same page with us. So now the Weather Service has moved over. They said the exact same thing that you and I identified, that a tornado debris signature had occurred. Look, just so you guys know, our goal is not to jump the Weather Service, not jump anybody. What we are doing here at WDRB is offering you real-time live expert analysis of what's occurring. What you don't have to wait with us is for, if they see it, for them to type up the warning. We believe and we know that a tornado likely touched down as this was crossing over Dixie Highway. We very easily have a tornado doing damage on the base in Fort Knox. Can we get news to call out to the base? Came across right near south of West Point by about 1.5 miles. I need you guys, if you can, to call out to the base, find out if there is indeed damage being reported around the base. But in Fort Knox, there's a tornado confirmed right now on the ground per the National Weather Service. We saw the debris signature on radar as it was coming into base. I'm going to head back over to the weather wall, Rick, here, as you give us a track on that. And Bryce Jones did try to go home, and I know Bryce Jones cannot leave when we have things like this going on.
I've got
so Bryce is going to hang out with us a little bit longer, and we'll shorten Bryce's day a little bit more tomorrow. So I know that if you're at the base, you're concerned. And let me just say this, let me say this closely to you. If you're in Fort Knox, don't play around. We saw a signature that showed a tornado doing damage. That's a threat to you. That's a threat to your children. That's a threat to your life and to your property. Do not play around with this. This is not, oh, there may be a tornado. This is, we've seen debris being lofted on radar in the air by a tornado. Let's not make the mistake of trying to go outside and video this, because that video could be the last thing you shoot. Please, please take this seriously. So here's where we are. This is going to be in the Shepherdsville area 17 minutes from now, and 25 minutes from now in the Ridgetop area. Mount Washington, can it hold? Can it hold for 30 minutes and get into your area? Remains to be seen. But this is buried in an area of rotation right now. The area rotation is buried in extremely heavy rain. This is one of those transient rotations that we have seen here. We told you that tornadoes can and do occur. Rick, we did a video last night, and I very specifically asked you, do you think there would be a tornado warning today? Your answer was yes.
There's at least one.
And I said that we would at least get severe with tornado possible. But what we do have is a scenario that supports rotating thunderstorms, large hail, damaging winds is the primary threat, but you absolutely can get tornadoes within this scenario. And it does appear at Fort Knox we have seen that, Bryce.
Yeah, and Bryce, once this comes out the other side of that cone of silence, it's kind of unnerving, perhaps, what we could see. Because right now, we're basically blind. Just got a report, by the way, from somebody on Fort Knox.
Okay.
So
I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to say his name just because I don't know if I'm allowed to or not. But he said on post, very strong wind. He said, my house faces the direction of the radar. I know exactly where it is. He said he's going to go afterwards and check to see if there's damage there. But we now have confirmation, at least, of very strong winds on the post from, again, a person that I know out there. Again, I just don't want to offer information that I don't know what is allowed or not allowed to be said. But we obviously have people that are just looking to help out with their community and their friends and their family that may be affected by this. But Bryce, everybody on post right now should be in their safe spot.
Yeah, absolutely they should. And now, as Rick mentioned, it's moving right over the radar. And we're going to get a real good idea here in a couple of minutes if this thing is still having some tight rotation or not. So downstream, if you live a little bit south of Cupio, and you go right on the south side of Highway 44 in the heart of Bullitt County, this is going to be where we're watching this head towards. So the rotation's moving right through the cone now, and this is the general track that this is taking at the moment. And this is moving east at around 45, so it's moving at a good speed here. So if it can last to Shepherdsville, you've got about 20 minutes, give or take, as it makes its way over there. We're going to have a really good idea on this here probably within the next couple of minutes once it comes on the other side of this mark.
And I'm just going to ask anybody, if you're on the post at Fort Knox, I've got my X feed in front of me. If you happen to be on Twitter, let me know what you've seen, in particular if you're at the base. Please let us know what you're seeing. Have you seen any damage? I can tell you from the terminal, guys, the rotation has come down a little bit. And Rick, I think you're starting to get the view of this coming past. And I'm going to head over to Rick's terminal right now. I think you're starting to see a weakened area of rotation coming away from radar.
Backside, right. And that Mark's referring to this area right here.
Exactly.
So
it doesn't look as intense as it did. And we
it doesn't. And that's the intense.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where we identified the strong rotation, tornado debris, and then boom, on the other side. Okay, now we're really starting to get a picture of this.
Yeah, that rotation's come down, but here's the thing. That has a notable RFD surge on the southern side of it, east of Muldrow, that may be doing 65 pluses. Rick, those more magenta in there, 62, 63?
We're not quite there yet, around 54, 55.
Okay, and you're talking very close to the ground.
Very,
now.
I mean, this is as
so
close
about
as you can
65
get.
miles an hour, about 200 feet above the ground.
Right.
Which means that's just south of the base or in the base. So this is past now Dixie Highway. This is north of the Radcliffe area. And Bryce, I see you very tight in there. You're looking at, with respect to some of the roads, where those strongest winds are located.
Yeah, so right on the eastern side, southeast of Muldrow, Brandenburg Station Road, Eisenhower Avenue. I mean, we can get way in here. I mean, this is probably be bringing in 60, 65 mile an hour winds right now. This radar that we're picking up on with this product's picking up on around 64. So this is crossing over Wilson Road right now. If you know that name, that sounds familiar to you, down in Bullitt County. That's where the strongest winds from the downdraft are now moving out ahead of the storm. Now, again, this is all still included, Mark, in this general severe thunderstorm warning as well, outside of that tornado warning.
And I do want to mention here, we have new flash flood warnings here that include parts of Crawford County, parts of Meade, and parts of Harrison. Just got a picture here sent to me. Avoid 3rd Street. The train bridge is flooded, and I see now there's cars that are submerged in South 3rd Street near the train bridge. Brendan, can we just let news know that we have cars submerged 3rd Street at the train bridge on the U of L campus here. So I'm going to go back over here because this is one of our real sources of real-time what's happening. So one positive here, Louisville has now regained 700 people to power. What that means is that was probably a tree that was on a line.
Yeah.
Maybe they were able to do a reset on some of the gear to get it up and running. If there's trees laying on lines or if there's trees that have pulled down lines, those are going to take longer to repair. But 1,800 without power, as we know, we have damage in the Oldham County area as well. Rick, you're continuing to watch that area of rotation. It is very clear that the area of rotation is there. It's right along extreme northern Hardin and southern Bullitt. But I don't think it's the same rotation it was, and we can still do our exercise. And I'm going to head over to the weather wall. Let's do this again. We do have an area rotation. Is it showing any debris? So where is the area rotation? I'm going to argue, and if we could, let me just. I believe that this is it right here. Rick, can you go back a scan? I just want to trajectory this thing so we know exactly where it came through. Okay, here. Let's go all the way back to the other side after when it came into the cone of. Okay, that is definitely it. So you can see it's on an southeastward trajectory. Keep going forward, RFD surge. This right here is the area rotation. Newest scan Rick just got in. That's much more diffuse. Let's just make sure here. Can you give me reflectivity in this area right here, Rick? I just want to see if this is buried in rain. It is. Now let's see correlation coefficient to see if in this area we have any debris being lofted. I'm glad to say we don't right now. There is, you're like, well, what is that right there? Let's go back over to the rotation and see if there's any rotation in this area right here. And you can see there's not. So this just may be a little bit of a hail pop that's occurring right now. It's also super close to radar, so it may just be a weird anomaly within there. I would tell you that the concern level for a tornado may have dropped just a pinch here, and I'm going to also argue why. What you're going to notice here is what looks like a reverse C. What is that? That's a Boeing surge. We can tell that the origination of that Boeing surge is right here. So what it appears is that we have now seen a powerful rear flank downdraft surge occur, undercutting that area of rotation. A lot of times what would happen is on the northern side of when you get this bow, it can enhance rotation just a little bit. So this area right here that is heading towards the Belmont area of Kentucky, this is going to be in far southern Bullitt County, north of Lebanon Junction. If we get an uptick in rotation, it's normally on the northern side of this RFD surge or this bow, and that would be heading towards the Belmont area. I would say good, bad, guys. I would say good because the rotation may come down. I would say bad because now this looks like it's transitioning again into more of a damaging wind threat.
Right, and then you get into the, you know, is it straight line or is it tornadic? And at some point, it doesn't matter. I know when you hear tornado, it's more concerning. It gets your nerves and your blood pumping a little bit harder. But when you have straight line winds of 60 or 70, this looks closer to 60, you can get damage too. So I really want you to be smart about this one. Doesn't mean you should be going out at all. You should remain in your safe place. The tornado confirmed that we had, just to be clear, coming through West Point, does not have the same rotation. The intensity has dropped significantly, so that is a positive, but this also now is increasing the straight line wind threat with that RFD coming around the backside. And there are some powerful 60-mile-per-hour winds. So now areas like Belmont is in the view, and the actual worst of this may not impact Shepherdsville because this RFD surge is going east, around southeast, around 40, 45 miles an hour. That could kind of spare you from some of the strongest winds, but I do believe that southern Bullitt County is going to experience some strong winds here, and there's a status update to the new tornado warning. So they dropped it down.
So they've now taken it from, I see a tornado on the ground doing damage, to I'm worried that this may be able to produce a tornado. Now, if you're in Belmont, Kentucky, you're like,
it's still
I
a
don't
tornado
care.
warning. I still hear the sirens
Exactly. The sirens are still going off in Bullitt County, and they should be, because the Weather Service has pulled back. And by the way, one of the things I will say, the new meteorologist in charge, Kevin Deutsch at the National Weather Service, has been an absolute rock star in coming in, and the communication has been absolutely superb in everything we do. When I went over here, I wrote, when you guys started to talk, that the tornado debris signature appears to be gone. The RFD surge has appeared to nuke it. And I said lower warning confirmed, and their wording within 30 seconds was just did. That's called the weather enterprise. That's how a group of meteorologists work together with the sole purpose of trying to protect life and property in the public, and that's a big deal. Now, Bryce, let's not forget, this warning here that is going towards Balltown, that's going towards Roanoke and New Haven, is not your regular warning.
No, it's not. I mean, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but first of all, it has a considerable threat on it. And again, it also has tornado possible on it. So the National Weather Service kind of covering their bases here, and for good reason. This includes Hardin, Harrison, Jefferson, and then heading into Meade. So if you live down, I'll take this box off here, Lebanon Junction area, we still need to keep an eye on it. There's nothing immediately saying this is going to make it all the way there. But as Rick mentioned earlier, these little points of rotation, they just keep trying to get going, Mark. We have to watch and make sure this doesn't try to recycle itself and spin itself back up again.
And scientifically, it would make sense here. And I'm going to tell you why. If you could leave that, if you have air that's rushing much faster here, and it's only going about this fast up here, that difference in wind, if you've ever looked at the middle of the Ohio River where the water is rushing real fast, and then on the side where it's not rushing real fast,
all of a sudden you get
these little eddies, these little spins in there. And so that's why on the northern side of the bow, we can get these areas of rotation. We call them transient, because this is not normally your long track tornado.
It's not.
But they do spin up in this area. But the fact that it's generated this kind of wall there, that bow, tells us that the damaging wind threat is coming up. And if you're in Lebanon Junction, you've got to take this seriously. That is a good puff of real hard, strong winds that's occurring there right now.
We'll zoom out a little here and give you guys a little bit of an idea on where exactly this is going to move in next. So Mark's talking about the straight line wind threat now coming out of Pitts Point, heading into Lebanon Junction. You still hear the tornado signs. You should still be in your safe place regardless. But even if we're leaning now more toward a straight line wind threat here, you can see the Boeing segment on velocity here that I'm highlighting. And when we push this out to the east at about 40 miles an hour, which is about how fast it's rolling, this is going to take it into Lebanon Junction here in about 5 minutes. And this can still do tree damage. And it has had Obviously, we've had reports of tree damage from storms like this already today and already this afternoon. Clearmont, you've got 12 minutes. Samuel's 20, Cox Creek 25, and if it can make it all the way to the northern half of Bardstown, that's about a half hour from now. For all those in Bullitt County, Mark, I know everyone in Bullitt County is hearing the sirens going off.
And it's
They're freaking out.
It's 8 more minutes on this. I think you could argue that maybe we lower the tornado warning. I think you could also argue, if it's me, I lower the tornado warning and I go severe where possible, and that would cover the scenario.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, and I would argue on this one, the area of rotation is now sandwiched between a southward progressing line and secondly a eastward progressing line, and that southward is going to overtake it, wrap that in cold, and likely will shut down the intensity. Scientifically, that's what should happen. Mother Nature always has the final say. I am a radar analyst at heart in everything that I do, but I also recognize that this is fluid. And things are changing and evolving, but I don't know that that requires a tornado warning, what's out there now. Rick, you're looking at that closely. Your opinion?
I agree with you. I don't think the rotation has come up really. If anything, it has kind of been tamed. I'm more concerned, honestly, now with the straight line winds coming through southern Bullitt County.
I'm with you.
I mean, I saw what was it? A 56, 58 knot, so we could see winds of, again, 60 to 65, and this is going to cross right over I-65 in Bullitt County, and those strong winds extend all the way out into areas like Rineyville. So this is not a small area with strong winds. On that backward C that we mentioned, almost like a bow and arrow, that's where you get the acceleration, right at the apex, and that is going directly into Lebanon Junction. So we are looking at some very strong winds moving into southern Bullitt County, and this will most likely cause some additional power outages.
So we're going to take a look at the wide perspective here. Bryce, if you're in Louisville wondering what's going on, let's not ignore Louisville.
No, we're not going to. Of course not. Of course not. The good thing about Louisville is that we're going to start to be able to give some all clears here. If you live north of the Watterson, you're done. If you live north of the Snyder, give it another 5 minutes, and we'll go ahead and call it done. This is looking south toward South Louisville from our 800 cam. This is the northern extent of that moving through. And then you look north and you're like,
exactly. See ya.
what's going on? I got blue sky up here now. Am I good? If you have afternoon or evening plans and you are in Louisville, you're fine. If you're about to head home at 5 o'clock on the dot in Louisville, you're going to be fine because this continues to move its way further south. But as Rick mentioned, we're now hyper-focused on that area of straight line winds that are now moving out of western Bullitt County and into central Bullitt County. So just south of the Shepherdsville area, now that this downdraft is starting to go out ahead of the storm here, Rick was mentioning some pockets in there where we're getting some 60, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts potentially. So we're transitioning from a rotational aspect here, Mark, to that straight line wind damage. I mean, look at the lightning.
It's prolific. It is prolific. And the other part to this here is, I'm going to put some of these warnings on here for you. I want you to see a couple of things. Obviously, you know the tornado warning. So this is the warning in the eastern part of our area for Anderson, Mercer, Spencer. This is for 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't want to ignore you because I know that you're curious what's going on if you're in Taylorsville. Core of strong winds occurring on top of you. Van Buren, Sparrow, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. We now move towards the Bardstown area. Bardstown, it's getting close to you. The area with the strongest winds is either on top of you or approaching. What you're going to notice here, and I want to make sure that I get the right warning. So the warning here, again, the Nelson County warning is tornado possible. So for LaRue and Nelson, it's severe thunderstorm, but the Weather Service noting that a tornado could occur with little advance notice here. And then we're going to go past that. One of the things we have to do because of the challenges of all this with so many warnings is we have to make sure we get the tornado warning or the highest fuse warning off the screen so we can give it to you. Breckenridge is under a 1-inch size hail with 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that also goes for the storm that is heading towards Litchfield. So our singular storm with tornado possible is the storm that's heading towards Lebanon Junction, Bardstown, and Boston. And Rick, you've been investigating this. We are very concerned about winds in this area.
At the last scan, it got even stronger. So we're seeing winds now in terms of knots of 60 miles per hour. When you take that, you go 60 times 1.15, and that converts from knots to miles per hour. And so now we're looking at winds in excess of 65 miles per hour. And this is going to be for southern Bullitt, northern Hardin, and then also far western Nelson County. So the western side area of your house, you're looking at these strong winds from Colesburg, now approaching Lebanon Junction. Boston would be next in line, but I want you to point out, I want you to see those areas of pink? The brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. We have very powerful winds now in this straight line fashion moving through southern Bullitt, Hardin, and into Nelson County. So this is going to be a problem here, and that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. That has not gone. So that's something that could quickly spin up, and we'd watch the northern side around Belmont for that. But again, seeing those bright pinks showing up on radar is a sign that we're going to get strong winds. There's probably going to be some power outages and some trees down with this particular area that is surging out. And I mentioned the apex of the bow, the center of that where it accelerates the fastest. That location gets the strongest winds right between Lebanon Junction and Colesburg. Very strong winds moving in as we speak, Mark.
And that's a view out of Elizabethtown. A couple things to note here. The National Weather Service is going to allow the tornado warning to expire at 4:30. I will tell you, I'm not sure that we're done with tornado warnings just yet. I'm going to tell news, I'm probably going to stay with this probably about 5 minutes past 4:30 because of the severe tornado possible and the fact that we're seeing such strong winds and maybe one of those turns into an area of rotation. So I want to give that about another 5 minutes. So news, just note, we're going to come back to you at around 4:35 unless things change, and we would of course update you guys. But we're very concerned about very strong winds from southern Bullitt County, Lebanon through around the Colesburg area, which is going to be north of E-Town, that we have really, really strong winds, maybe some 60 to 70s occurring in here. I would argue that 70s are absolutely a possibility within this area. Bryce, you're looking at this a little bit more closely on our other radar source, and I'm going to come over to you real quickly. That area rotation, Lebanon Junction, obviously everybody knows where this is. It's on 65. The other thing that this really bothers me on, this is a high travel area.
Yes, it is.
During near rush hour with a lot of our big rigs that can be out there, and these things are prone to blow over.
Yeah,
so
they absolutely are. I mean, you get some of these semis that are already going too fast anyway. They're not from around here. They don't know areas that flood often anyway. And this is a busy truck stop area as well. You have to think about more of a populated area down here with these straight line winds rolling through right over the whole heart of Colesburg, Booth, up through Lebanon Junction, that this is not going to be where you want to be on the roads at this moment in time, especially like what Mark said with these big rigs rolling their way north and south through here. I mean, this storm is just like expanding its hands and its arms out so wide.
And it even now is bowing harder. Look at that newest scan here. On the analyst coming from Rick DeLuca. And Rick, that apex is heading right into Boston.
Right to Boston.
That's 70s. That apex is showing everything that we would need to see of a signal on something that's going to be generating very, very, very strong winds.
Yeah, I'm seeing at least north of 65. So again, Scuffletown, and there we go. New tornado warnings just came out.
Yeah, we kind of figured that this was going to happen, hence the reason we wanted to let news know. New tornado warning just issued here. National Weather Service noting they're concerned about the area we just talked about. National Weather Service at 4:30 says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 9 miles south of Shepherdsville, basically near Lebanon Junction, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So motion on this is 30 miles an hour off to the east. Dangerous storm is going to be near Bardstown at 4:40. Bardstown, I need you to be taking tornado safety precautions immediately. Bryce, follow me. I'm heading over the wall, and let's do a quick track.
Yeah, Mark, we're watching this area, a little pop on CC here. We're just working to confirm.
Can we get over to correlation coefficient then for Rick? Let's go over to analyst here. So what I want to do then is just zoom in a little bit tighter. Here's Lebanon Junction. So Rick, let's look at rotation. Let's put rotation over this first and go through this as we would scientifically. Our area of rotation, one might be able to argue is slightly north of this area, but it's very close. It is very, very close to this area. Rick, can you give me normalized velocity here just to see what it indicates? It's showing an arc of rotation. Lastly, can you give me reflectivity here?
It's close. It's very close.
I'm not going to say definitive here, but there is, let's go back to lastly to correlation coefficient one more, and you're going to see this little hole here. Is it possible that's a tornado. It is possible. I would say that this scan is a little more inconclusive. It's not 100%. We'll get a next scan in the next 2.5. But I'm going to tell you, let's take it up a little bit of a notch. This may be producing a tornado right now 1 mile off to the east of Lebanon Junction along 65. The newest scan certainly doesn't give us more clarity here. Let's go and put that rotation back on in this area. Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe that was a tornado debris signature, but I would say it's inconclusive. I can't tell you with certainty. Let's go back over to StormView HD, and I want to track the area because I know a lot of people are very, very curious. This is coming towards my area. What does this mean? So let's do a track on this off towards the east where it is, where it's going. And Bryce, I want you to track, if you could, right in here. So let's move that off to the east just a little bit. We're tracking that at 40. Give me, yeah, I just want to make sure because it does appear that the HD may be a little bit behind on velocity versus what we're seeing on Rick's console. So we're going off to the east at around 40, which is going to put it in the Bardstown area. I think it's going to take more than 440.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of a better track here because it is a little bit behind.
Can you verify that on Rick's console? Are you seeing the same thing, that that HD's velocity may be a pinch behind?
It may have just caught up.
Yeah, I think
it just caught up.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. So there we go. So that is our area rotation. I'm going to say
this is only going at about 30 miles an hour, Mark.
Right. So this may not. It means it's not going to make it to Bardstown.
Yeah.
I know that I read the statement and it said 440, but that's not going to be accurate. 16 minutes from now in the Bellwood area. So what this means is if that area rotation gets into Bardstown, that is going to take around 40 minutes or so. So if that area rotation gets into Bardstown, we're talking about 5 or 5:10. And you just saw our camera out of Bardstown, clearly not showing a lot right now, because there isn't a lot going on there. That's what it looks like outside in Bardstown, raining. There is our flagpole, not a big deal. So we're watching. Our camera network, as we tell you all the time, is our eyes. This is what's going to allow us to see exactly what is occurring. There is radar, there's radar confirmed, and then there's visual, and nothing beats visual and knowing what's on the ground. Regardless of whether this produces a tornado or not, near the Lebanon Junction area, I'm still very concerned that we have a very notable bowing arc that is occurring near Boston. Boston is at the apex of the bow, which means you're going to probably see 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And regardless, I would have concern that some of that could get towards around the Bardstown area. But south of Bardstown, I think that's almost a lock near Balltown that you're going to get in those 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I understand the tornado warning, so I'm not going to complain on this one, but I'm really more concerned about that bow and that really strong wind that's going through Boston and heading towards Balltown, Kentucky.
Yeah, and that's kind of expanding through the heart of Boston, as you just mentioned. And this is on the southern side of that tornado warning in particular. And this part of the storm is moving a little bit quicker than that transient rotation that Mark was just mentioning. This one's moving a little bit quicker. So Bardstown, bare minimum, you're going to get some of these strong straight line winds here in about 15 to 20 minutes. But in terms of the rotation, that's where there's still a little bit more questions in there. Rick has been eyeballing our GR2 analysts for the moment. A couple different little spots that we're watching and a couple different of these supercells that are rolling through, Rick. Another one down near the McDaniels area, just north of Short Creek.
And you know what interests me about that one, Rick, is that's a cell.
Yes.
That's separated. I'm not saying that the wind energy is high, but an individual cell is, because it's an arc, it's a supercell, will have a slightly enhanced threat of large hail, as we saw in the initial wave of storms.
Yep.
We know that there's still 4,000 units of instability, which for our area is like the stratosphere.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't really go above 4,500 very often.
Right. And this storm is basically tapping into that energy that you just mentioned because it is farther south.
Exactly.
It's a bit separated from that line that congealed, which is what we're dealing with now through areas like E-Town, through Lebanon Junction, out into Bardstown. But because there's a separation between the two, it can kind of feed on the energy a little easier.
It doesn't have to share.
And there's nothing stopping that air from inflowing right into that exact storm. So this one, I want to keep an eye on for the potential here of another tornado. I mean, tornado warnings, we've had 2 so far. This
2, 3?
3, yeah.
Something like that.
I don't even. Tornado
like
warning.
that.
We had tornado confirmed.
Does that count?
I don't know.
Okay. Either way, 2 or
It's its own
3.
separate.
Another one could be possible with this particular supercell that is now separating itself a little bit. So again, we're going to watch areas like Grayson County, southern Breckinridge County. It's just a good idea to have in the back of your mind. Well, it's possible I may have to go to my safe place. So now is a good time to kind of get organized a little bit.
And let's have a look at what's going on in the Elizabethtown area, because as you can see, number one, we see lights, which is always a very good sign. You can see that storm is on top of E-Town. It is utterly pouring, but we do see lights on the roads there, which is something that is good. And I want to, and even not on the roads, which again is really good because that means that we still have power in these areas. If this storm did damage, we would not see power. I'm just going to look due south because that's going to be looking into the kind of bear's cage of the storm, right into the core of it, just to see what we have ongoing there. It'll take just a moment for that to catch back up. But even looking south, what I look for in something like this is, are we seeing power? Are we seeing power flashes? I do see a police officer there on the road with his lights flashing. He doesn't appear to be doing anything. The lights actually appear even to be working in that area. So these are just, we're watching. As noted, we have a camera network. This gives us real-time view on what's going on in the storms. Remember, the storm is approaching Bardstown. We do have camera gear in Bardstown. This is an area that we will be watching. Now, guys, the winds in Bardstown were nothing a couple of minutes ago. Now we're starting to see some of the shake going.
And I think, Mark, that E-Town may be kind of in a similar boat here because they're just now getting into some of these winds that are beginning to pick up. And over the last about 20 minutes, you see the winds are kind of behind that leading edge of rain. So kind of like what's in at Bardstown now. It's been raining for 15 minutes, but now the wind's catching up to it, and now it's starting to push out. And I think E-Town's in a similar scenario here to where you give it about another 10 to 15 minutes, the wind's going to pick up a little bit more. Rick's been watching another area that's starting to come together a little bit more.
It's on that northern side of that bow again, and that's the problem with these tornado warnings is when they issue it, if it surges a little more on the bow, that actually could pull it south and have a handoff, and it does look like a handoff occurred there.
And those are big boys. These are some of the strongest wind gates that I have seen so far today.
So I'm going to guess 67
knots.
And what height are we at?
And we're at 1,300 feet.
So let's subtract, you said 67 is going to put it around about 80 miles an hour. We're going to subtract about 10% or so. So we're near about 70 mile an hour winds heading towards Balltown. And on top of that, Rick, there is transient rotation right on the northern side of that. In fact, I think you can argue that area rotation is no longer in the tornado warning box.
It's not. It's not. And we even have NRODs to confirm that. So just let me go through the exercise.
New tornado warning just came, by the way. This one is for the other storm that we were watching. That's the supercell, Rick, that we were concerned about over Grayson County. So, we're seeing in real time the things that are happening that we were worried about. We were worried that, as you noted, a cell had broken loose from the line on the southwest side. You noted that it doesn't have to share energy, and now the Weather Service saw exactly what you're thinking, and now they've gone to tornado warning.
And now we have another tornado warning for the area we just mentioned again. So now we have several tornado warnings ongoing. So let's start with the one that was just issued. Mark, are you going to go? Let's start with the one down in Short Creek in McDaniels through Grayson County.
So what I'm going to do, head over to the weather wall here so we can discuss here. Bryce, keep an eye on HD here. We may come over to you for tracks on these. So the area rotation, again, one thing you always want to reference is where this is the radar. Fort Knox is up in this area, scanning into the storm this way. So the area of rotation is right here, right now, near the McDaniels area. What motivated the Weather Service to go from severe thunderstorm warning to tornado warning? Let's go back to reflectivity, and we're going to tap into kind of what Rick alluded to. It's a supercell thunderstorm. It's separated from the line. It has a very, very distinct hook on the west side. Now you're like, Mark, I've seen supercells. It's not on the northwest side. It's on the southwest side. Remember, all of this comes down to storm motion. So storm motion, in this case being to the east-southeast, is going to put this almost on the west side of the storm. We are looking at that area rotation right here. We did just get a new scan, and so I want to see what that did with the velocity on this one. Not a whole lot yet, but Rick, let's look at correlation coefficient here. Again, we're looking fairly far away from the radar, so it can be a little bit more difficult. But that said, we have seen tornado debris signatures occur even at this distance. It's something that we're watching. We've got rotation near McDaniels. Rick, let's go back over briefly to HD, and if you could, Bryce, I want to track what's in McDaniels. Rick, I want you to head analyst over to the other storms so that we can prepare to take a look at the new area with the tornado warning. So Cannon's Point is where we have this new tornado warning. It's right on top of you, roads here. This is going to be 259, and you can see this is heading towards Lilac and basically towards Litchfield. Litchfield, now's the time to get prepared. So let me give you time. Indian Valley, it'll be 1 minute from now. Cobbler's Knob, 5 minutes from now. Lilac, 9 minutes from now. Hanging Rock, 11, and 16 minutes from now in Litchfield. So look, I can understand Litchfield. You're like, I don't want to be down in my storm shelter for 16 minutes. I get it. I get it. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you by 4:49, which is 6 minutes from now, get in your tornado shelter. Safe spot, which would be, remember, duck, downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, and let's keep away from windows. Litchfield, I need you in your safe spot within about 8 minutes from now. Let's go back over to the analyst here as Rick is looking at the other area rotation. And this is one that's a really difficult one to deal with, because whether this is going to be 70-mile-an-hour winds or a tornado is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They will both do damage. But if indeed there is a tornado, it's going to be right on this side right here, heading into Balltown. Weather Service heard our call on the northern one, clipped that warning. You can see they left a little edge here. Why? Because it's actually inside this other tornado warning, and it really doesn't matter. So if you're near Balltown, let's get to your tornado safe spot. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, and I need you to keep away from windows. Rick, let's do the exercise here. Give me reflectivity here briefly. I assume this is just going to be a wall of mass. Yeah, from here, now let's go over to rotation one more time, and I just want to make sure we pin it right here. And now let's go over to correlation coefficient and analyze, are we seeing any debris in this area? I'm going to argue that there is some damage being done here. This may be leaves, it may be pieces of trees. I don't know if it's necessarily a tornado debris signature. But Rick, if I'm in Balltown, I don't care.
No.
You know, with our family, we have to obviously all make these decisions. We do just like everybody else. If I'm in Balltown, I'm treating this as a tornado whether it is or not.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go into my safe spot, because even if it's 70-mile-an-hour winds, and it may be more than that, I don't care. It's going to do damage. There's some oranges in there now. Those oranges are elite level gates. Those are big boys.
Those are 73 knots.
Which is about 84 miles an hour. Down converts to around 75. That's way up there.
So New Haven Road in the Balltown area, within the next 15 minutes, maybe sooner, you could probably see winds of 70, 75 miles per hour. So considerable strong winds moving across.
Oh boy,
that's not good.
Yeah, what are those gates?
But that's interesting. That did shift south a little bit, didn't it?
South, and that's the 80.
And that's the problem with some of these tornado warnings, is we have seen this now 2 times where the rotation has gone deviant and it has dove south. Those are some, I'm assuming those are 74 gates, 75s?
Those are 82s.
82s. Elevation?
We were at 1,700 feet.
So 1,700, we're reducing still into the 75, maybe some 80s. But that has been now a consistent area that has been producing very strong winds on the apex of the bow, Rick. Fortunately for Balltown, I'm hoping that misses Balltown, but this is going basically between Balltown and New Haven.
Right. Bryce, if we can go over to HD and see exactly what more specific locations for you.
Yeah, we're going to get a couple smaller locations in here. And again, kind of like alluding to what Mark talked about, whether this ends up being a tornado or not, this is still doing damage because of the 70+ mile-an-hour winds potentially. So Balltown, it's on top of you. Hunker down, hang in there for about another 10 to 15 minutes. Gandertown, you got about 11. Bear Wallow 16, Sissonville 20 minutes, Springfield 27, and if it can last its way all the way over to Thompsonville, you've got about 31 minutes there. Also, Mark,
I'm just going to go by the way, and I want to get into hyper
yes,
specific.
that's what I was thinking too.
So you're talking about basically 46 here where that junctions with 31E, which is Bardstown Road, essentially. That's near the Culvertown area. If you're in the Blue Gap area, this is right on top of you. So being very, very specific, 31E between Blue Gap and Culvertown, maybe some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds are occurring there. And I did see a new warning that was issued here. I'm going to try to get yeah, they did go 70s. So now for LaRue, Marion, Nelson, and Taylor, they went 70. And Bryce, what you notice here is they used a threat tag of considerable. What they're saying, and the reason that's done, people may wonder, who cares? It activates WEA on your phone.
Yeah, because we don't, I mean, we understand that every time that goes off, it kind of freaks you out. And you don't want it to go off on your phone every time you get a 60 mile an hour wind gust. But when it takes that next step, and it's kind of the same thing with your flash flooding, it goes up to the next level and it becomes a little bit more, well, considerable. And obviously this is a good reason behind it, because that little pocket that's rolling right over Balltown area right now, I mean, that's, like you mentioned during stream earlier, I mean, you're talking about hurricane force winds almost.
Right, and it keeps taking these little jogs south with these new scans. So I wouldn't, say that it's not impossible for it to do it again. In fact, I would say it's more likely that we're going to see that kind of displaced farther south with these new scans. So just because you're saying, oh, that strongest wind is going to stay north of me, it potentially could get pulled south. So that's something we cannot rule out.
Look at that inflow.
But so what that considerable tag is, and I just want to mention it one more time, they utilize that as a tool because your phone will go off for a tornado warning. It will go off not for a flash flood warning. It will not go off for a severe thunderstorm warning. What I'm talking about is the WEA, that crazy annoying alert.
Everyone gets,
When the Weather Service upgrades to considerable tag, whether that's a flash flood warning, whether that's a severe thunderstorm warning, it triggers WEA. And they use that as a tool to make sure that everybody that has a phone in their pocket is going to get that annoying sound. And honestly, it is a powerful tool because some people don't want severe thunderstorm warnings. They only want when they, quote, say it's bad.
Sure.
Well, 70 mile an hour winds are bad and they utilize the tool. And I think it makes a ton of sense, to be honest. That area rotation, as far as rotation is concerned, there is some that's heading through Balltown. I'm more concerned about what's heading to Loretto, and I'm just being honest on that.
It's kind of doing the same thing that it did back just east of the radar when it starts to recycle itself. It pushes that downdraft out ahead of it, and it surges these straight line winds out ahead of it, which again can do just as much damage as a spin-up tornado can. So Rick's playing this out, and as he mentioned, you can see this kind of jog a little bit south, but Rick, you can also see it kind of extend its arms a little bit now, again, out toward the eastern side of Balltown and heading into Loretto. Rotation is there. It's not incredibly impressive. It is worth watching because as we've seen in the past with this one, it's been recycling itself, and then it expands its arms out, and now we're back to that straight line wind threat again as it gets closer to Loretto.
Yeah, and the fact that we have such a compact area of powerful winds is a big deal, and this is a V-line directly toward Loretto. But could this get displaced a tiny bit and impact areas like Raywick? Not out of the question. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado possible. So this is the storm that, again, wins the main threat, but we can't rule out these spin-ups happening. Because the storm is so powerful, the wind accelerating out of these can create other spin-ups, and that's something that we've seen before. Could happen again, absolutely.
And I think what you said there, Rick's really important. You used the term spin-up. You didn't use the term long-track tornado, because this particular area is not a supercell, it's a Boeing segment. And if we get tornadoes in here, they're going to be short quicker, which then brings up the obvious point. Let's go look at the storm, which is separated out of Grayson County, because that would be a different type of animal. This storm being separated from a line is an individual cell. Let's look at the structure here, starting off with reflectivity, your normal thing you see. Does this have a hook on it? Not like it once did. In fact, Rick, let's just back this up 2 or 3 scans, and what you're going to see here, this right here is the hook. See it right there? Now what you're going to notice as Rick forwards it, the hook then comes around, and watch it going into the storm. So now that it got buried in the storm, we refer to this as an occlusion. An occlusion occurs when the storm, the area of rotation, gets pulled into the cold core of the rain. It weakens. Can it recycle and generate a new tornado? It is possible. My opinion here is we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a transition to straight line winds, but I don't know that we're there yet. The area rotation, if we're seeing one, is going to be 4 miles to the northwest of the Litchfield area, maybe 6 miles. Right here, Rick, what road are we looking at here in the northern part of Grayson County?
That is Lilac Road.
Lilac Road?
Yep.
So,
this is right over Cobbler's Knob, Mark, just to mention a couple of these smaller areas here.
So 737 right here, Hanging Rock right here. The area of rotation, let me just make sure from a reference. Can you just take me out just a pinch on that, Bryce? Just so I can make sure that I'm getting the right sense. That is the area of rotation right there near the Hanging Rock area. So as this holds, this might end up being just off to the east of the Litchfield area near Clarkson. Rotation is still there. Rick, can we go back over to the analyst here real quickly? I want to look at that same area. Right here is Hanging Rock. Let's see if we have any debris being lofted in this area. I'm going to guess no, but I'd like to make sure. No. All of this is a sea of pink, which means we're seeing rain there. Huh? Rain's all the same size, right? I mean, you've been outside. I mean, the raindrops don't change. So if this is a sea of pink here, it's telling us that everything's the same size. It's rain. Now what happens if you have in an area where you think everything should be the same size, I mean, it's raining, and you see all of a sudden something different? What will happen on this particular graphic is you'll get a blue hole. The blue hole is telling us something there is different. It's not rain. There's something else in there. What can do that? Hail, your roof, shingles, leaves, trees. So we know that if we get one of those blue holes in there, that a tornado would be occurring. The area that we're watching is right here, and we don't have an imminent tornado on the ground in these areas. But as it stands, 2 or 3 tornado warnings in effect here for our area. As we stand here still, the damaging wind threat to me that's heading towards Loretto is the biggest deal. I stand by that one still. There is some transient rotation on that, and we do have to watch that. Rick, you're looking a little bit more closely as I see you leaning in on that. There is an area of rotation near Balltown.
Right. And that's, you know, you can see the greens and the reds kind of banked up against one another. It's not incredibly bright, but it's definitely something, it's in the position that it actually would be rotating. So that's kind of what's concerning about it. It's on the northern side of this huge surge of winds, and you can look at that backward sea. And inside that, we're looking at winds which could be north of 70 miles per hour. It's not quite...
We don't have the oranges
You don't
anymore.
have that big orangey pocket, but just to go to the strongest one, this is 70 knots.
That's still a big boy.
It still
70
is.
knots is
It
81 miles an
absolutely
hour.
is.
And this is going right toward Loretto. So some of these stronger winds now over Holy Cross Road, they are approaching, actually they are on top of State Highway 52. If you are in Loretto and you're thinking, okay, what do I do? Well, treat this as if it's a tornado. The western side of your house could get just knocked with tree branches.
And why the
windows,
western side, Rick?
Because these storms are moving directly in from the west.
And so that wind direction is going to be coming from the west. So your western side of your house would be more likely, right?
Likely. So if you have windows, that's not the part of the house you should be in. I would say if it was me and my family, we'd go downstairs if we had a basement. But if you can find an interior room on the eastern side of your house, you've created a bit more of a barrier between you and those stronger winds. The newest scan does still show strong winds. I don't want to downgrade this, but yeah, this is moving to Loretto right now.
And something else, you mentioned it coming from the west side. If you have trees near your home, you have to think about which way these would fall in a worst case scenario.
Agreed.
I do the same thing. I have 2 large trees in my backyard. Every time we get a north wind, it freaks me out because it would fall toward my house because my house is on the southern side of these trees. If you have trees on the western side of your home that could reach your home if it fell, this is one of those cases, Loretto, Raywick, I'm talking to you, where you need to be in more of a safe place here in case that is an option. Because a lot of these times, Mark, with these straight line winds, it's going to fall in the same direction that the wind is coming from.
And Rick, you're noticing on the northern side here of that, and this is something that you and I have talked about a lot here on a Boeing segment, and I just want to illustrate this. Can you give me just a little more play on the southern side of that, Rick?
Yep.
So in a Boeing segment, we know peak winds are going to be right here. We know that the winds are not going to be as strong as here. I made the analogy earlier, Rick, but you've seen those eddies.
Yeah.
You look at the Ohio River in the middle where that water's going super fast, and then you look at the side, the water's not moving fast, but you see what looks like little tornadoes in the water, these little whirls. It works the same. Science, meteorology is fluid dynamics. That's what we are, is basically fluid dynamics experts. So Rick, if this operates as a fluid, the center of the Ohio River that's rushing real fast is near Loretto. On the northern side, you should see some of those eddies, which in this case can be quick spin tornadoes.
Right, and you use the Ohio River as an analogy all the time. If you are in the center of the Ohio, you have the current. If you're on the edges, well, there's tree branches, sometimes someone's shoe, you know, a water bottle, who knows? There's always those odd things that get caught on the outskirts of it. So this is essentially behaves like a fluid. On the northern side, potential rotation. It's interesting, if you come back to analysts, you can see that the rotation is now
and we're on analysts for you right now.
Is actually, I'm going to show NROT, and this just really takes away a lot of the clutter and shows you where we have the rotation, and it's actually moving back into a tornado warning.
It's on the verge.
I know.
It almost is like the Weather Service has a decision to make now, because if it's on that verge, could a tornado warning occur outside of that box? I would argue we should be in severe with tornado possible at this point, only because of the erratic nature of where these spins would be. They have been very, very, very influenced by that bow, which is heading right into Loretto. And let's not downplay Loretto. 70+ mile-an-hour winds are moving into your town, and Raywick, you're going to see some 65 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. I'm going to take this over to you, Bryce. And that is a classic bow shape.
It is. I mean, and I'll kind of go over the wall to kind of give you a little bit of an example here. And the reason why we kind of refer to this as a bow and arrow is if you're using a bow and arrow and you're pulling that thing back, this is exactly what it looks like. It looks like you're pulling it back, and this right in here, right on the northern half of Raywick, is where you're going to have your strongest straight line winds. I'm waiting for velocity to catch up to reflectivity here, but right where this kind of inches itself out, right near St. Mary. St. Mary, you are on the doorstep. I mean, giving it a minute or two more, and you're going to see these gusts start to roll through. So just north of Highway 84, rolling into St. Mary, and look at these velocity tilts. And this is a little bit elevated, but you're still probably talking 70, 75 mile-an-hour winds here, and even upwards toward Loretto. It's over the heart of Loretto now. So what we're going to be watching for here over the next probably 5 minutes is if we see any more pops on correlation coefficient, Mark, to see if we get any more damage, maybe just being pushed out ahead of this line. It's not necessarily going to be lofted, but it could be pushed out, like trees and branches and the leaves and everything else being picked up ahead of this.
And you know, it's worth noting, Bryce, this has been the most consistent part of the entire line, the area that has lasted the longest. Like if you're focused on where the tornado warning is, I think you're missing the whole core of this. And that is that there is a pocket of 70 mile-an-hour, highly destructive winds that have gone from Roanoke through around New Haven towards Loretto. St. Mary 2 minutes from now, it'll be Lebanon shortly, and you can see the tornado warning has been really shaved. It's a real little tornado warning.
And that new severe thunderstorm warning has come out for that southern edge that we've been focusing on.
And let's just check info on that one. I believe this is the considerable in the 70s. Yeah, they did that purposely to trigger. So if there is an area that can produce a tornado, it is heading towards Springfield. My opinion, I would go severe with tornado possible, and I'm going to make the argument. The reason I would do that is this just may continue to be very transient, tweaking. It's just challenging to get that portion. Let's go back to the other storm, because I don't want to forget you in Grayson County. I know you're like, I'm under a tornado warning too, Mark. You are, and we are not going to ignore you on this. So the area of rotation, this one is complicated. There is a little area of rotation north of Litchfield. There may even be an arguable area of rotation that's west of Litchfield. One might be able to argue right now that this storm is in a cycle phase. I'm going to argue that I think this is starting to bow out. I don't know that I think the whole segment is starting to connect, and we may just be losing the ability of it to have that separation and tornado ability. Weather Service has noted that they may issue downstream on this one, Bryce. But what they have noted is that if they issue downstream, they're considering more of severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to watch, and they're going to have a decision as well on this one coming up here soon. Because if it is recycling, it is starting to try to do its thing again, and you can see what Rick's pointing out here on NROD. It's still there. It's a funky.
It's multiple, because you can see it kind of arcs all the way around. But I'm going to argue against still, based on what we're seeing from a structural standpoint, that the tornado threat is lower. And you can see when Rick shows you that, Rick, it doesn't have a hook. It more looks like a mass.
It's a mass, and we're also looking about 2,800 feet up into the storm. We're not looking at the lower bottom of the storm. We're looking into the storm, the higher parts, which means it's not going to get as good of a sample as if it was closer to the radar. So in Litchfield, I agree, the structure doesn't really say anything crazy tornado. There is still a little bit of an inflow notch just north of Caneyville, so we'll keep an eye on that one. What really has everyone's attention right now, and for great reason, is this, and that Boeing segment between Loretto and Raywick heading into Lebanon is the real deal. And we still see oranges popping up again, these little gates or pixels. You can see those are around 75 miles per hour. So you're looking at, or 75 knots, I mean, which again could mean 82. So we're talking 75 once we subtract a little bit to 80.
And also, kind of while we're focusing more on this one now, National Weather Service just noted they will be canceling that Grayson County tornado, and they're going to be replacing it with a base severe thunderstorm warning, just your basic and normal severe thunderstorm warning. So it sounds like they're not even going to maybe put tornado possible on it.
And I want to make sure that we communicate that. Base means 60 and 1 inch size hail possibly. They're 60 mile an hour. Considerable is when we get into the more concerning, it's 70. That's not a base. And then what we get into destructive, we go 80. So base means 60. It doesn't mean this is no big deal, but the storm that Rick is focused on heading towards Lebanon, this is not a base warning, Rick. This is a considerable warning.
Right, and that's why your phone is going crazy right now. If you are in areas like Raywick, Loretto, and Lebanon, Calvary, you have to be prepared for the potential of these to move in. More so Lebanon, Calvary a little less, but we've seen this jog south with this apex of the bow, and right along the center is where you get the strongest winds, and that has aimed itself directly into Lebanon. So watch out, Lebanon, heads up. Very powerful winds moving in your direction, 70 mile per hour or greater headed your way. So this is definitely one of those scenarios where I'd be shocked if we got away without some trees coming down, or at bare minimum, some branches, Bryce.
Yeah, and it's really kind of cool to look at. I mean, I know it's doing damage, but like in a radar aspect here, the way it's really extending its arms out and bringing in a large swath. It's not really just one in particular location, but I mean, it's a large area where this is moving. I mean, at a good speed and moving into maybe Lebanon here in about 10 minutes in Newmarket here within the next 10 to 15, Mark.
And let's not forget, because I know people in Louisville are like, is it show over? You know what? I just want to put up the temperature and dew point.
Oh, man, isn't that much nice?
When you leave 12 hours after you arrive.
You know what? I may roll the windows down.
Just go in the back. Do we need to put a cot out there for you? No, you have to shave it. It feels like 75 outside.
Hey, I may roll the windows down on the way home.
You're not going to roll the windows down. The dew point's 72. You're going to be
not bad. No, not
home.
If you're on the interstate and it's blowing through. But you know what I'm going to have to watch out for, and you still have to watch out for in Louisville, because we did have a flash flood earlier, is the ponding still on the roads. And we still have that flash flood warning out now for Mead, Southern Hardin, Harrison, Hardin, Breckenridge, and Grayson. So, I mean, these things are still putting down heavy rain down.
Right, and we know that this has done some damage in terms of causing some flooding here in Louisville. We also know that we had power outages that occurred in Louisville. At last appearance, we were at 3,300. No change here. This is about double what occurred over the weekend for outages in Louisville. 1,700 without power here in Oldham County. I know our news crew has been out scouring what's going on around our area. If you guys could let me know, are we okay? Does news have some information here? So we're going to go over to Gil and Fallon. You guys have been on the desk here. You guys have been watching us as we have tracked these storms. So we have had two elements of this. Weather is news. weather comes through, we cover the weather. After the weather exits, which we're still watching, we now start to get reports of what happened. And you guys are the eyes on the ground. What do we know that's happened around the area?
Right, Mark. So we've gotten several pieces of video in from both our photojournalists in the field and from viewers who have sent things in to us. We'll just kind of walk you through what we've gotten so far. First up, video out of Goshen, where I'm told there is tree damage. If we can look at that one here. We know that the wind speed here, guys, was north of 60 miles an hour. You can see it is blocking the road. That is near Shuri Road in the Goshen area. And it appears that there is a power outage, at least in that area, because the lines are down, Fallon.
Yeah, and always a dangerous situation too. So if you see a situation like that, some power lines down, make sure you turn around. A lot of situations like this after severe weather damage, you want to turn around if you see something in the road like this. We also want to go to some video that a viewer sent into us. This is going to be flooding on South 7th Street. You can see they're zoomed in to this car that is under the viaduct there. It looks like the water is up to their windows. I'm sure that was a scary situation for that driver, but also this is one of the reasons why we say turn around, don't drown. I think that car is in the background of this shot right here. Oh, wow. And the water obviously getting higher and higher, almost totally submerging that vehicle. And, you know, this is a dangerous situation, not only for the driver, but also first responders. They have loved ones at home too. They don't want to be hurt or injured themselves. So safety is number one here. Always turn around, don't drown in these types of situations.
And we have so many of these low viaducts in Louisville that the flash flooding events can happen so quickly. Want to get you to some video off of Hill Street now. This is under another one of those low viaducts. You can see cars were driving through it at that point in time. And it's just such a bad idea, because if you cannot see the ground, turn around. That is rule number one. You never know how deep it actually is, and cars get stranded, as we saw on the video from 7th Street.
Yes, and these are the first responders in there now going in to rescue people who may need help. And Mark, we have seen so much flooding in recent weeks. We have seen so many situations like this of cars driving through flooded areas, and that is not what we should be doing. You would think we would learn at some point, but it's the message that needs to be repeated over and over whenever we see flooding like this. Just don't go through that water. I mean, you saw some of the waves underneath that viaduct
and
there.
Sometimes, you know, when you're driving, you're just kind of on muscle memory. You're driving the route that you always take, and then all of a sudden you can find yourself caught in the middle of it. But when you're in a storm, you really just have to pay attention to, again, can I see the ground?
Yes.
And if you are, somebody who drives in Louisville often, we know where our problem spots are. If I've covered flooding at 7th Street once, I've covered it 1,000 times.
Right.
And then you also don't realize how deep it is going to get under one of those viaducts, because it goes lower before it gets up high. So it's probably deeper than what you think it's going to be.
And I think, Fallon, you made a really valid point. I mean, somebody has to get in there and rescue these people. Now, of course, that's their job and that's what they do. But now your choices to drive into that road, I understand you're like, I can do whatever I want. But now you're putting other people's lives at risk that have to come in there and rescue you. And in this case, if it's under a train bridge, it's probably not going to be challenging for them to get you out. But if it's a moving water or a river, this is a real threat to those first responders. So please consider when you do that. We say turn around, don't drown. We say it over and over and over again. You guys kind of see why for us this has been such a challenge to get the messaging across. Thank you, guys. Let us know as you continue to follow the damage that's going on in our area. As we head back over to weather to cover what we have ongoing right now, still continuing with severe thunderstorm warnings as it stands. It's 5:10 right now. We are tornado warning free. What I want to do here is, because we have a significant area of destructive winds moving through our area, I'm not willing to let this go as yet. But I do want you to know, Louisville, all clear. Louisville, all clear. If you're in one of my southern Indiana counties, all clear. So the greatest threat is as we go south of Louisville. But as you can see, I mean, I don't ever want this to turn out where it's pretty much what we thought. But this has been, I mean, epic amounts of lightning. We had at one point ping pong size hail on multiple storms. We've had 70-mile-an-hour winds. We have multiple tornado warnings. We've had a tornado confirmed on multiple occasions here in the state of Kentucky. And now let me take you back over here to weather graphics, and you can see we continue here. The warning that was in effect for Grayson County, still look, it's prolific. I mean, absolutely prolific lightning. But in terms of rotation, it's not there. Still, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible for Litchfield, that's heading towards Grayson Springs and towards the Higdon area. Moving northeast of that, E-Town, you still have thunder and lightning. That is a threat. But you'll notice that the core of those strongest winds, let me show you, E-Town is not where you are. Now we go to an area that has been one of our most consistent areas of exceptionally strong winds. And one of the things I find quite interesting here, Rick, let's put on reflectivity here, noting that the strongest winds are west of Lebanon. That's after the rain arrives.
Right. So you might fool you a little bit.
Exactly. You're going to say it's storming real bad. The winds didn't hit me. Those winds are lagging by around 2 to 3 minutes.
Right. So think of the rain as a little precursor.
Yes.
That's going to arrive first, and that should be the signal where that light bulb goes off in your brain that, okay, if I'm in Calvary or Lebanon, the winds will follow, and trust me, they will. We've got this orange area once again, which show 83 knots. And now we are getting up and farther away from the radar, so we're at 32,000 feet. So 80, I would say, still close to 70, which explains why, you know, we could see wind damage from almost hurricane force winds now moving through areas south of Lebanon through Bradfordsville, showing 94 miles per hour.
So, but let's perspective this, Rick. How high are we above the ground?
3,200.
So we're 3,200 feet above the ground, and the winds are 94 miles an hour. What happens here is that the winds are going to be stronger aloft. It's out of the friction layer of the atmosphere, which is the ground, the trees, everything we live in. So they're going to weaken as we go down towards the ground. Since we're looking at about 3,000 feet up, I'm going to argue we'll lose 20% of this, which would be about 18 miles an hour. That's 78 miles an hour. That's going through Cavalry, Kentucky right now. That is a big deal. That is in Cavalry. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag on it. I want to be very, very clear on this. The Weather Service didn't put their regular warning on this. They went considerable. Second, Rick, this is not an area that, it just showed up, look at that. This has been going on for an hour in this exact same area on the storm.
This storm has really taken kind of the headline here because it has maintained this kind of strength over just a vast area and has continued to do so because of this Boeing segment. We're not letting you go just yet. We want to make sure we get these strongest winds out of here before we feel good about, okay, we can let you go now. And that's why, despite the fact we don't have a tornado warning, and these are just severe thunderstorm warnings, they're not your ordinary severe thunderstorm warnings.
Exactly.
They are the considerable tags.
These are the big boys.
These are the big boys, strong winds. You just have to hang in there. Marion County, this is moving through the heart of it right now.
And we do have some, are we pictures here, Cameron? Okay, so we have live shots. Is this Oldham? Southwest Louisville. Oh. Okay, so we know that we had damage in Oldham County. I'm going to head over to the weather wall just because I want to talk to what I'm seeing here. Can we take that full at the weather wall? Is that possible? Tree down there. I always like to do real-time analysis of what actually occurred here. Is this likely a tornado? So what I'm going to tell you is what is most likely is that, Rick, if you look at the gutter, the gutter line there is in the same direction that the tree fell. Right. What that appears to me is the tree made an impact on the gutter line house over that entryway there and then maybe rolled over. Exactly. Yeah. If this was tornado damage, what I would suspect we would see is rather than an impact zone like that, I would expect to see some shingles that were laid in the direction that that tree fell. So we would expect to see the shingles removed. We started doing this a couple of years ago, just because I've done a lot of damage surveys over a course of a career when I did a lot of damage surveys with the Doppler on wheels as a researcher. So what we would look for, what it appears is this tree let go. You can see here the tree got pulled up from the roots here, which likely is because extensive heavy rain. It got laid down, and my guess here again is what you notice here is the divot point is pushing in this direction. So what likely occurred is either these branches here or maybe part of the tree made impact here and then kind of rolled this way. If this was a tornado that laid the tree down, these shingles, what we would expect to see is shingles either lifted on this edge and turned this way or completely pulled off. What we don't notice is when we look at that roof is any removal of shingles there. So that looks like tree damage southwest Louisville. Looking at tree damage, Rick, all of this analysis stuff doesn't change the fact that if a tree fell on your house, you got to clean it up, which really brings up the point of what we're talking about here. In Bradfordsville right now with really strong winds, who cares?
Yeah.
If it's a tornado warning or not, 70 is going to lay trees down. And if it's your house, you got to fix that tomorrow or you got to pay that money. I mean, this stuff is terrible.
I feel terrible for the house owner because it's not just the roof. You can see some brick that got damaged in there as well. And it's basically on the whole front facade from the front door over where that tree hit. And unfortunately, you know, we've gotten so much rain that the roots probably don't have the same grasp on the soil, especially when we're getting rain out ahead of some of these storms. So that kind of loosened things up. And we have extremely powerful winds, but we may not even need winds that strong to take down some additional trees because the atmosphere, or sorry, the ground is just so waterlogged. So still in Bradfordsville, this pocket of very strong winds south of Lebanon continues to truck its way off to the east. Now, it's almost out of our area, but in the meantime, if you're near Newmarket, you probably just experienced that. Bradfordsville, it's on the way, but it is directly, I mean directly on top of Calvary.
And let me just put some markers on there. Again, let's reduce 20%. 88 miles an hour, reducing 20%, takes 17 miles an hour off. That puts it at 71. They're formidable. These are formidable winds that we would consider in our science as destructive winds. 60-mile-an-hour winds can do some sporadic 70s, do a lot of damage. What's going on here in Grayson County? We had a tornado warning earlier. Let's first start by looking at the structure of this storm. Rick, uh-oh.
Nope, not good.
That's a supercell again. So on Rick's console here, what we notice is a tail has redeveloped on this storm. What had looked more like a mass is now looking like a tail on the back end of that storm. Second, there's a little triangle in there. That triangle is telling us that this is a tornado vortex signature. That means that radar thinks a tornado could occur in this area. So let's look at velocity here, and I'm just going to note to the Weather Service, Grayson County.
All right, so here's velocity, just the basic greens and reds. Red is wind going away from the radar, green is towards it. When those two get very close together and also very bright, that would signify that we have a couplet and a tornado possible. So right now, I'm going to turn on another product known as NROT.
Uh-oh.
And that means we are in the next level with those yellows showing up, Mark. So that means we are seeing strong rotation. This basically is taking everything else off the radar, all the other colors, and focuses in on where we have the strongest rotation, and that is right between Anita and Wax. And there it is, right along that TVS, or tornado vortex signature. But I want to show you the structure still has the inflow notch, so this one can still breathe and ingest some of that warm, humid air. I also want to go to CC and make sure we're not seeing a tornado on the ground doing damage.
There's at least something getting lofted.
Something
there.
lofted.
Can we,
it's in low reflectivity.
It is, yeah. That could be inflow. That is certainly not a tornado debris signature.
That could just be the inflow picking things up as it does.
Right, pulling it into the storm.
Right.
But nonetheless, this is now a stronger storm. What could happen here? So I'm going to take you back over to our other source here real quickly. Let me turn off the lightning because there's just so much of it. What I believe is happening, for what it's worth, is an RFD surge occurred on the backside, which created the hook that you see here. My belief is that that is now getting pulled back into the updraft and is going to occlude. And let me make that case as I back this up 2 scans. 1, hook hook is bearing now and getting pulled in. So Rick, this is not uncommon necessarily. I just texted the Weather Service giving my concern on that storm, and they heard our concern and issued a tornado warning. So again, what you're seeing here, Rick, you know, I talk about this. You're around me way too much. You hear me talk about this concept of a weather enterprise.
Enterprise, right.
A weather enterprise is a group of people. It's not WDRB News. It's not any of the other stations in this market. It's not any of the other stations in our state. It's not the National Weather Service. It's not the Storms Prediction Center. It is the collective. It is all of us. Our view at WDRB Weather is that I can cover severe weather and I can stand in the wall and I can talk nonstop. But what we believe is that collectively Rick and Mark are smarter than Mark alone or Rick alone. And we feel that as a group it makes us better. And when the Weather Service and all of us and even the Storms Prediction Center are rowing in the same direction, now we have the mind of a lot of people working together, rowing in unison as a weather enterprise. And our belief is that keeps you safer as a person out there that is just trying to protect yourself, your family. And that's why when you hear Rick and I say what we say, we immediately go to the Weather Service and tell them what we're thinking. Weather Service has a new tornado warning out, and obviously they're agreeing and believe that our analysis on this one's sound. Tornado warning in effect now for Grayson County, Edmondson County, and Hart County. This is until 5 p.m. Central or 6 p.m. Just let news know. Until 6 p.m. tornado warning in effect for Hart County. If the warning was allowed to expire earlier, we are getting to the end of our coverage area. So once that area of extremely strong winds leaves Marion County and gets out of our viewing area, and the tornado warning would be allowed to expire, which let news know right now would allow a 6 o'clock newscast to go off. Just prep for that as we stand right now. And just some of the background of what occurs here. You may only see Rick and I, and you saw Bryce a little bit earlier, but there is a massive news department in our station. People that are reporters that went out, did stories, our producers that produced all the content, our anchors that are on the desk that are waiting to do the newscast, that prepped for a 3-hour newscast that'll now be an hour. We always, as have to flex and make sure that everybody's ready. They sometimes look over at us. Rick has seen this. Hey, it's 10:50. The newscast ends at 11. Are you guys going to go until 11? It's not like they leave and get in the car and go home. But there is, and you can speak to this in our industry. There's a ramp up.
Right.
When you have to go on TV, and a tension that you tangibly feel.
Right. And a sense of urgency too when things get worse and people are gathering information, passing that along. It's a whole unit, and it requires all of us to get the job done, and keeping you safe through all of this. That's our goal. You said it, the weather enterprise. I'd rather have, instead of one individual, a whole room full of people. Smart people looking out and making sure you guys are safe, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, is to keep you safe. And that's why we still want to focus in on this tornado warning.
And I'm going to head over to the weather wall on that one.
And this one's going through southern Grayson County, and this one's going to go into Hart County. So if you are in Grayson County, you should be in your safe place. If you're in Hart County, start to get moving, get your act together, because this circulation is moving in your direction. Now, will it hold together? Hard to say, but we've seen some signs, Mark, that it may not.
Yeah, so the area rotation, you're looking at the mass on the thunderstorm here. This is Peonia, this is Iberia. So this is Litchfield, just again for some reference points here. Rough River Lake is in this area here. We just got a new scan here. A couple of things I'm going to tell you that I note on this. Trajectory on this storm, wind is coming out of the southwest here. And part of that matters is it has allowed this storm, despite the fact that there's rain in front of it, to actually survive, because there's not as much to the west of it. The area on the hook is near Iberia. So big windy here. This is B. This is the far southeastern portion of Grayson County. This is the area rotation. Rick, can we track this? I assume we're still at 40, 35, 40 on this one?
We are going 30 southeast.
Okay, so 30 southeast. For Bonneville, this means even though you are in the tornado warning, it's likely that the area rotation is going to stay off to your south. And you can see Rick there dragging that to the southeast. Not an ultra fast mover, so we're not going to cover a lot of real estate. Wax 2 minutes from now. If you're in Wax, Kentucky, tornado safety spot. Now, downstairs, underneath something, I need you in the center part of your house, and I need you to keep away from windows. That would be then in the Roseburg area 8 minutes from now, and in Macon, Kentucky, 14 minutes from now. There is Macon, Kentucky. So this will then exit out of Grayson County, and then ultimately could enter back into Hart County. The area rotation deserves a tornado warning. Right now it is off to the east of Iberia by about a mile, and it's basically just south of Broad Ford. Look, if you have friends or family out at Ruff, this is close to that area. They need to be aware. They need to be aware and take this one very, very seriously. Area rotation here right now. Rick, let's head over to the analyst here. That's Wax, Kentucky. That makes me nervous, but let's see. We go again through the exercise.
Onside reflectivity.
So we have seen this here where things were called, this right here was erroneously called a tornado. We've actually seen this quite frequently. So how do we know this is or is not a tornado? It's a really good question. Rick, let's put up the rotation here briefly. So is it in the area rotation? It is. So you're like, that's a tornado. You just said that in the Sea of Pink, if there's a hole, it's a tornado because the Sea of Pink is rain. Well, let's not put that correlation coefficient back up one more time. And let's not put up reflectivity. It's not raining there. So of course there's a hole because there's no rain falling. If the rain was falling, all the particles would be the same. If there's no rain, we have dust, maybe we have a little branch that's blowing around. But this is why when we analyze something to say it could be a tornado or it is a tornado, these details matter. If we're going to tell you a tornado is on the ground occurring, just so you know, tornado debris signatures, which say this is a tornado on the ground doing damage versus it may be, those tornado debris signatures, when executed correctly, are 95% accurate. So much so that the Weather Service created a new class for tornado warnings because science has indicated they're so accurate at determining tornado touchdowns. Rick, we just got a new scan here. Very notable two things I'm seeing here. The rotation has gotten a little bit better, the hook. And second, we're now getting a notable RFD surge on the southern side of this. So when this rear flank downdraft occurs, it pushes cold air out. In the initial point of the surge, that cold air, as it wraps underneath the storm, causes the rotation to go up. Ultimately, it wraps around the tornado, cuts the tornado off if it was a tornado, or it's just the area rotation, and it will occlude it and weaken it. So Rick, with that, I want to see if that rotation has come up with that surge starting to show, and the answer is it has. So you can see the RFD surge right here. Rick, normally after a massive RFD surge like what we're seeing, within 2 scans to 3 scans, it will go away. But the tornado threat, I think, is maximized right now over Wax, Kentucky. I think this is the point where if a tornado occurs, it's occurring or it's about to occur.
Right, and then once we get through a couple of scans, it should occlude based on how these storms have been behaving. But until that happens, like Mark just mentioned, we're kind of maximizing the potential here for a possible tornado. So again, in Wax, hopefully you're in your safe place. This is now almost over the Grayson and Hart County line. So this will shortly not be Grayson's County problem anymore. It's going to be Hart's problem. But we'll watch this one if it can indeed make it all the way down to Munfordville. Munfordville, I know you're probably watching and thinking, same in Bonneville. You are on the edge of that severe thunderstorm or tornado warning.
And it's worth noting this is not going to leave our viewing area because Hart is our viewing area.
Hart is our viewing area. We are not going to let you go. So if you are in Hart County, don't worry. We're going to stay with you every step of the way. Tornado warning until 5 Central or 6 Eastern. Still showing signs of rotation. I would say it's buried, number one.
It is buried. Yeah, like people. It bothers me, but people ask me, Mark, is this the kind where I'm going to be able to see it? Because I think they want to go out and take some pictures. It's buried. You're not going to see anything.
Even if you could see it, I don't want you to go see it.
Exactly.
I know the urge inside of you tells you want to go, but when you have these things that are wrapped in rain, number one, it makes it so much more dangerous because you have no idea. You can't identify it with your eyes. And number two, if you want to take a video, you're just going to get a video of rain.
Rain, you're literally, and then all of a sudden you're going to get blown away.
Right. It's not worth your time. It's not worth the risk. So please stay inside. And if you have a basement, then get down there. Get down there. Grayson County, you are about in the clear, but now we're going to focus in on Hart County. This area of rotation is still a problem.
It's finally getting out of our area slowly.
That pocket we've been watching in areas through central Marion County, it's still strong winds, but the strongest are starting to get out of here.
So we've got the strongest near Bradfordsville. If you're in Bradfordsville, be careful. 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible in the Chilton area. These are heading towards your location, and they're heading towards Merrimack, Kentucky. Greenbrier is probably starting to wind down just a little bit, but this has been a persistent area that's had some of the strongest winds within our viewing area. And what this means is, can any of that go southward? Well, I'm going to answer your question by putting this into motion over the last 30 minutes. And what you're going to see is the trajectory of motion is taking this away from us. And of course, that's not to say Summersville and Greensburg won't see winds, but it is to say that the strongest core of the winds are heading out of Greene County, heading out of, let me rephrase that, out of Taylor County. And this is going to be pulling away from our area in the next 30 minutes or so, which would then put our main show and our main concern on the storm that is near Wax, Kentucky. And Rick, I'm going to head back over to the wall here again. You've got analysts up. We feel that this is or may be on the point of dropping a tornado. So, Rick, let's start off with an area that we're watching, and let's put up rotation. So we're going to look. Uh-oh. So now we have, Rick, can you give me a number on this one right here, the pink pixel?
This pink one.
I'm going to guess 66?
That one's 63.
63. And if you could, give me this pixel, this green one right here. So we're going to go 2 pixels over.
40.
Okay, so we're somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm not going to say gate to gate, which means directly next to each other, but slightly displaced of around 100-mile-an-hour rotation. Now, Rick, let's look underneath here and see if we have any tornado debris signature. So we have this hole here. Is that in a rain area? So we're going to take a look here.
Yep.
That's a tornado debris signature. So we, as I mentioned, I thought this was about to produce a tornado because of the RFD surge. Rick, I think we've got a tornado on the ground here east of Wax, Kentucky, heading into Grayson County. Again, I'm going to go back to the wall here briefly. Rick, can you take that on a regular radar? I want you to be able to focus in on HD, yes, just so we can get some roads and I can show. But I want you to know that if you're east-southeast of Wax, right here along the Hart-Grayson County line, I believe there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. And the reason I believe that is this hole right here is telling me that something's being lofted up in the air underneath an area of rotation. This is going to put it near Pine Springs and right near Rosebud. If you're in Pine Springs or Rosebud, you've got to be in your tornado-safe spot now. Not in 5 minutes, now, because this is elevated. I think this may be producing a tornado. And this then is going to be going towards 728 here in the next 3 minutes. That's the area rotation where we believe a tornado touchdown is occurring and is about to move across 728 north of Rosebud. How do you remember where to go? Just think a duck. Downstairs.
There it is.
Underneath something. Center of the house, keep away from windows. Does the Weather Service, have they upgraded this? They just did.
They just did.
So they're seeing, again, we just called 3 minutes ahead of time a tornado that was occurring. I hope, I really hope that if it's 3 minutes and that gives you 3 minutes more to prepare, that it's worth it. That we can get you that advance notice so that you can take the preparations to protect your life, your property, your friends. This is now a notable tornado debris signature crossing 728 north of Cub Run near Rosebud. Can you zoom me out just a pinch here, Rick? Because I want to get a reference point here to Munfordville and 65. Here's Munfordville. Here is our rotation. So what we were able to deduce scientifically, and Rick, let's go back over to analysts because I'm curious to see what this looks. That hole has got to be insane now.
Yep.
Tornado on the ground right now. Rick, can you give me roads here?
That is Priceville Road.
Priceville Road.
And then that's the main road that runs north to south.
Okay.
Reams Church Road is just adjacent to that.
Got it.
And then back off to the west a little bit is Roseburg Road and Jericho Church Road.
So what we were able to deduce is the science that generates tornadoes. We were able to deduce that a tornado, that a rotation area had occurred, a rear flank downdraft was then occurring, which normally upticks rotation. Now it then upticked into the tornado occurring, which is now where we are. There is a tornado on the ground right now and your life is in danger. Your life is in danger near the Rosebud, Kentucky area. If you're near this, please, this is a tornado doing damage. This is not a maybe, this is not a hey, it's a tornado warning. We always go under these. No, this is a tornado on the ground doing damage. This is a life-threatening situation now if you're in Hart County. And I need you to take your tornado safety precautions, meaning downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, and keep away from windows. Rick, let's put rotation back up here again because I want to quantify approximately what we're looking at. And I think Analyst is probably going to do better with our area rotation. I just like the presentation on Analyst a little bit more. So can you give me a number on this guy right here? I'm going to guess that's a 63 to 67.
That one is 56.
Okay, 56 on one side. And can you give me this green guy right here? 56 plus?
30.
So we're looking at about 90 miles an hour. This is probably an EF1 tornado that's occurring right now. And this is, in fact, a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. Now, we know that there is the rear flank downdraft surge, as I mentioned, coming underneath. This will, at some point, weaken the area rotation. It will probably take a slight left turn, and then that would weaken off. But as we stand right now, there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. Let's go back over to Storm View HD, and we choose HD because it just has a very, very, very nice road presentation here. Rosebud, 728, Big Windy, Cub Run. About 1 mile north of Cub Run, there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. I hope that causes the hair on your arms to stand up a little bit. I hope that causes the hair in the back of your neck to stand up a little bit. That is now past Cub Run. Rick, can you zoom me on this road here just so I can get a marker? It looks like 88.
Yes.
Okay, so the area rotation 88, and what do we have? 728 and 88. The junction between 728 and 88, there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. This is a tornado that's doing damage, not a maybe. This is north of the Winesap area. I need you in your tornado safe spot in Winesap. I need you to be there in Macon. Rick, let's zoom out just a pinch. I want to give the downstream concerns here for this. We know that the motion is towards the east-southeast. Munfordville, you are directly in the path of a tornado that is on the ground and that is doing damage. Don't wait. Please, don't wait. This is your life. You get one chance at this. Let's not take the risk here. 6 minutes from now in the Kessinger area, Mount Beulah, 9 minutes from now, Munfordville. You've got 14 minutes until we have a confirmed tornado that's going to be crossing. It's going to cross over I-65. If you have children, if you have family, this should make you sick to your stomach. You need to go inside to your safe spot right now. I need you to get away from windows. If you have an interior room, it's the safest place to be. You're like, Mark, I don't have a basement. What am I supposed to do? Find an interior closet. Go into the bathtub in the center of your house. These are great spots. I have surveyed tornado damage now for the last 30 years of my life. I've seen EF4 tornadoes that the interior room is the only thing left standing. Nothing else is there. And the people walked out of the house safely. So on what looks like it could be an EF1, make good decisions, walk out of the house safely, even if you get hit by a tornado. And you make these good decisions, and you can walk and live another day on this. But Rick, this is life-threatening. We're not elevating this. This is a life-threatening situation.
And it's a life-threatening situation that you are not going to see coming. Just let me throw reflectivity back on, and you can see where that area of rotation is and also where we have the debris signature. So reflectivity, and I'm just going to turn off the lightning. You are completely buried in rain. There is so much heavy rain surrounding this that it is directly inside all that heavy rain. So this is not something you should take lightly at all. If you are in Munfordville, like Mark just mentioned, you need to get to your safe place now. It is not worth it. This is a very pronounced tornado debris signature that's moving in your direction. And like I said, you can't see this thing coming. I know a lot of people, with it being daylight, their first tendency or urge is to get outside and take a picture. Do not do that. It is a very bad idea. We have very strong rotation. Within that, something that we don't see very often is a pronounced tornado debris signature, and that just tells us with high confidence, around 95%, that there's a tornado on the ground and it's doing damage. There is no doubt about that. So I'm turning on NROC just to really emphasize, and that's gone up.
And I just want to mention this. Can we ask our news in there? We need cameras, traffic cameras on I-65 near Munfordville. We need those cameras. This may be able to see this tornado now. Rick, this is not a weak tornado. We have pinks in there. Those are elevated. This may be a strong tornado on the ground doing damage heading towards Munfordville. We have not seen a downtick in intensity on this yet, and I'm going to show you that is the tornado. So one thing I will note, over the last two scans, we went from extremely obvious tornado on the ground to obvious tornado on the ground to maybe it's not hitting anything, or maybe it is weakening a little bit, but we don't have as much debris that's being lofted, but the rotation is absurd.
Yeah.
This is a serious, I can't emphasize this enough. This is so dangerous right now. This is a strong tornado, I believe, that's on the ground. Rick, that's got to be 130.
87 on one side.
Gate to gate.
38.
87 and 38, let me just quickly do the math. 87 plus 38 times 1.15 is 143 mile an hour rotation. This may be a strong tornado that is heading towards Munfordville, Kentucky. I cannot emphasize how dangerous this is. I think this is the most rotation we have seen all season long, and it's in July.
Which is, that's something you reserve for spring. You would think this is, a springtime pattern. No, we are in summer, and this has been one of the most active summers that I can remember in a long time, and unfortunately, now we are seeing a confirmed tornado. It is doing damage in Hart County, and it is approaching Munfordville, and along with that, the I-65 corridor. You have people traveling up and down I-65, and you could have no idea what is moving your way. Very strong rotation. I'm also going to go back over to CC to tell you that.
This is EF2 plus, I think. Honestly, I think that we're looking at EF2 plus on this. We have got to be really, 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 really careful. This is extremely dangerous.
It's moving to I-65, and we have people who live in Hart County. We have people traveling through Hart County. This is a problem.
I'm going to do one thing here, Rick. I'm going to put this back over to StormView HD. The only reason is I want to look at how high the debris is being lofted, only because science would allow us to determine the strength of the tornado potentially based on how high that debris is being lofted. So I'm going to take this back a scan, and again, I'm doing this on a different computer because, again, some of the research that we have done over the years allows us to determine by how high the debris is being lofted how strong the tornado will be. So now I'm going to go back over and I'm going to head to the weather wall, and I'm going to show you just a little bit of what I have done here. So what you're looking at, I don't know if I can displace this a little bit better so you can see, but I'm going to head over to the weather wall. This is a slice. Gil, can you make sure that we're calling out of Hart County? We think this could be an EF2 tornado.
To get on it.
Okay, and if you do get any information, can you guys let me know? And if we also get any view from any traffic cameras that show anything.
They have one. It's a rainy road right now, but shows nothing much right now.
Okay, so we don't see anything yet. Okay, if you guys do see that, please get my attention. So what I'm going to ask, I don't know if it's even possible, but I don't know if we can take the crawl off here just momentarily. What I want you to see down here, Rick, did we move that? Can you go back one scan on this? Right there, right there. So this is the debris that was lofted by the tornado. So I'm going to spend a moment here with you. This is 10,000 feet. This is 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet. The tornado is doing damage on the ground. That debris is then getting picked up and lofted downstream. The debris is being lofted up to around 14,000 feet with rotation showing up on radar of 143 miles an hour. I believe that this is an EF2 plus tornado that's occurring here. I think that we need to take exceptional caution if we're in Munfordville, because Rick, we're moments away. If you're in Munfordville, the threat of a tornado is continuing to go up, and this is extremely dangerous stuff that we have ongoing here right now as we continue here with a tornado warning. And there was a new tornado warning that was issued while we were doing that analysis there, Rick. We're getting extremely dangerously close to Munfordville, and I'm going to make the case here that the tornado might have strengthened now in the last couple of scans, because remember the last one, we didn't have blue in there. Now we do again.
Right. Or maybe it just wasn't around anything and we're hitting an area now where it is actually allowed to pick some things up. So this is Cub Run Highway. The tornado is right on top of you. Forestville Road, and then also just adjacent to that, John Longston Road. And if this stays on track, Puckett Road, Longston Valley, and then after that, it gets into Munfordville. So I really hope that this thing starts to weaken a little bit, but all signs point to this thing is holding strong. And it looks like we have some video here.
This is our camera that is in Hart County. This is near the Munfordville area. Tough. It looks like the camera's aimed down, so I'm not sure we're actually seeing much out of that one. So that's not ultra helpful in that one. But let's go back over here, Rick. I'm going to head back to the weather wall here. And what I want to do is, we've been doing this exercise here now for a little bit. Let's put the velocity back on there. And you just showed me what we call gate to gate, meaning the rotation is banked up against each other. What's interesting about this is the RFD surge did not push fast enough that it shut this down. All it did is increase the intensity, and it's gone through the roof. Rick, pink, green here. Can you give me these two?
So you got 65 on one side.
65 knots.
And then 15 on the other.
Can you go to this one right here?
That's 31.
So 55, you said, and 31 puts us at about 86. 86 times 1.15 puts us at around 100 miles an hour. So we had 143 mile an hour rotation. That came down some, and the newest scan came in. The rotation's coming down. This is better. Rotation coming down, but Rick, I'm seeing new warnings popping on here. Can you get me information on what they're changing with respect to these warnings? They may be because it's going over 65. They may be changing their approach towards this. I'm going to I think they may have just extended it further. Is that accurate?
I can't tell just based on looking.
Just looking, tornado warning considerable. I'm just getting both.
I think maybe that.
All they did is extend it further. Okay. So that's good to know. But Rick, two scans in a row now. Rotations come down. Oh my, this is best case scenario. Rotations come down over the last scan as this is now approaching Munfordville. I'm hoping that an occlusion has occurred. Let me look at reflectivity. I want to just analyze what's occurring so that we can get a sense of what has happened, and hopefully we can get a better sense of what's going to be happening going forward. Rick, let's do several different things here. Let's start off with velocity and go back 2 scans. So this is current. No, very, 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 very serious here. Okay, moving forward 2. Rotation is still there. It's weakening. There looks to be a hard push on the backside here, so this may be temporary. Let's now go to reflectivity. I want to see if an occlusion could truly be occurring. Let's take this back 2 scans. Okay, and moving it forward. I don't think this is occluding. I think that it may just be in a brief weakening. It may come right back up here. And then lastly, let's look at the debris that was getting lofted over the last couple of scans. We're going to go back 2 scans, and we're going to notice very notable tornado, not as noticeable. Moving forward, notable, not as noticeable. Now, Rick, correct me if I'm wrong here, but does this thing look like it took a little bit of a left turn on this last scan?
Let me see. It seems like it should.
Let's go from here. Let's go back 2 scans so we can generally get the direction. So right here, yes? Not much. Not much. So it's going to be heading south of Munfordville. The good news, Munfordville, is we're seeing a slight downtick. The bad news is it's inconclusive about whether this is brief. We still continue to see an exceptionally dangerous situation here in Hart County. This, again, is one of the most dangerous storms that we have seen anywhere in our area all year long, on a year that started busy, turned quiet, and then has upticked into more dangerous. The area of rotation right now here is just to the west of Munfordville by 3 miles. That area rotation is going to cross 65, 1 to 2 miles south of Munfordville. If you live in Munfordville, you have got to be in your safe spot. I need you downstairs. Oh, it's back up.
Stronger.
I knew it. I knew it. That it wasn't. I knew it couldn't be done because it didn't show an RFD surge, Rick. I knew it.
The inflow is fully intact.
Munfordville, a tornado is about to move into town. Again, hear me out. This may be an EF2 plus tornado. This is not a tornado you play around with. This is life-threatening. I need you to be downstairs. I need you underneath something. I need you in the center of your house. Keep away from windows. If you've got a football helmet, put it on. Protect the things that matter to you. If you can get into a bathtub, do it. If you're on the 2nd floor of the apartment, it's too late. Don't try to get to the base floor. Get as far away from the west-facing wall as you can. If you don't know which way is west, grab your phone, tell it, open a compass, and it will tell you. And get yourself away from the westward-facing wall. This is extremely dangerous. This could be the difference between life or not, because we have a strong tornado here. Rick, let's go back again in there. I want to look at what has happened. Let's get again across this thing. The pink here is going to be the king. 62-ish?
62 on the money.
This side, I guess 40, 38?
33.
33, and we'll call it 60, puts us at around 110 miles an hour of rotation. This may be an EF1, EF2. This is the southern side of Munfordville. This is going into Munfordville right now because the radar, Rick, is going to take a little time to update. This is in Munfordville right now.
So Charlie Dowling Road, these are areas, if you hear your street and I'm rattling it off, then you know this is no joke. Lone Oak Road and Bragg Ave, these are on the southern side of Munfordville. Craig Ave, if you live on Holly Lane, these are roads that are in the direct path of this tornado. So I just said there's a tornado moving in your direction, and if I just listed your street name and you live south of Munfordville, or you even recognize where you live on this map, you need to go. Get there as soon as possible. You need to be in your safe place. This is a tornado on the ground doing damage. Speaking of damage, I want to turn on correlation coefficient.
It's there, it's not as strong, but here's the thing. This maybe it just didn't hit anything.
Right.
And
when
the
it
problem
approaches
is
an area more populated,
once it goes past Munfordville, there's no question it's going to hit something.
Right.
And as it crosses I-65, it is in the process of doing that now. This is crossing over I-65. I don't think it is as strong as it was 10 minutes ago, but I think we're still probably talking EF1, EF2 tornadoes about to cross a major interstate, I-65, that is heavily traveled.
At almost 6 o'clock.
This is,
you know, there's people out on the road.
Though, yeah, I mean, and if we have crews that are going to try to cover, they need to be going. They're going south. Okay. So again, one of the things that we always do within our group is that as a weather and news, we have to make sure that we cover everything with the entirety of our resources, and so that's what we're doing to make sure that news is on the same page. Rick, since we've looked at the latest scan, that this is exactly what you don't want to see in Munfordville, Kentucky. I mean, if you were talking when this day started, what is your worst case scenario? It's exactly what's occurring right now. This is the worst case scenario for Munfordville. This is a tornado that's likely moving through the south side of Munfordville right now. I'm going to take you back there. So the rotation is not as strong as it was. That's a positive. The hook is absurd. And you can see just an absolutely crazy hook on this. I do believe now I can say with some level of certainty that an occlusion is in the process of occurring, and I'm going to explain what I mean by that. Rick, let's take this back a couple of scans, and we're going to see a very, very notable hook right here. See how that comes off the thunderstorm and wraps around the back? Now we're going to take it forward 2 scans, and you're going to notice this is now starting to bury into the storm. Once this buries into the storm, it should lose some of its intensity. As I say, thunderstorms and severe weather, and tornadoes in particular, and tornado circulations are extremely complicated. This is what is the most likely scenario, but this storm has shown us some things at times. It is on the boundary of some of the prior storms, and it could indeed uptick in rotation a little bit, but it may be showing a slight weakening trend. And in terms of our velocity, this has been one of the more unique storms. You can see the brightest greens and pinks are now a little bit more displaced from one another, so the rotation may be broadening out just a little bit. But the problem is Rick, if you're in the south side of Munfordville, it's hitting you.
Yeah.
It's hitting you. It's not like this may be, it's hitting you. And if this weakens, great. But it's too late for Munfordville because it's hitting them.
It's hitting the south side of Munfordville, getting hit by a tornado right now. I'm going to go over to correlation coefficient, and we get new scans in every 30 seconds here. So a new one will come in 10 seconds. And the actual warning itself still has 32 minutes to go. And this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado.
They are using those words.
They are using those words.
We don't get those words often. It doesn't. I mean, maybe it's me. It makes it. You shiver
chills,
when you do this.
Just when you say confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado, located over Munfordville, and particularly the south side, moving southeast at 30. Yeah, you get that pit in your stomach. So right now we're gonna just watch this tornado debris signature. And if it picks up more,
this is what we need to see. So there it is. Yep, it just picked up more debris.
Okay.
So we have a damaging tornado right now that's crossing over I-65. In this exact moment, there is a tornado on I-65. If you have any friends and family, look, if you've ever driven this area, and I have several times, once you get to Munfordville, Rick, it gets kind of curvy in that area.
Yeah.
So this is going to be somewhat disorienting because the people, if they're driving, are going to be driving through rain that's on the southern side of that storm, and then they'll pop out into a slight clear, and they may drive right into a tornado. We have debris being lofted. So this is a damaging tornado crossing Interstate 65, 2 miles south of Munfordville. For Munfordville, they may have gotten lucky by 2 miles.
Right.
They may have gotten lucky by 2 miles. That said, one of the things we know is that the radars have to tilt upward, so sometimes the location can be offset by a little bit. So this may actually be a little bit closer to Munfordville than what radar indicates, and Munfordville may have taken a hit. Now, beyond this, if you're wondering exactly where this is, Rowletts. Rowletts, there is a tornado on top of you right now. And I don't know what to say other than this crossed over 65. It's now on 31W. We have a damaging tornado that has been deemed by the Weather Service large and extremely dangerous at 6 p.m. that is hitting Rowlett. Now, this is along 31W. This is going to be tracking just south of Hardeeville along 31E, just north of Uno. You must be in your tornado-safe location in Hardeeville and in Uno. And that decision that you make in the next few moments could be a life-protecting situation, because we have a damaging, again, verbiage from the National Weather Service is large and extremely dangerous. And Rick, I don't even know that the occlusion truly occurred. It looked like it tried.
It tried.
It may not have actually occurred, which, as we noted, this storm has had a persistency that other storms have not had. I think what makes this unique, Rick, when you look at that, is the surface winds are out of the southwest. Many times, if there's rain south or east of the circulation, it will draw rain-cooled air
Kind
in.
of choke it off a little bit.
But the winds are out of the southwest, which is allowing this storm, even with rain to the southeast of it, not to get blown apart. This is not your normal supercell.
No, and the fact that it's hanging on for dear life, it just, you know, it has barriers and obstacles that it's overcoming. And the fact that it's still maintaining itself, that's why we have the confirmed tornado. I mean, just to have the verbiage of dangerous and violent and large, it's just, you don't want to have those kind of things being said.
Well, there's new scan.
New scan once again.
A little more occluded there.
A little more, but still not 100% quite. The process isn't done. It's trying.
You know what's interesting, by the way, on that particular image? I think that is generating a new rear flank downdraft on the southwest side.
Let me just scan back. Oh, it is.
If that is, that could cause an uptick in rotation. I'm going to head over to the weather wall and show you what I'm looking at here. So this is what we call storm dynamics. You guys have probably watched me for years. You may not know what I did in college. I did in college radar research. I worked with a crew called the Mobile Doppler Radar, the Doppler on wheels. I was part of multiple deploys, hurricanes, tornadoes, land breeze, sea breeze interactions, tornado, hurricanes, and my expertise, what I did for Dr. Werman, who is the kind of brainchild of the Doppler on wheels, is I collected data when I was on some of these projects, and I de-aliased velocity data. I spent every single day staring at radar data and analyzing. My graduate research work was on the Spencer, South Dakota tornado of 1998, and I analyzed every single moment of the high-resolution, close-range scans of that tornado. We determined 287 approximately mile-an-hour winds, which to this day is the second strongest winds measured on the planet. I took the data. I was part of that team. And so that's my way I made it into TV is very weird. My goal was to get my PhD and teach. And the long and short of this, I found that after a tornado hit and destroyed the town I lived in, I couldn't do that anymore. So I decided that the skills that I had developed, I wanted to be on the front line of trying to help. For the last 20 years, that's what I've done. So that's a little bit of backstory. This little guy right here is what we call a rear flank downdraft. So this is some cold air that's coming down on the backside of the storm. What does that mean? Well, that means that it's going to move like a cold front underneath the tornado. Normally, once it gets south, it's going to cause an uptick of rotation. I anticipate this may strengthen a little bit in the next scan or two. And then if that rear flank downdraft can accelerate all the way past, it would occlude the tornado and weaken it. If the last rear flank downdraft never made it all the way around and didn't weaken it. In fact, all it did was intensify it. But Rick, if we go back one scan, this isn't there. That appendage on the southwest part of the storm isn't there. It came out on the last scan, which means that's the rear flank downdraft. So now let's go into the velocity here. That's what we're watching. Will this cause an uptick in rotation? It normally does. And we need to watch that really closely. 31W, 31E. And let's go back over to our other weather systems so we can see areas and locations that will be impacted by what the Weather Service continues to call a large and extremely dangerous tornado. We're going to go hyper tight in here south of Hardeeville. Let's keep going. Here is Uno. And what do we have right here behind the banner, Rick? Let's move that down. I just want to see. I think there was a town up here.
Hardeeville.
Hardeeville. So the area of rotation is going to go up near Uno. It may be a mile north. If you're in Uno, please take your tornado safety precautions. Don't play around with this. You're going to be in core rain. You may pop out briefly and then the tornado would move over. New tornado warning was just updated for the area. Rick, did they continue verbiage of large and extremely dangerous tornado, or did they just go with tornado confirmed now?
PDS.
So they did stay with particularly dangerous situation, which means large and extremely. So the Weather Service, again, with their verbiage, and Rick, I don't want to make this seem like this is about anything we're doing, but I just want you to see what happened. We identified a rear flank downdraft. Let's take it back one scan. There, the rotation doesn't look as good.
Right.
When the rear flank downdraft occurred, Let's zoom in a little bit, and I really want people to see what we're talking about. Again, please know that all we're trying to do is get you to understand the severity of what's occurring here. So the rear flank downdraft occurred on this scan, and I told you we would see an uptick of rotation. Let's advance it forward. It's much worse. Science is real, and it works. And it works in my field just like it does in any. And if you follow the rules and understand storm dynamics, you will be able to predictively look at severe weather and tornadoes and to an extent predict what is going to happen. So we predicted that the tornado would increase in strength, and it has. So now we have a tornado here that's crossing 31E that is north of Uno. Rick, I see you on some roads there. This is 31E. Can you give me the exact roads on underneath where this is?
That intersects with Little Blue Springs Road.
Okay.
That also Lonoke Road.
Okay.
And just one last one I can pull out here.
It's all good. I mean, it helps. So
Yep.
31E. We're crossing just north of Uno. Rick, can you give me the debris on this and see what we've got on correlation coefficient? So we have a long track tornado right now. This has been on the ground for a while. Rick, we do have the ability to look at rotational tracks. Do you remember when I updated the software recently?
Oh, that's right.
I'm going to see if we can look at the rotational track on this. Do you remember? I'm trying to remember product that it was. Off the top of my head, it was. Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly. I don't remember the exact one, but we've got a long track tornado now. So after this is all over, we'll come back and take a look. But this is a long track tornado that's been on the ground here for a while now. This is doing damage near the Uno area. We know that this tracks south of Munfordville. We don't know the extent of the damage there. Our news crew is working to determine what exactly occurred there. I just want to check from a distance standpoint how long that this area rotation has been going, just so we can get an idea of maybe how long this has been on the ground here. Rick, I'm going to start as our argument in Wax, Kentucky. And if that argument is correct, this has been on the ground for 15 nautical miles or around 18 miles. That rotation started at 5:31. This means this tornado has been on the ground likely for 37 minutes, Rick.
Wow, it's 37 minutes, and we want to make sure that everyone else who's downstream of this knows what's happening. So there you can see the strong rotation, and it's been coming up and it's been coming down. Mark, I have on the other computer, the HD version.
Okay, I'm going to head over to that right now, Rick.
A track for you.
Done.
This is moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, okay? Southeast 35. Where does it hit next? La Grande, 3 Springs in 6 minutes, Center 12, Little Barron, if it can hold together, around 18 minutes, Beachville around 22, and then Cork in 27 minutes. If this can hold together, you need to be prepared. You know what to do. Have it be muscle memory, going to your safe place, seeking shelter, and make sure that this storm does not impact your life, your property. But once again, this is kind of unavoidable because we have so much instability. This storm is thriving out there right now. It's moving through Hart County and eventually should actually leave the county itself, but just north of Uno, what you notice are those greens and the reds. They are banked up right against one another. Very strong rotation, and it is lofting debris in the air. Now, I know people think you have to get hit directly by the tornado to have danger. No, tornadoes actually launch projectiles and like torpedoes almost, pieces of wood, shingles, anything they pick up, and can launch that outside of the storm. So that is a very serious threat. Even though you may not be in the direct path of it, still that debris is getting lofted. You have to be in your safe place if you are inside that purple box, which does signify a confirmed tornado.
And Rick, look at that area rotation. The rear flank downdraft caused an uptick. This rear flank downdraft appears to have fully wrapped And notice the hook is gone.
Nice.
We may be seeing an occlusion on this. That predictively is what we would think should happen. But at the same time, this storm has been, look, we said this we even said this last night. Do you remember when we were talking about it? Somebody said, could a strong tornado occur?
Yes, I do remember that.
So we were in our stream last night. If you guys don't follow Rick DeLuca on Facebook or me or on WDRB News, we do streams a lot. We do these in particular in the evenings when we have severe weather potential. In fact, if you're leaving your house right now, you can head over to my Facebook page and the stream is on there, on Rick's page, on WDRB News. So we did one last night and people asked, could you get a strong tornado? One of the things I remember saying, there's a little bit of wind changing direction with height. And the amount of fuel was so obscene that an EF2 plus would be possible. And somebody said, could you get a long track? And we said, it's not impossible in this situation. And part of the reason is, this is not what we see in our area. Look, I'm gonna make an absurd comparison because it's not fair. But everybody knows the El Reno tornado. It's the widest tornado that ever occurred in US history. It was over 2 miles wide. This tornado did not have extreme amounts of wind. It had more than we had here today. But it had 6,000 units of instability. Today we had about 4,500. Yeah. This was a scenario where the fuel was so outrageous that it was going to allow a potential where you could get a strong tornado.
Right. It can actually, the lack of wind energy can be overcome by the high amounts of instability. So what you lack in one department, you can almost make up for in the other department because it's just over the top. Yeah.
I've never seen 4,500 here in a severe scenario. I've seen 4,500.
Yeah, you get it every single day when we have summer, but oftentimes we don't have thunderstorms to go along with all that instability. And we have had a status update here.
So, and let's go full, can you take Rick and I full screen here just for a moment here? After 42 minutes of being under a tornado confirmed on the ground, we are now under a tornado warning, not the confirmed, not particularly dangerous situation, not large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. We have improved. We are under a tornado warning at 6:13 right now here. We hope that this will not step back up, but we're not leaving. We say this all the time, whether you're in our most populous county or our least populous, we don't care. Our job is to protect your life and your property, and we're gonna hopefully show that with action. I feel like in our world, it's so easy to say I am.
Oh yeah.
But it's a lot harder to show with action. So that's what we're gonna do here.
And listen, this is I would say if you are in far extreme southwestern Greene County, you are not immune to maybe this getting close to you.
It's going to brush it.
It's going to brush it, and the same for Adair County, right? So for if I was you, if you are in southwestern Adair and Greene County, this could very potentially impact you as well. In fact, I do think it's going to brush the western side of Greene County, southwestern. So,
and if it holds, I think it's pretty likely that this is going to get into parts of rural western and southwestern Adair.
Right. So we still have good rotation on it. We don't have the confirmed tag on this anymore, but we still have a tornado warning.
And it deserves one.
And it absolutely deserves one. So 15 minutes do remain with this particular warning. This was located near Three Springs. And again, it still has that southeastern track at 35 miles per hour. So I do want to put a new tracker on this one. Just, I think one of the most important things that we can do is let you know where this is headed and what time it's going to be there, Mark.
Okay, so Rick, what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of things here. What I want to do is give you reference points here. Let's look at the rotation and zoom in just a little bit. And I know what you're seeing is these greens next to the reds right here. I am not 100% sure that some of this is not what we call noise. This may be signal to noise ratio issues. If I was doing full analysis, I would take this out of de-aliasing mode and I would look at it a little more carefully. In this scenario, what I can tell you is we for sure have diffuse rotation. Will it tighten back up? The way to look at that and to analyze that is going to be to look at the reflectivity here. It's going to give us a better sense of what's occurring. And the reason I mention that is what we would look for is a hook now to redevelop. The fact that it has a hail core tells us that it is a very strong storm here. The area rotation buried back in. Rick, I hate to say this, but I think this could indeed actually be cycling. There is still a very notable core here. And if you look here, this bulge on the south side of the storm, let's take it back one scan, wasn't there. It had kind of flattened and buried a little bit. And let's move forward. This guy right here. So we're going to have to see, we're now in what we refer to as a cycle. This is a cyclic supercell. Cyclic means it's produced a tornado, it has weakened a little bit, and it may generate a new tornado. If it cycles back that tornado and strengthens, obviously this is something we'll watch. And then Rick, let's get the area rotation and do our exercise with correlation coefficient, because obviously this does matter, as we had a very notable area. I'm going to just highlight this area right in here. So let's note in here and put up correlation coefficient and see if we've got the blue hole. We do not. I don't think we have an imminent tornado on the ground right now.
New warning is issued.
And is this severe, Rick, or is this tornado? I'm sorry, is this tornado or is this tornado confirmed?
This is, just to verify, this is radar indicated.
Okay, good. Positive there. But this means we're going to need to stay with this for a while. Southern Greene County and now Adair County under a tornado warning. We started our live stream today at 2 p.m. We're going now 6:17. 4 hours and 17 minutes of severe weather and live tornado coverage. We hope that we've been able to help thus far, and we're going to continue to walk you through this. Rick, I want to go over to HD here because I think it's important that we do a track on what really is the main show in town right now. It is arguable that this is going to leave our area momentarily, but with the tornado warning still in effect for Greene County, let me just say this. Let's just say you're in Greene County, and you're like, oh, these guys are just going to go ahead and bail. They're done with it. They're going to stop talking about it. How would you feel? That's why we need to stay with this. We cannot do that to people that are desperately searching for information. So let's do a storm track here, Rick. And I want to use the area rotation near center Kentucky. And I want to take that southeast. They did fan the warning a little bit, and I think they fanned the warning, and you can give me your opinion on this one. I think they fanned this because it may be in a cycle phase, and getting the exact location is going to be challenging. If you could, let's give it a little bit more of an eastward, just in case.
A little more eastward?
Yeah, and let's do, if we can, the fan track, only because you know how that one spreads out more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll give us a little more play and flexibility. Exactly, that's kind of what I think too.
I might just adjust this a tiny bit right there.
So this is going to put it near Cork in around 15 minutes, but you get the idea. This is going through a little more of a rural area right now. So it's not hitting as many locations. We still don't know exactly what occurred out of Munfordville. We know that we believe a long track tornado occurred based on what we saw on radar. I would tell you that a long track tornado did occur. I don't think that it's even possible that it did not, based on what we know from radar. That said, we still do not have ground truth out of this area to determine exactly what happened. Just so you know, what will occur after this ends is the National Weather Service will go out tomorrow, and they will likely start their damage surveys to try to determine with a level of certainty what has occurred. We don't know, again, until they get out there, the strength of this. I believe that we probably did see an EF2 tornado. I think it's probably going to be EF2, EF1, but I think it's probably going to be EF2. Rick, you're looking at this from our other computer called the Analyst, and when you showed the normalized rotation, you know, about 40 minutes ago, we saw reds, and we saw some pinks on there, which are scary.
Yeah, that's the color I have not personally seen in a very long time.
In our area, you know, trying to think back, Henryville is one that I saw it on. 2021, obviously, we saw that extensively in the Mayfield tornado. I just can't come off the top of my head since either of those two that we have seen normalized rotation appear so significant.
No, and this would, I mean, this is definition here. And so what I've done is taken it back to where it was the worst, and now I'll fast forward to where we are right now. You can see kind of the varying intensity, but still on the downtrend, ticks back up, comes down, comes up, and we said cyclical. this is exactly what it's doing. It's cycling back and forth. The newest scan of NROT, which is normalized rotation, has the weakest that we've seen all day long, which is great news, but there's still very broad rotation with inside there.
I'm worried that's going to tighten because that has the appearance of a intensifying rotation. Look at that. It has cycled. Look at the hook on it now. That is a classic. All right, guys, I'm going to tell you that I don't think we're done yet. This supercell, I'm going to show you why I don't think we're done. If you go back, let's go back 3 scans into a flat storm. I argued that right here that there may have been a new rotation center developing, and let's now advance it into the current. And what you're going to see is body of the storm. Now it's recycled the hook. What I also noticed, Rick, when you were showing the velocity, is the velocity on the east side, the greens in particular, have ramped on the last 2 scans. So let's take it back 2 scans, and we'll notice that we were dominated by the reds on the west, and then take it forward 2 scans, and the greens are increasing. This is an intensifying storm that may be an intensifying, may drop another tornado.
And this is just so close to
Unbelievable.
the Greene County border here. So if you are in Greene County, the rotation is not really inside the county, but it is awfully close. Very, very close. In fact, State Highway Road 1048, this is going to skirt right adjacent to that. So center, Little Barron. But again, this is moving south and moving southeast, so at 35, which puts it right along 869.
So if you're downstream here, Rick, we need to be thinking about 68.
Of course.
This is going to be crossing 68 in the next 4 to 6 minutes. Will this generate another tornado or not? It's trying right now. Will it succeed? I can't tell you with certainty right now. It's definitely showing an intensification. And in terms of lightning, I mean, this is a machine. This is a lightning machine. I don't want to ignore you in Louisville, by the way. Louisville's out of the tornado watch now. There are still some scattered showers, void of lightning near Warsaw. But you can see in E-Town, we've got thunderstorms ongoing yet again in E-Town. I'm going to take you there. It's quite the difference. So this is looking south out of E-Town, and you can see that storm that is rumbling the skies in E-Town. Conversely, I'm going to take you into Metro Louisville. And Rick, look at that. You can see some towering cumulus there along the cold front.
I cannot believe that.
It's just a wild day.
3-4 hours ago, you couldn't see through the shot. The camera was shaking.
And we had power outages, which we haven't checked in a while.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
Wow.
Good job for LG&E. We maxed at 4,000 without power. We're now down to 1,200. Oldham County, which did appear to get hit pretty good, is still without power, 1,700 people without power. I know people in Louisville are like, what does this mean for me? You are out of the Severe Thunderstorm Watch. And, there's going to be much that is said about this, Rick, when this is all said and done. I'm going to tell you a couple of things about this. We were under a slight risk of severe weather on Saturday north of the river. You're like, there wasn't any warnings in our viewing area north of the river. Correct. We were under a slight risk of severe weather until about 1:30 today, at which point they upgraded. What was never upgraded, unfortunately, is tornado probabilities. They just didn't, I don't think they matched this one correctly. And one of the weirdest things I'm going to say, in the last year, the Storms Prediction Center puts these hatch marks, which they call the significant severe weather probabilities, on literally everything. I mean, we have gotten to the point where we say, like, it literally is on everything.
Yeah.
Nothing had SIG on it today, nothing. Not hail, not wind, and not tornado. And I don't know exactly what's going on with them, but I'm really disappointed in some of the way that some of this stuff has been dealt with. I don't know if people even know what a slight risk means anymore because it's been so used in so many different scenarios. So here we are where we stand right now. Can the producer just say one more time what she was mentioning? Okay. Okay, so we do. Can I talk to our crews on the way to Munfordville? Can I talk to them? Did you know if they if we can have just a quick chat, or is that not possible? Okay, let's show the drive cam, by the way, heading south towards Munfordville. Okay, that's a little conspicuous. I'm going to move our traffic system south, and the only reason I say that's conspicuous is we know that a tornado likely crossed I-65, and there looks like bumper-to-bumper traffic there going southward.
If
If there was damage, then the highway may be closed.
And they also may be able to, to see it.
Do you know where they are? Because it looks like there's a southbound delay near Sonora and Upton. Do we know if that's where they're caught? Okay, so they are caught in that. They're caught 2 miles to Upton. Interesting. Can we take the traffic system here briefly? I want to show you. We would expect to see red on our traffic maps if a tornado hit south of Munfordville. So let's go back over to the traffic map here again. And what I'm noticing is there's not really significant slows or stops south of Munfordville on our traffic here. So that's interesting. If there was a tornado that hit that area, one would expect there to be a lot of reds on the highway, which there are not, which is a positive here. And maybe it just didn't do a lot of damage coming across 65. Remember, it did show a little weakening trend when it went over 65 and then came back up in intensity. The National Weather Service continues with a tornado warning here for Southern Greene and for Western Adair County. Our crews are heading south. They're caught in some traffic near Upton right now, and they are working their way southward. Rick, our assignment desk handed you some stuff. Chris Turner, by the way, who's been with us for a long, long time. Chris Turner is a fixture at WDRB, has been here a long time. Chris was here when I walked in the door. Chris is still here. We feel like Chris is going to be here forever, actually, because
I like to call him Mr. T.
Yeah, he is a part of what makes WDRB WDRB. But he's been out there trying to find out what's going on and what we know.
Right. So we have gotten a picture. So hopefully you can get this up as soon as possible there in the control room on SND. But we have a picture from Kentucky Highway 88. This is almost to Hardeeville, but not quite there.
Okay.
Just before the intersection with US 31E. 88 is the road between Munfordville and Greensburg, and there's a tree down.
Okay.
So that explains there's a wreck, there's some damage. So this kind of all comes together and gives us a bigger picture that we have damage, a car wreck. It's clearly a chaotic afternoon down there near Highway 88, near Hardeeville. But this is, again, the same area we were tracking with that area of rotation, and there it is. So there's it looks like at least a branch, but also the road's covered in water. There's some ponding on there. So yes, this is Highway 88, where we have a tree limb down and clearly ponding. And these storms have left behind a swath of flash flood warnings. I was hoping we wouldn't have to talk about flash flood warnings again. I feel like that's all we did for about a month. And, now this complex of storms has done the same, and you are getting some more pictures and video in here.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to pull up some of our pictures that we can show. Let's go over to Storm View 3D, Rick, and what that will allow me to do is to try to update. Actually, do you guys have the ability to take our weather, what you guys call weather radar? Can you take that full? The only reason I'm asking that is we're starting to get pictures of damage from our area in Hart County, and I want to try to get those to air. And rather than us going to black while I'm trying to do that, if you guys can take weather radar, then that will allow me to go into those pictures and get those. So Rick, I'm going to let you talk here while I go ahead and grab those pictures.
Yeah, so listen. Let's just get back to business here and talk about the actual tornado warning itself. I'm going to turn off the lightning. It is a strobe show down in Center through Gradyville. The other piece of the warning, the Weather Service just allowed it to expire. So if you are in Beachville, if you are in Nell, if you are in Breeding, you should be in your safe place. Tornado, this one has a history of being large and dangerous. Is it that way right now? No, but this tornado warning is in effect and goes until, let's see, another 30 minutes. So around 7 o'clock, this would remain into effect. It's moving southeast at now around 25 miles an hour, and it's near Knob Lick. So Knob Lick is the one where we have the most pronounced rotation. I can display that, by showing you this product, which is just velocity. So there's Knob Lick. The best rotation is just north and east of you, getting very close to areas like Beachville and Cork. Again, this will is crossing over 70 and will cross over 78 if it can indeed hold together. So this is the storm that we're watching. We still have another half hour to go. The Cumberland Parkway is also a major road that this one will cross if it can maintain the strength, Mark.
So Rick, this was sent in on my Facebook page. This is Barbie Halliburks said that this is her sister's farm in Hart County. So a couple of things you're going to note here is that the barn roof is torn in one direction. You'll notice it's in a sense kind of peeled, and then you can see part of that has been deposited on the awning to the side of that. The Weather Service will obviously have to get out and determine. And this is a video. This one I want you to watch, Rick. Bill Phelps sent this in from Wax, Kentucky. So this is about a 45-second video. And you're like, there's nothing happening. You're right. Currently. And as you're going to see, you'll notice the trees.
Oh.
Yes. So this is an area where we believe the tornado was extremely close. So you can see on the bottom, this was at 4:26 Central Time, and Bill obviously captured this from his Ring camera. What's interesting is you're starting to see the trees move a little bit more as what was likely either the rear flank downdraft or the tornado approaching. And we're going to let this thing play fully out, because what you're going to see is it goes from nothing. And now we've got more movement. You just saw what looked like a flash. That could have been a lightning strike. That may have been a power line blowing. And you're going to see how this intensifies and intensifies. And we say this a lot, Rick, but our viewers are our eyes out there.
Oh, yeah.
There are storm chasers, there are spotters, and they're the ones that allow us to see. And you're going to see the trees get going a little bit faster, a little bit harder. We don't know and when you notice it pixelates there, I'm guessing that may be because either the internet's becoming unstable or something's getting hit. But you can see there now the trees, look at that, they're going wild.
Wow.
So this was likely the tornado passing by Wax, Kentucky. This is Wax Marina. But you can see how quickly.
That went from 0 to 100.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you can see those trees are all over the place and are being taxed to their limits. I don't know if there is specific damage to those flickers there are more than likely power lines that were exploding, but I think that at minimum, this was at least very close to where the tornado occurred. As we stand right now, tornado warning continues here right now.
And they've added one. They've banked an additional warning down to the south and west of it.
Interesting.
So, and they're being cautious of the movement of this one. Again, it's been.
Put that one in motion. Oh, it's just been, it's starting to dive a little bit. Look at that. It changed direction.
Right, due south.
And if you look north of Glasgow, there may be a secondary area of rotation developing.
Right. But this is actually, this movement.
That would miss Hart County, or that would miss Adair County now.
Right, this would miss Greene and Adair County. So I know in Greene and Adair County, you've been watching the storm very carefully, saying, what's it mean for me?
Unbelievable.
This thing has just made a turn. It's changing course, and it's going due south, which takes the threat for you down a lot more, which is fantastic news if you are in Greene and Adair County. Now, for Edmonton, no, that's not a good thing. But this would be a complete dive south for us.
Unbelievable. So this thing is a right mover now, where it was not a right mover for the last, I'm just going to put it in motion here. That's insanity. I'm going to do 60 minutes. It's moving too fast, too. It's giving me a headache. Let me play that again. And I just want you to see over 60 minutes how the motion on the rotation was going more towards the east and now is taking a hard south move, which is going to be even more visible when we look at the rotation. Look at the change. That's insanity. This is 3 hours. Now I'm going to show you 1 hour. Rick, the thing was, the rotation was going due east. It literally put on a right-hand blinker and now is turning south. Now, if this direction holds, this is going to be an all clear for our area. So one of the things I will note for our news team here, it's possible within about 10 minutes we could come back and finish off with a news block so that we know. And I honestly would say that my goal here is going to be to do a news block at the end of this so that we can update on the things that have occurred here. Rick, we have new information coming in from Grayson County.
Yeah, the Grayson County Dispatch has noted there are multiple trees down in the roadways, and then also a garage that has collapsed. No location given, but firefighters are on scene. They're trying to, make sure everyone's safe, get things cleaned up, and obviously get trees out of the road so people can continue on their way. But we've seen quite a bit of damage around the area so far. The National Weather Service has had a long day today, and they're going to have a long day tomorrow. My guess is they will definitely be out there in Hart County, right around Munfordville, to survey what was a tornado. And they're going to make sure that we have all the clarification information, the track length, the width, how long it was on the ground, and again, the wind speed inside of that. But what we're seeing right now is a positive sign that the storm, that the only one that we've been watching, is starting to make that turn. But what's left behind, I think, is very important, because while in Louisville it's sunny and there's not much going on, there's a flash flood warning, which remains in effect for Louisville until 7 p.m. That's another 20 minutes or so. So please, if you know some of those flooded roads, just use some caution out there. There are multiple flash flood warnings for E-Town through Hardinsburg, and the only thing we have is now not only a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado warning.
And we just got new information here from the Grayson County Emergency Manager. This one we need to follow up with. His name is Brian Schorluck. I'm not sure if that's pronounced. He said Grayson County is now up to 12 buildings, and I want to be clear on this, heavily damaged.
12?
He said 12 buildings, and his verbiage is heavily damaged. So we need to follow up here with the Grayson County Emergency Management. Blake Schorluck is the one that was the person that noted that to us. That is where we can find that out. I think that we're going to know within the next 6 minutes whether this is going to miss Adair County altogether, which I'm hoping. And I'm going to head over to the weather wall here, Rick. The reason that we have to stay with this is because the warning still includes Adair County. They just statused Greene County out. Greene County, you're not going to get the tornado warning, thankfully. I'm glad to say that. But Adair County, they're not willing yet, only because of the uniqueness of this. Rick, this is, I think you would agree with me, very clearly a lone supercell.
Yep.
And what we mean by that, and if you watched our stream earlier, I said that if this breaks down into only cells, and I very specifically said because the mid-level temperatures were so warm, I was concerned about that this would be continue to be a tornado and a hail concern. But that area rotation, let's put velocity on here because this has been unbelievable. That area rotation is upticking now north of Edmonton. This is center, and let's actually take this back. Let's go back 5 scans and zoom in a little bit, just so we can see what's happening. And Rick, what's interesting, I'm just going to say this. Do you notice anything unique about this?
The current scan?
Yes.
There's, I don't know what you're referring to.
Area of rotation?
Area of rotation behind it?
Area of rotation. This may be trying to rotate in 2 areas. That's distinct. So it's going east, it's not going east, it's diving due south now. I think that the worst case scenario, this squeezes the far southwestern side of Adair County. But let's zoom in a little bit more because I'm really curious if this is legitimately potentially trying to develop 2 tornadoes. One is near the Beachville area right here. It is not tight rotation, it's somewhat diffuse, but that is tighter rotation. Can you give me Beachville and right here? Can you give me reflectivity here briefly?
Yep.
There's 2 hooks. There's one right here near Beachville. There's one right here near Echo. That is 2 rotation areas.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable in a summer situation that a storm is now trying to generate 2 tornadoes at the same time. It is trying to generate 2 tornadoes at the same time. Let's go over now, back over to the analyst here. I want to take a look at what it looks like over there in the rotation. I want to see if we've got any debris being lofted. And this, you can see, is Edmonton right here. Rick, can you take it back 2 scans? I just want to see for Edmonton if they're going to get hit. It may just stay a slight hair off to the east of Edmonton. And by the way, this is Cumberland right here, the Cumberland Parkway. So you've got an area rotation right there. It is 2 areas of rotation.
Yeah, it's picking up.
That's unbelievable. So there's an area rotation west of Edmonton, and then there's an area rotation north. Let's go back. Can you take it just up to here? I just want to see the rotation again, just for our southeast counties, what it means. Okay, there's our movement. Now let's rocket it southward. So the area rotation is going to have to jog to get towards Adair County. I'm not going to say all clear in Adair County, but I would say that versus 15 minutes ago, Rick, I like where we are.
Yeah, I'm leaning hard in the fact I like a lot more where we are in terms of the potential for getting a tornado and not. It looks a little bit less likely just because of that sharp turn. Nonetheless, if you are in far south and western Grayson County, you still need to be cautious here, and that does cross over the Cumberland Parkway. So this is areas like Nell, areas like Breeding, Toria, just on the edge of Sparksville. You are the one under the tornado warning. You should just be cautious. If this storm keeps going the way it's going, it is going to be a miss south. But trust me, missing on a day like this is a very good thing because it means you don't have damage, considering we just got word, and we're confirming all this from Hart County, that we have damage being done and what was done, 12 buildings in fact. So again, this is just, you know, I don't want to see the pictures and the video, but at the same time, you know, my curiosity has the best of me.
I know.
So we have a crew that is on the way there right now. They got caught up in some traffic. There are a lot of trees down. We've got reports of that. So they're having a tough time getting there as quickly as we'd like. But nonetheless, 2 warnings back to back. Adair County still included, and we will stay with you until it's not.
So we just got an update here from Adair County, or excuse me, from Grayson County. There are homes that are leveled. They're flattened. These do look like modular homes, but the homes appear to be flattened. There is what looks like an out structure that is leveled. Just going through. This looks like another out structure that's been outhouse structure that's been completely leveled. Trees uprooted and laid down. Again, this is all out of Grayson County. Significant tree uprooting. In fact, you can see the tornado path right through this damaged swath. Tree that has split a modular home in half. I hope nobody was in there.
No.
And what we know now out of Grayson County is that 3 people had to be removed from structures. We don't know the level of their injuries. This is Grayson County Emergency Manager reporting 12 buildings heavily damaged. It does look like at least 1 or 2 of those are completely leveled down to the ground. Not debris swept, but leveled down. And we know that 3 people have been removed from structures, which we don't know their condition at this point. Latest on where we stand right now, we just got a funnel report north of Edmonton. We don't know if there's a tornado on the ground, obviously, but we at least got a funnel report. This is tough stuff to see. This is going to be in Wax, Kentucky, near the Broadford area. So, Rick, the video we just showed was very likely that tornado that was near Wax, Kentucky, is now we're seeing the damage.
Right. Looking at that picture, it is clear that this tornado just cut right through some structures, but also the trees are laid down. So, you know, we have 3 people who were removed. I pray and I hope that they're all okay. And hopefully we get no more reports like that, because those are the ones that are, you know, extremely difficult to deal with. But we're going to keep you posted on, you know, their status when we get information coming. But also, we had a tornado, and it's done extensive damage through Grayson County, and we haven't even seen what's happened in Hart County yet. So this is something that, you know, make sure you stay with WDRB News, because we're going to be showing you this and passing along information, and also keeping an eye on, you know, what's next, because there are still some showers out there. But if you are in Louisville, I'm so happy to tell you that the severe threat has long gone. It is over, And just Adair County, hopefully we can let you go here shortly so you don't have to worry anymore. There are some storms popping up on the backside. So around E-Town, Litchfield, there are still some thunderstorms. And I know with people trying to get outside and see what happened, you need to be cautious of that because they still have quite a bit of lightning. While the severe threat is winding down, you know, I think the fact that we're now looking back and seeing some of the damage, Mark, that's one of the hard parts. You make it through this and, you know, you just hope that no one really had to deal with this. But clearly, there are people who are going to be suffering.
And I'm just verifying that we do have rights to share this, just to make sure these images that our news department I'm going to let our producers know that I am going to be sending them a number of images here momentarily, that we need to get these to air ASAP. These are near Wax, Kentucky. And I'm going, who should I email these to? Producers, got it. So I'm going to email this to our news producers, the pictures that we were just given rights by the emergency manager to share. This is Wax, Kentucky, and I'm going to be sending those over right now. So you guys should have those. If we can turn these to air as quickly as possible, you guys should be getting those pictures right now as I just sent those.
And I just want to give an update too to Adair County. That turn, that right-hand turn, is holding steady. So Edmonton is in the path of this area of rotation. Could produce a tornado, it's possible, but I would say based on what I'm seeing, Adair County, you should be in the clear.
So what I want to do here, I'm just going to look over at Gil. You guys good to cover what we know at this point, or do we want to wait for those pictures to come in?
We do not have those pictures just yet.
Okay, I'm going to, you guys still have some information though that we can share on where we stand, or we're trying to say is we want to come over you guys to update on where we stand. I'm going to give you guys a moment here. Okay, so we don't have it. So we're going to stay with this for right now. I want, if you, the WDRB news producers, if you can look in your email, I just sent those pictures over to you, and we would need to courtesy those. Our Chris Turner at the assignment desk is getting these now, so I'm going to just respond to that. These are from near Wax, Kentucky, and Grayson County, the pictures that we need to get to air. And I'm just making sure that we know. So just so you guys understand here, when we're in a situation like this, what we have to do, obviously, is we have to make sure that we have rights to utilize images. Obviously, we are a television station, and so we have to make sure that we have legitimate rights to utilize anything that is out there. So Rick, I'm going to head over to the weather wall here real quick, and let's just do a tour of where we are. As our news team hopefully can get those pictures on air before we come to an end here, because I think these are going to be very, very telling, and you guys can see what we have seen. So where we stand right now in the Louisville area, all clear? Yes, all clear, Louisville. You know, for us in the city, we had about 4,000 people without power. We have seen worse for sure. We have also seen better. So as we stand here, we've got a shower, a downpour near the Carrollton area. This one's not severe, thankfully. This one is somewhat quiet. We move into Metro Louisville, we're quiet. We've got a downpour here that is formed north of Hardinsburg. There's no lightning on this. And I'm going to tell you, the pay on this is going to be substantial when we get by this. In Hodgenville, you can see we've got rain ongoing. Litchfield continues with rain. And Wax, Kentucky is right south of Litchfield. And one of the things that we called out, if you remember when we were doing this, is be careful if you have any friends or family near Rough River Lake, because this was going right over it, and we know that it did. So this is now south of Annetta and Big Windy. We've got rain. In Munfordville, you're all clear. This is just regular rain. And then as we go to the south, we're still under a tornado warning for eastern Adair County. But for our viewing area, it's good that it appears it's going to miss. For not our viewing area, it doesn't matter. Edmonton has people that live there, whether they're watching WDRB or not, and this is bad. This is bad for Edmonton, as they are going to get hit either by a potential tornado or what may be trying to generate a tornado. But that's the area where we are the most concerned right now. Rick, I'm going to leave this to you for a second, and I'm going to head out to the newsroom just to make sure that we can try to get those pictures.
Okay, well, just so you know, they've made an adjustment to the tornado warning. It no longer includes Adair County here,
Okay.
so that's an important note. So those of you in Adair, you can relax now. The heavy rain continues. I don't want to downgrade that or act like nothing bad could happen, because just the intensity of that rainfall, the frequency of the lightning, it's still dangerous. You got to be inside, but thankfully you're not talking about a tornado warning. Way different scenario.
Rick, I'm going to head out into the newsroom here briefly. Let's just do a quick recap, and I'll be back here in just give me 60 seconds.
What we want to do is let you know that south of our area there, along Cumberland Parkway, if you are trying to travel right now, you are running into very heavy rain from Glasgow all the way through Gradyville. Intensity will vary depending on where you are, but this basically stretches through all of southern Kentucky. 2 tornado warnings back to back, and then we also have, off to the west is a severe thunderstorm warning for Glasgow through Finney. That includes areas like Hydro, and that thunderstorm is not for the considerable tag we once saw earlier today, but it's tornado possible, winds of 60, and then also some hail, which is less than an inch in diameter. So if you have friends and family in this area, it also has a little bit of a hook, and that explains the tornado possible tag just near Martinsville. There is that hook, which again, the tornado possible is necessary for that. Glasgow is included in the warning, but it looks like the worst of the weather should stay south and west of you. That pair of tornado warnings lining up along the Cumberland Parkway, just to the east of Adair County, or to the west rather. And for us, non-severe storms and just downpours have made it from Hodgenville, and the watch is continually being trimmed to our south. So we're seeing Hardin, Nelson County still under this severe thunderstorm watch. Again, a watch, not a warning. But here's the thing. You look at radar, these storms are going away, the threat is going away, which means this watch should be dropped pretty soon. And that also is a nice thing, because it means you don't have to stay up all night worrying about thunderstorms. This is going to be out of here, and you can go to sleep tonight and not have to worry about it. Now, I know for those of you who have experienced damage, it's a whole other scenario, but at least we're not going to be dealing with these storms anymore. And what comes in behind it is so refreshing and quiet that we deserve it after this, and we will take it. The humidity is going to be lower, which is something that's been a constant throughout the past several weeks. It feels like you're just swimming when you're outside, but thankfully, with the reduced humidity and the cooler temperatures, it should give you a little change up here in the weather pattern. So we've been in the 90s, we've had this opportunity for storms, and they did explode today, beginning in southern Indiana, making it down into Louisville. We began with a lot of winds of 60 to 70 and ping-pong size hail. As it approached Louisville, it was more 60s. And then as we got into Kentucky, because they saw more heating today, the instability was higher. And because of that higher instability, we got tornado warnings and tornadoes that did damage, Mark.
And so we told you guys, and again, I just want to say first thanks. The Deputy Director of Grayson County Emergency Management, Blake Shorlock, sent us in these pictures. So we're going to go through these pictures and show you what we have seen for our area. What we know is that there have been 13 structures that have been damaged. This is what we were talking about, Rick. This is a tree on a home. It does look like a modular home here.
That's from, it looks like you're in a carport, right?
Exactly. And it looks like it's bisected and trashed that home. We know that 3 people had to be removed from some of these structures, and you can see there the extent of that damage.
That's a large tree too.
Yeah, that is bad. And this one, can you stay with this one? Is it possible that I can go to the wall on this one? This one's the most important image of them all. So I want you to see and look very, 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 very closely at this picture. Do you know if it's possible for me to be keyed on this? So obviously this is debris, and this debris is what we call debris blown. It's strewn, it's blown from where it actually occurred. And now I want you to look down along this, and what you're going to notice is a hole in the tree line where the tornado went down there and laid every tree down in the middle. It's not a wide tornado here, but it is very obvious, and you can see the path of the tornado through this tree line, and it goes off into the distance there. We know that this tornado, per radar, was on the ground for quite some time. We believe that the tornado was on the ground for somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 miles, maybe 20 miles. But look here. So the debris from a structure back here gets blown, and then you can see all of the trees off in the distance here. That's the path of the tornado. That is a very telling image. Rick, that says without question, this is not damaging winds. That was a tornado.
Right. I mean, that is a scar left behind and a clear path. More images coming in of what appears to be some structures that have taken on some damage. You can see kind of the tin.
Yeah, kind of an outhouse.
Yeah,
or,
right.
A barn or something.
It seems to be obviously thrown, but also dented, crippled a bit. So that's another image that we have. Keep going. Tree uprooted. It's not a large one, but a small one. That one came out of the ground. You can see the soil, and then again more of these structures which have taken damage.
And there's one that's been removed.
Gone completely.
Let's continue this because I know we're going to get to the structures here. There's a structure that's been blown apart. Hard to say if it was anchored, but it does look like this is a metal structure. Likely wind got in there and blew it apart. That one is totaled there in Grayson County near Wax. Let's continue. This one you can see in the distance on the left. That's a kind of it looks like a parking structure there in the middle, and then maybe a house on the left. Let's go further. So this is residence damages. So what I've been told is a lot of these are vacation homes, thankfully.
Really? Okay.
So hopefully there weren't a lot of people in there. But on the right side of that image, Rick, you can clearly see where that car is just past there. That structure is completely collapsed.
And that power line is hanging there. Basically, that's not a safe place to be around.
So let's go. Is that through the end of these, or can we continue? Yeah, back to the beginning. Okay, so that is what we know has occurred out of Grayson County. Now we have a live shot out of Hart County. Our crew continues to head southward. There we go. There's the tornado damage. Do we have a location on this? Okay, this is in Hart County. We don't have a location as of right now. Dixie Highway. Okay. And you can see the Hart County Fairgrounds here where you have the power lines that are laid down. And you know, we don't know the extent of everything that happened. This tornado is very likely on the ground for quite some time. I don't know if our reporter is set up. Is it Richard that's down here? Got it. Is he able to do a phone with me, or is he not able to do that either? Okay, so we're just trying to work with our crew so we can find out, and there is Richard, if we can actually talk with him so we kind of understand what he's seeing. And obviously, you know, Richard Essex seems to be our first guy on the scene. Do you remember? It wasn't it was 2 years ago. J-Town
he was
hit by an EF3.
Right.
Richard Essex was with Greg.
Yes.
And they were near Corridon. They were coming down on 64, and they saw the power lines exploding in New Albany. We told them, get to J-Town. And Richard Essex was first on the scene of the EF3 that hit J-Town, Kentucky, that eventually went through the
industrial park, and the roof was just gone. I think that was the one that
blown up.
Yeah, and he was down there at some of the dealerships.
Is he? We're gonna have to call him Tornado Richard.
Or just something. We got to get him a badge or a medal or something, because he always seems to be the man on scene, and we appreciate that, because you know we can show you pictures and say everything, but really when it comes down to it, having someone there showing you what's going on, extraordinarily important. And we have some more information. So what do you got, Mark?
So the video is Dixie Highway from Munfordville at the fairgrounds here. So this is 31W. Remember, Rick, when it crossed 65, we saw the debris signature come down a little bit, and then when it hit 31W, it came up a little bit. So if you can keep Rick DeLuca and my mics up so we can both talk. Our Richard Essex is live on Dixie Highway, 31W here in Munfordville at the fairgrounds. So Richard, you have been driving south here to try to get to this area. It looks like we've got a lot of presence on the scene here near the fairgrounds. Just describe to me what you're seeing. Is all the debris in the same direction? Is it concentrated? Is it spread out? Can you let us know what you're seeing?
Well, it looks like it's concentrated. We're just north of Rowlett. We are in Hart County. We're right by the Hart County Fairgrounds. You can see the power lines are down, and it looks like some of the trees over a couple hundred yards away from us, looks like some of them have been topped off. You can see about a half mile, quarter mile from us, there's some heavy equipment, and they're trying to move some trees and some debris out of the way. And if you look right by that heavy equipment, you can see there's an ambulance and some other emergency lights. You can see the tops of those trees where they have been broken off. So this is where we've seen the concentrated most of the damage in this area. We did see a lot of limbs down and trees or leaves all over the road coming through Mumfordville, coming on 31, coming this way. This has been the area where they're turning traffic around. There's no electricity in this area right now, but this seems to be the concentrated area where there's been some kind of damage. And if you look a little bit over to the to our left, you can see kind of going up that hill some of the trees that have been topped off. You can see the branches that are broken. Looks like some debris in that tree line back over that way, and it looks like there is an animal control or like a humane society type building that is 200 yards away from us. Looks like some of the aluminum from that building has flown over into the fairgrounds area. We're going to try to get a little bit closer to take a look to see what is going on up that way before we leave this area and go over into Grayson County. But right now, this has been about the most significant thing that we have seen so far. Power lines down. Looks like everybody in this area is without electricity. Okay. Police are out, fire department's out, highway department's out. Everybody is here trying to get things somewhat back to normal or find out exactly where the damage is right now.
First off, Richard, thank you. This is exceptionally helpful to what we believe happened. I think that those trees being sheared off, what you're noting, because it's very concentrated, is exactly where the tornado went through. That's the sheared off trees that were hit by the tornado. I think it traveled in between that tree line and then crossed the road. I believe that once it took down one of those power lines that probably is near the road, because the power lines are connected to all those power poles, it laid down the group. But I think that that's auxiliary damage right there in the foreground. I think that the power lines were laid down in the distance, and it took all of those trees with them. Can we briefly show radar one more time here? And I just want you to see, Richard is in Rowlett near the fairgrounds. This is what it looked like at 6 p.m. That is rotation. This is a tornado. Yep. So, what Richard's going to be doing down there now is continuing to find out the details of what has occurred. Richard's going to talk to people. We're obviously going to be very interested to hear what they experienced. Absolutely. We believe, without question, this is in fact tornado damage. We also have tornado damage near Wax, Kentucky. So we have a swath of damage that occurred in our area here this evening. We don't have any more warnings left within our area, so I'm going to let production know and our master control operators know. Let's head back. We're going to head back to programming, but let's head back onto Rick and I here, full screen here briefly. What we will tell you is that there are still tornado warnings, but they've left our area. They're south of Edmonton. They're moving south. The last of what was in our area was green. And was Adair County. Rick, these are our farthest south counties. The storm, in a striking turn, made, after going for 2 hours in the same direction, changed.
Insane. And it changed just in time for those people in Adair County. Couldn't have happened at a better time. So yeah, we're going to be surveying, well, not us, but the Weather Service will be surveying a lot of the damage. And there clearly is damage from the pictures and the videos, the fact that Richard's down there live in Munfordville, showing you how the tops of those trees were just whittled away is a clear, vivid sign of tornado damage. So this has been a day filled with ping pong size hail, confirmed tornadoes, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Power outages in Louisville.
Right.
Oldham County. We got damage in Wax.
4,000 at one point.
Wax, Kentucky. Hart County was hit by a tornado.
Don't forget about the flash flooding that followed.
Flash flooding in Louisville. Gil and Fallon showed us vehicles that were submerged earlier. What we're going to do now is this is the news gathering time. Our crews are going to be out there in the field finding out exactly what happened. We will have a full update for you on WDRB News at 10 with no more warnings left in effect for our area. Remember, there are still flash flood warnings, and we urge you to use caution with those. But we always deem our live coverage when there's a threat to life and property, which we have deemed that active threat has left. Keep it right here on WDRB for updates. And remember, WDRB News at 10 will have a full recap of everything that occurred in our area. Thanks for staying with us over the last 5 hours.